Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Show what you say, I'm shit, I'm good, 50 shots, still you turn to your time, it's the hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. You got hats. You got sweatshirts. You got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoe. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon.
Your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This might be risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
DJ Ham the Stamp.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Terrell, what's popping?
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Good, can you hear me?
You took the chat away?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Uh-huh.
You can't see the chat either?
I can see it. Yeah. I can
That's
see it.
insane.
You think you have you think you can focus?
I will never be in the chat, but it'd be nice to see the chat.
You know who it was? I think Tiff was up here. I'm like, you know what? No more chat. Hit the like button. Huh?
Well, I like the stream.
Hold on. Let me see. Can you see it now?
Yeah, it's back.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hey man, good to be here. I'm not feeling great, but we here. You know what I mean? How you feeling?
You sick?
Yeah, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
How
that.
you though?
Tired, man. I'm tired.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Shit dying down a little bit. I'm saying.
I got like a couple of more hiccups to die down.
Yeah. That's what's up. Let's see you in the building. We get it popping, man. Mel was good. You already know. Quincy was popping. D in the building, of course. Salute. E-Dub was good. Mr. Williams. Salute. Almond Eyes was good. I don't think I seen Mr. Williams yesterday. Strada was popping, kid. Hope all is well, man. Salute. Miss Nay in the building was good. Nay was partying yesterday. You good, Nay? You recover? You were sore this morning? James was popping. Excuse me. RP was good. How you, man? Good to see you. Bub was shaking. Direction CYOP.com. Go there to get the latest merch. Nightbot behaving. That's always good. Rock solid, my brother. You all ready? Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Daily was popping. We got to get the music going on a Saturday night so you could join next time, man. Miss Jilly, make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat. TC was shaking. Hope all is well. Black King, salute my G. Black King. Perfect. Getting popping yesterday too. You know what I mean? Niggas definitely broke a sweat, but we had a good time. Bartholomew was popping. Good to see you. Homeboy, Shalom. I like it, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. And Tom was goody. Hope all is well. D-Town, what up, kid? Mufasa was goody, man.
He already on his job hating, you know.
See, man, he good at it though. Jonathan was good. Sway was shaking, my G. Aaron in the building, of course. Salute, 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 man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Man, so Sherelle, man, this particular topic got, I don't want to say derailed. We never even got to it last week. We was talking about the Kendrick thing, which made sense. And so as opposed to pivoting to this to make it like an afterthought, we decided to do a redo. You feel me? Now, you get your mans.
They coming too. They coming too. They're a pair of haters. Okay.
They gotta keep you. They gotta keep you
biggest
grounded.
Haters on the market. Okay.
Hey man, those my mans though. Feel
on
me?
the market right there. You know what I'm saying?
Let me
Them
tell
too.
you, Sporties and Mufasa can't do no wrong with me, nigga. DC was shaking. Heather, salute. Yeah, man, we had a good time yesterday. What up, kid? Did his thing yesterday as always, you know. Man, that shit was good. I think I'm gonna try to do 30 minutes or an hour every Monday. Kick Mondays off, feel me? They already be hard enough. Reese was popping. Cali was good. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Let's get it popping. Rashada, salute. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. So, Rel, now when you presented this topic to me, right, in terms of we need to discuss it, what was the catalyst?
Okay, catalyst. It kind of started with a conversation with me and my sister, right?
Okay.
To where when I was enrolling my nephew in school, he was like, he want to do football or band.
Okay.
But both are very demanding.
Yeah.
Because you're saying if you want to go to the NFL, if you want to be serious about football and get scholarships, you need to be 100% about football. And I'm trying to tell him that, right? People who make it to the NFL, they take football serious. And if you want to get a band scholarship, you're going to have to be dedicated to that too. Because when they, train you for the scholarship, you have to know your music. You have to know everything. So I told him he should do band because it would be simpler for him. Because I just don't feel like he dedicated enough. But my sister was like, you got to let kids pick what they want to do. So I'm thinking like, should we, when we know our kids and we know the world, right? And we know more than them, should we just let them bump their heads? Are we right for that? Or do we end up being those people that never believed in them and they making rap songs about us? You know what I'm saying? My teacher said I wouldn't be shit. But the teachers knew you was showing up to school 2 days a week. And when you was in class, you wasn't doing nothing but talking, walking around in school. And you dropped out at 9th grade. It wasn't that the teachers just felt like you couldn't be all that you could be. But when people look at you, they can make an assessment and say, you don't apply yourself. And in this world, if you don't apply yourself in certain ways, you won't have certain outcomes. Okay. So can we not be real with the kids? Do that make us the bad guy?
So what I'm gathering is, should we allow them to fail? Right. But I think to your point, it's twofold. And I got a bunch of clips about a bunch of different things, right? But if I were to give my opinion, it's twofold, right? Let me take my son as an example, right? Because y'all see him more. He's the only boy, right? So it's specific to him. We jumping off the porch at 5 years old to play football. 100%. See, you already reading the chat. See? Nope. Turning the chat off. Nope. I'm like, you turn it off now. This is what I mean. I ain't about to be talking to myself. Hold on a second. All right. Now, now that you can focus, we jumping off the porch at 5 years old playing tackle football. Period. Right? He get in trouble every other day in school for pushing people down and shit like that. Right? But that just is what it's gonna be. Right? I think men gotta be physical. Period. You know, the more physical he is, the better. His roughness score is gonna be lower than mine because I have 3 brothers. He don't have any brothers, right? So I gotta make him rough, and then the things that he's a part of gotta make him rough. Every time I go to the boxing gym, as much as possible, he gotta go with me, right? He in the way, running around, don't matter, you know. But him being around that environment, getting yelled at by a bunch of different men, not just me, you know what I'm saying? Where they all like, Chug, sit down, shut up, be quiet, right? Because it's just right, and they don't mean him no harm, and they make sure he good, but at the same time, it's discipline because it take a village. You know, so many parents want to coddle and think that, you know, you can't discipline my kid and etc. Why? If I'm in the ring getting my ass whooped, pause, right? And Christian outside the ring and Chug ain't listening, why can't he correct them? Because I would have, you know. But people are so coddle the kids in every turn, you know. But he's not gonna be out here choosing just what he want to do. We got the same football team, basketball trash. So if I pick a basketball team, we got the same basketball team, right? We got the same likes. A boy should want to be like his father. You know, and initially my wife didn't understand that. She's like, why can't he have his own team? What if he like the Texans? Fuck the Texans.
What if you're a Cowboys fan?
Right? But what kid don't want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course I want to do the shit my father does, right? And the things that I take a liking to and he absorbed that energy, I can help him be great because I also understand those things. If you look at, there's so many second generation football players because they daddy play football. So that's the thing he could teach them the most. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Now, okay, so let me show you like the situation more of like aligning to what I was thinking. I feel like this, like, if you can't cultivate, you're saying you can cultivate whatever you want your child to be, right? So not only are you working on the vision with him, you're there to go step by step, right? It's like we have kids, they come to us and be like, I want to be the president. You ask them what they want to, they grow up, they're like, I'm gonna be the president. If you know you don't have the resources to jump in position, to do everything that you can be, teach this kid politics and everything it's gonna need to be the president, why let them go through life thinking, yeah, he's gonna be the president, he's gonna be a rocket scientist, yeah, you're gonna be the richest? Like, why do we let them just say they want to be anything? You gotta
be realistic, right? Which is the point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And so this, like, look, see what Miss Jilly said, right? I
know. Not reading the chat.
Well, no, I think it's important. I could do both, right? Y'all can't. Now, this part, this part is key to Miss Jilly to what I'm saying. I know so much football, I could get that little fat, unathletic nigga a Division II scholarship for sure, right? Because there's an investment there and there's an understanding there. It's not the same as Sherelle just saying, or not what Sherelle's saying, but, you know, parents say, yeah, you could be an astronaut. That boy got a 90 IQ. That's average. Ain't no astronaut not in your plans. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be realistic. But then people think that you talking down on them when in actuality it's reality. You know?
And then, like, I have a sister who don't have the expectation for all of her kids, because she may have a kid with a learning disability, but then she got a kid who, I got a niece who she on an honor roll every year. It's 4.0. She's principal honor roll. But then she has a siblings with a learning disability or a sibling that may never get nothing but a C. And then my sister doesn't hold that against them because her expectation of them is what they can put best forward. Sometimes I feel like a lot of times our expectations is so blanket.
Let me just say this.
I said a lot of times.
Hold on. Sometimes I feel like is one of the most disgusting sentences I've ever heard in my life. Think about that, what you just said.
I said sometimes I feel like.
Ugh,
That's what I just said.
that shit
Run
give a
it back.
nigga
Rewind it.
heartburn. Yeah, please rewind. Think about that sentence. Jesus Christ.
I said sometimes I feel like. Oh wait, I did. Okay. Well, I think people blanket it and they put the
Mhm.
same expectations on all of their kids. When all of these kids really, you need to be honing what about their personality. What do they do? So it's like if you have a kid and you know he's lazy and undisciplined, if you know he not gonna be able to shape up, why sell him this pipe dream like he gonna make it to the NFL?
Really, if your kid is lazy and undisciplined, that's your fault. Think about it. Lazy and undisciplined are things that you can hone, right? You allow a kid to be lazy. Kid don't make no rules. The kid get up when you tell him to get up. The kid go to sleep when you tell him to go to sleep. The kid do as many push-ups as you need to do. And then undisciplined, that's his daddy's fault.
So think about it. The
Mhm.
laziness and the undisciplinedness will come twofold, right? Because you can tell him what to do to not be lazy, but if he has that undiscipline, that's like kids who you tell them clean their room, you go underneath the bed, they just threw everything underneath the bed.
Mhm.
You tell them go to sleep, they just being quiet. You know what I'm saying? They
Mhm.
just put on headphones and they still up to 3 o'clock in the morning.
But this
And
but
they
this
may
part.
get in trouble for it, but then they keep challenging it.
Nah, this is what the problem is, right? Us as parents are lazy. Kids are enabled by people who have the same behaviors, right? So when I'm too tired, like let's say my wife leave out for Pilates or something on Saturday, and I come in from DJing as an example. You know who gonna watch them kids for an hour? Bebe Finn. It's a cartoon on YouTube, right? But you see, because I'm tired, I'm being lazy, right? And so now I do a thing that allows me to be lazy, right? When I could be doing something more productive. So that's my fault if the kids love to watch TV so much, right? So now my daughters, as an example, and I don't do this every night. I have to do it a little bit less, right? I'll because my Nova don't go to sleep. She started crying and whatever, unless I yell. But I'll stand in a room, right? And I'll just sit on the dresser, on the chair, whatever, until they actually go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So because, like you said, she'll stay up. They'll be in there playing and talking. Well, now I gotta stay in there now. You know what I'm saying? You know. So
Yeah, I get that.
So I don't know. It's nuanced, but generally speaking, if you have a lazy kid who's entitled or enabled, that's you.
So you think that the behavior problems and patterns that you see in kids is just a direct reflection of the parent?
Yeah, 100%. I pride myself on getting up early, right, without an alarm clock because I never see my dad use one. I never missed a day of school from first grade until senior skip day, my 12th grade year. Aside from being like suspended or whatever. I never see my dad. He used to come in at 10 p.m., be up at 4 a.m. I ain't never seen him miss a day of work. So now I'm trying to mimic that behavior, you know? So that I think that, yeah, there's definitely a direct reflection, and then what that person instills in you, you
Yeah,
know?
I definitely think so. Love C used to say this all the time. She said you have to like take an assessment of your parents, things that you didn't like about them.
Uh-huh.
Because you directly may have picked up on the things that you didn't like about your parents, and you may behave in the same way because, like, basically the saying like the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree, right? So like I know that my daddy is a hoarder. Okay, this man has stuff for it. Like if you go in his house, it's just shopping bags and stuff, and the garages are full of stuff, and he even got storages full of stuff. And I'm just like, why he have so much stuff? And then I was doing an inventory the other day, and I was just like, I need to throw a lot of stuff away because I have way too much stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what do I even need all this stuff for? And I'm just thinking, I'm like, I'm becoming a baby hoarder.
Mm.
So you really have to actually take those assessments down and see what those things was. Because, you know, my purpose has always been to break my generational curses. So I've always paid attention to these flawed things that had outcomes that wasn't desirable to me and just stay on top of it. Like when I felt like I have a family who deals with a lot of addiction, I said, I'm not even going to smoke no weed, smoke no cigarettes. I ain't going to do none of that. And if I'm never going to drink unless it's like an occasion. I only drink on occasions. I'm not drinking because I'm sad. I'm not drinking because I see people fall into that. And then it'd be like a world of addiction of hard drugs. Gotta drink. You need to smoke. And I never wanted that. So I think that's what it is. Also, you really have to pay attention and be self-aware. Because a lot of times we just think, oh, I'm better than. But you're not better than the patterns that's in your DNA.
Yeah, you would be an outlier in that situation, right? Extremely. Because the majority of people are going to fall into the gaps that are presented, right? So as a similar example, my father played cards, right? So I don't know how to play cards to the point where I don't even know how to play spades, right? I just never even like, you know what I mean? Like I just had no interest in it, right? Because I see the pros, but I see the cons, right? And the cons outweigh the pros, you know? Not taken away from anything, but just a thing that I saw that it didn't yield the results that I maybe wanted. I'm like, nah, I don't play cards. You know what I'm saying? But I think the majority of people will do what they see, you know, especially from the people that they admire. I think that parents, when we say, what about the kids, are the downfall, man. Like, I guess at what point does the kid get to take over and be, the kid is complicit, but is the kid to blame?
No, because I feel like all we know is all we know, right? Which is why I think that what people need more is exposure, to travel, to move around, because I think it's like in New Orleans, I call it, it's like a New Orleans nigga mindset. It's the dumbest, probably most trashiest gutter mindset you could ever have at the basicest level. And I hate it. And you really have to leave the city of New Orleans to see in the rest of the world, stuff don't work like this. This is not how things go. You're supposed to, you know, manage your strengths. You meet different people and you learn different things. I think that's important for people because I understand that when nobody knows anything different and I'm watching, everybody drink, everybody get high, everybody work regular jobs and 9 to 5s and nobody got nowhere to stay. When that's what you're surrounded by, it's so easy to fall and say, well, this is what I'm going to do.
Okay. Now, what you're speaking to is a little bit outside the parents, right? It's environmental. So now let's weigh the 3 factors. And now we about to go totally off on the tangent. I got 10 videos here. I don't got no order to them, none of that shit. I'm just like, should the kid do this? Should the kid do that? Should the kid, what about this? But now we got 3 things: the kid, the parents, the environment. What happens? What takes the stronghold and win? The kid, the parents, the environment.
I really think the parent. Fathers, I would say that. Fathers, strong, like stern parents. Because what I can say is my daddy raised different type of men in the same city, in the same environments, on the same block. My daddy used to have this very much saying of, I don't care what other kids is doing, you're my kid. And my kid don't move like this. When my daddy controlled friendships, my daddy was in the streets, so he knew, because it was a certain age, you know, we was 10, we all ran on the streets. We just neighborhood kids. But niggas get in teenage years, they cross the block. Now they on Benville, they on the next street, they selling drugs, they toting guns. And the moment my daddy gonna find us, bullets don't got no names on it. It's nosy people in the graveyard. These ain't your friends no more. You can't hang with them no more. They can't come to your house, and I bet not see them with you. My daddy will whoop you in the middle of the neighborhood in front of all your friends to embarrass you and let them and their parents know that's not your friend. So I know environment typically would be the strongest hold, but because of my anecdotal experience, if you're a parent and you're on your children, you will have 100% control of those outcomes. You know, not 100%, but you will have the strongest, you know, on those outcomes. I even like have a sister, she don't let her kids go to certain places or do certain things. And you can see from the people who let their kids do whatever they want and the kids who don't. We live on the same block though. So you can't just blame the environment. It will only be the environment winning when it's lack of you. When you one of them parents that want to run around and you're not too hands-on with your kids, you work too much or you party too much or you do something like that to where you're allowing them to just be whatever they want to be with no guidelines.
So, okay. All right, I understand that, right? You got to be heavy-handed, you got to be involved, right? But are you emphasizing the dad specifically in order to be more influential than the environment for both a girl and a boy?
Yeah, I think the dad, because dads are more aligned to be disciplined. Like my daddy would punish me to the next year. If my mom punished me, I could get off in a week too. You know what I'm saying? She's never punished me. I caught one whipping in my entire life from my mom. Mm-hmm. My mom, she gonna forgive it. She gonna be like, oh, she just kidding. Not my daddy. My daddy, no, you're not just a kid. You're disobedient. I don't care what age you are. 6 months, no TV. No juice, no snacks, whatever you like. You can't go over there. You can't go by your cousins. You can't do nothing. You locked down. And then I will have to like write lines. I will not talk in class. I will not sleep in church. Whatever I did, he like write that 100,000 times. Give me a tablet and I got to finish the whole entire tablet. He just didn't play. Like fathers are more stern with, oh no, I'm not coming up off you at all. Because it's just, like I said, men see the world in a different view than women. Men see the dangers that we don't see because they're the protectors. So they already know, hey, no, you don't go here, you don't do that, you don't dress like this, you don't act like this, you don't hang with these type of people, you don't carry yourself in this type of way. Because men just look at the world and they know nobody coming to save you really. It's me.
Yeah.
I'm what you got.
Yeah, 100%. I tend to agree with that, man. And right, there's people who will be right unfair to the conversation that you try to have, right? So people say there's a bunch of different kids, a bunch of different nuances, a bunch of different right? We know that the variables, right? The kids can be astronomically different growing up in the same household, right? But it's an attempt to have a conversation to see what we can learn from each other, what works best, why we've forgotten about the kids, why our kids can't read, and etc. So generally speaking, I think you're correct, right? And the same intent goes for all the kids, right? But the tactics vary, right? But the intent is to make sure they're disciplined. How I got to discipline Rock is different than how I got to discipline Big Chug, right? Big Chug get yoked up. You have to yoke the nigga for him to listen, right? So literally I say, Chugga Wugga, sit down. He'd be like, no. Just straight like, and then Sherelle, I do like this. You see how soft it was? Then he goes sit down. I'm like, yo, it's like it's like he need you to like, it just, but and then if I yell, he's just very hard-headed.
I saw a video of him the other day where he was trying to take the bike from Rock, but it was her bike. So his mama gave him a different bike. He threw the bike with one arm, like he picked the bike up and threw it. Like, I don't want that bike. I want that bike. I was like, who is this kid? It's the Hulk.
I'm telling you, he's so. And then if I come, he'll be staring at me because he think he in trouble. Just if I come in not smiling, but the intention for all of the kids is still the same, but the tactics vary. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What you think about this?
Bro, fathers are more important than the mothers.
Hold on. You trying to get us kicked off the show, man.
No.
Hold on now. You gonna have to break that down because you trying to get us kicked off the show. You just said fathers more important than mothers, man. You better break that down.
What's the first connection? Which parent does the child have a connection with first?
Well, typically kids say dad first.
No. I'm saying like just overall in general.
You would think mother, right?
Yeah, you would think that.
Right.
Even scientifically.
Yeah.
You know what we all are? Developed sperm. Where does that sperm come from? The man.
Yeah.
That child has that. Why you think so many people have daddy issues? You don't hear too many people talking about they have mama issues, but you have grown men right now that's dealing with stuff because they daddy wasn't there. You have females right now that's dressing half naked, being provocative because they're looking for the attention that the daddy didn't give them. The first connection, bro, fathers are more important than the mothers.
What you think about that?
No, it's true. It's just like the foundations that you laid upon. We understand that mothers are important. It's no diss to mothers, because when you say it like that, it can be offensive to mothers and everything that they do. You know what I'm saying? I said do. Because they're the nurturers, but the father literally lays down the foundation. You know, it's crazy because women say this as an insult, but it's true. But what they say when they get mad at kids, you ain't gonna be shit like your what? Your daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Because even psychologically, they know when they even using it to weaponize it. Your behavior and a lot of things that you will be in life will be determined on your father and the placement that your father have in your life, the role that they play, which is why a lot of times we see the results of kids who don't have fathers around, and it's usually negative. It's more negative than the kids who have fathers in the home, and the stats back that up.
So you agree with that?
Yeah.
Now, what about if the majority of us come from the broken homes, let's say, but the majority of us, those people include the people who are successful, right? The athletes, the smart people, the doctors, the lawyers, right? The engineers, right? The investors, the real estate agents, they all come from fathers too, or broken homes as well. So I guess what I'm asking is, why is this single mother-led home, right? Is it simply because although the people who do the worst is the minority of us, right? Why is that the thing that's focused on so much, when also the majority of us that are doing well come from those homes also?
Right, and that's what it's going to be. My sister was just saying the same thing. So we have so many examples of single mothers holding it down and their kids turning out to be a certain way. But this is what I'm gonna tell you about those single mothers. They was more father leaning. They was disciplinarian. They wasn't just nurturing. These women was overlapping to do these things. Those people who are turn out to be so successful, their number one person that they think is their mom. Because they went and because it's so, and that's the crazy thing, is why I never diss black mothers, because black mothers, they're not just regular mothers that produce these positive kids doing these things who did it by themselves. These women went above and beyond. They went to superwoman level. But then we try to make it seem like, oh, these kids are just making it in spite of their mothers. No, these women, bro, I've seen these women. These women work. They work 2 or 3 jobs. They keeping their children out of trouble. They putting them in sports. They doing it. I watch my sisters do it. They put them in sports. They do all of these different things to make sure that their children have these different outcomes, because they're aware of the effects that it could happen having that missing father. You know what I'm saying? So we don't give crutches to people who walking up straight. But every time we see our kid break a leg or twist an ankle, we put them on crutches. So understand that when we become aware that now my kid is at a disadvantage, the number one thing that I'm gonna do is now I'm gonna overcompensate. So those mothers, they're overcompensating for the lack thereof. Whereas the negative results come from the women who just feel like I'm gonna play the role that I'm supposed to play, and oh well, the nigga is stepping up.
No, that's yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect, because like you said, the ones when they like, yo, mom, them moms is doing absolutely everything they could do. Like Jay Miller just said, yo, my mom was doing this to make sure I was successful, right? And then there's the people who make it in spite of that same construct, right? And then the in between is the bullshit that we discussing. Damn, that's interesting. I fuck with it, you know. And nobody's saying like this is the way it should be. We're just looking at it, right? you know, she going above and beyond. That kid is successful, and then that kid gonna be successful maybe because of the environment, coaches around them, that kid's innate attitude, you know, and then that kid gonna make it regardless.
Those are the women who their kids in sports, their kids in band, they get out of line, they letting other men check them. Those are the ones who, you know, they have women who go to school and challenge the teachers. But you know what I'm saying? They got women who gonna be involved in their schools. I call your teacher. Let me get to the bottom of the story. They're not letting their kids tell them anything. They're not letting their kids go anywhere. So we know, you know what I'm saying? We know women step up all the way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Especially black women.
Yeah, and I think, but you think that, so let me ask you a question. You think it's the minority that step up all the way? Do you think that the woman that you said goes above and beyond, is she a minority? I'm not saying an outlier. I'm saying a minority.
I would say she's the majority.
You think the majority of all women go above and beyond?
For their kids, yes.
And what does that look like?
I think it's a lot of women. I think it's a lot of black women just doing what they have to do for their kids. I think a lot of times within the black community, what we have is a loud minority of negativity. And because we see that so often, and which that's what we love to watch on TV, that's what we love to watch on the internet. We love to see these things. And I think that it paints us in a negative light. And we want to say that's just what it is. But if we saying that we have so many positive results, the majority of us are not criminals. The majority of us are, you know what I'm saying? It ain't our fault that they be playing games with the earnings and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But we're earning 30 to 40K. We got jobs. We went to school. We law-abiding citizens. Yeah, the majority of us are having those outcomes. Then the majority of us are actually coming from more positive situations than it is negative situations. But if all we want to talk about is the project, if all we want to talk about is the hoods and the ghetto, but every time we go to the ghetto, we're gonna find something that's so outrageous and outlandish, and we're gonna be able to be like,
yeah, because when you look, right? When you look, because if we just trying to understand what you're saying, I don't think I agree, right, with what you're saying. But if I look at the prison system, which is usually the number one thing that is often leveraged, right, to say that the majority of the men or the people, right, who are in the prison system come from single mother-led homes, right? But then the prison, the number of people in prison has dropped too, right? So because dads are involved still, right? Even if it's a single mother-led home. But I think it's 400,000 black people are in prison. Men and women, men being the majority, right? 31% of the male population is male, right? But it's still a nominal number. And if 70% of kids are born out of wedlock, right? What do you do with the math? Right?
Yeah.
The math would lend to what you're saying is that most of us doing all right, regardless of, not regardless of, but maybe in spite of the circumstance.
Yeah, because the majority of us are doing all right. Yeah, and I think that's why I said that the role of the father is so much more important, because I think a lot of times within those situations, those kids come from poverty-stricken areas. Their influence is more male leaning, so they're leaning toward their male counterparts or the men around who's getting money. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times it's easier to flip a pack than it is to just, I'm going to work at McDonald's and wait on this $250 check.
Hold on, pause right there, right? So now what we back talking about or leveraging is the environment, right? Boys, you could argue, get sucked in, to the environment in different ways than girls do. I think the girls get sucked in, but it's different though, right? I think the environment impacts the boys the most because bravado, pride, ego, things like that, right? Missing a father, not having anybody to mimic, what happens? So is it the mom? Is it the environment? Is it the lack of the father?
It's a combination of all.
Yeah,
right?
But I'm just thinking though, based on the outcomes between the girls and the boys, right? The problems that the boys face are largely what the environment is fostering, and I guess without the discipline of the dad, right? So it's combined, But the fact that it's different amongst the sexes, that environment is playing a huge part.
And also, I think a major component is like with the single mother raised men, because I think this is why a lot of men are in jail. It's because they don't know how to manage their emotions. And just one thing in the world is that the world is never going to allow men to manage their emotions like women manage their emotions. Women can't explode. Women don't have to be like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what do you call, what is Aaron them stoic? You know what I'm saying? Nobody expects women to be stoic. They expect us to cry, have bad attitudes on our period. This is a global expectation of women. So that's just what it is. But with men, it's like men are stoic, men are this. And when they typically see like mom yells or screams when she get angry or she get, she throws stuff or something like that. Like when they go out into the world, because I always say that, like, men who just violent, who just want to fight, who crash outs, they're not stoic, they're feminine. It is so feminine for you to think you just gonna crash out and throw your life away for everything. And I think that's the way that it you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It shows up in them.
Yeah. Okay. All right, the panel discussion gonna be good for that. Izzy, what's popping, kid? Became a member. Take a mic in the building with the 10 houses. Fathers are most important parent. It's a hard concept to grasp considering how much we love our mothers, but dads seem to be the only parent that can replicate themselves on a consistent basis. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm thinking about the protection of the kids, right? And I remember specifically on this panel that we were talking, and I asked the 10 men that were up there, what are they doing to give back to the kids, right? You get one or two answers: nothing, or those kids ain't their responsibility. So I'm talking about mentoring, coaching, teaching, and etc. But it's just like, they're not my responsibility. I get it, right? But then we'll in the same breath complain about the state of the community, right? Complain about the behavior, right? And if I'm an impactful, charismatic, if I can teach, train, right, and help people come up, right, wouldn't I give a portion of that back? But it ain't our problem, but we complain about it.
Right. So it's like, look at this mess. Who's gonna clean this mess up? And you got all these tools to clean up stuff, and it's like you ain't even trying to donate none of the tools to help clean up, but you wanna, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay. But I also feel like, the people who have the tools to clean up, they like, if I don't have enough tools to clean it all up. And sometimes when you're on the outside looking in, it looks like this is not a one-man job. And if I'm the only one person that's willing to do something about it, I might as well not do nothing about it, because nothing that I do is going to make a change. That's why a lot of people that you do see that do give back to the community, they be like, if I help one child out of every million child I meet, that'll be okay with me. Because they know the odds won't be forever in their favor. They're not going to save every single child or every single situation,
Yeah. No, I see that, right? But it's just like, I assume that something was better than nothing. The first poll I said, is the father the most important? Out of 100 votes, 89 votes, 75% of the votes said yes. The next poll,
I agree to that, right?
Yeah, I just put a poll up. The next poll: are we responsible to give back to the kids in the community? Right? I'm gonna let that run for a second. I'm just gonna play this little short clip, and I got another clip, because I'm just looking like, when you leave the kids up to other people or these systems, man, ain't no telling what can happen, So this is just a short clip. One of the kids that I used to coach, and this is him on signing day. If you guys don't know what signing day is, this is when you pick the school that you're going to go to, right? And even what you were saying about your nephew, Sherelle, how hard you think it is, it's 10 times harder, right? So the school I coached had 5,000 kids. It's 99% black, right? And it's in an affluent neighborhood too, right? So the kids got support for them. I mean, there's bad neighborhoods, but there's money around there essentially. And so this kid right here that you're looking at was a player of the year in our conference. We got Division I kids, NFL players come from this conference, everything, right? Top notch. Same area, this guy named Navarro Bowman. You probably don't know his name, but there's a boy that played for the Vikings. He got killed in a car accident with him and two other boys. He just got drafted to the Vikings. He played against this kid here, you know. But even I'm just saying all that to say he played Division II football because of his stature, right? It's so hard to make it, you know. But this is giving back, right? Essentially, you hope that you can make an impact.
You'll be okay. Take your time and speak your mouth. That's all right.
First off, I'd like to thank God because He brought me a long way. I like to thank my coaches, Coach Powell, the whole coach staff, Coach Bilal, Coach Mello, Coach Hamp. Coach Mello was like a father figure when I first got here. He took me in. Coach Hamp, he like that uncle that not everybody like. He gonna tell you what you need. And what you need to hear. My teammates.
And it's just a short clip, right? But I was mad heavy-handed on these kids, you know, because you gotta be, right? If you want to create structure and consistency, you know, there's so many of them, you know. So this Makai, if he got a shot, he could play somewhere for sure, right? But you got to get one, especially coming from small schools, you know. But like the impact of this kid make it all worth it. You know,
and that's big because you have like 20 kids already, you know, biological.
Mm-hmm. Well, this was a little bit time ago, so I ain't have all the kids. But out of the 100 kids on this football team, Sherelle,
but you're still coaching, so
yeah. But
with
this
100
team,
kids,
well, this team right here, right? There was 100 kids on this team. They didn't play both ways. Now, if anybody coach kids or whatever the case is, not playing both ways is not something that's prevalent in high school football, unless you had a big school. And they asked me, say, Coach, how many of us you think could play college ball? I'm like, 9 of y'all. What, Coach? Fuck out, or not fuck out of here. But you know, they just like, nah, I'm gonna play, you know, this, that, and the third. No, you're not. And 9 of them played, you know, until they were seniors.
And that's how I be, because when I be thinking about, like, my little nephew is in school right now on a football scholarship, right? One of them, because I got 100 nieces and nephews. But he has been all the way to the Junior Olympics in California with track. He has, like, you go to his mom's house, it's trophy after medal after trophy after medal after trophy. And not to mention, he's a brainiac. So he's also on an academic scholarship. But he's 6'2", athletic build. This boy is huge. You know what I'm saying? This boy is huge. He's built. He conditions. He trains. He's so dedicated to his craft. He at Nickel States right now. He had Nickel State, and he been doing this his entire life. See what I'm saying? So I know, like, just being with him, how hard it is for you to really do this. You know what I'm saying? I went to school with Tyron. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tyron Matthew. So I understand how slim the chances is.
Yeah, it's very slim. And those kids are different, right? They've been different. You know, Tyron's the man in when he's 8 years old, right? Just that level of talent to get to that point is astronomical, right? I think this is good, right? I think that maybe name not dot just got here, right? We talked about the parents, right? But what else? You know, because the truth is the parenting obviously ain't good enough, you know, and the kids in the community still reflect on us. You could separate yourself all you want, but ain't nobody else separating you. Right. And I can't, the mantra, it took a village, somehow don't apply no more. What do kids do? Are kids being asked to be born to shitty parents? But that's what I mean, right? We all
and that's the thing. It's like I'll always say this, we was born into the burning house. and we sitting here burning, and then we got people standing outside the house like, now why would they be in a burning house? That's crazy.
Like, you think I choose to get this?
You think you think this is the life I chose for my, like, you don't think if everybody had the choice of choosing their parents, even though in the, you know, people say that we do, we would all pick Oprah and Bill Gates and some billionaire. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying, like, who do y'all think really want to be born in the ghetto?
Yeah, I mean, man. And that's the thing. You could tell if somebody never tried, right? Like dropping them boys off, right? You go in the house, oh, they don't have this, they don't have that. Mom strung out. Literally, you walk the boy in the house. She's sitting on the steps. You know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't picked that environment. Right? But I get it, right? I think there's a bunch of us, the men I'm talking to, right? You could talk to the women. We sitting on the sideline complaining. Shut the fuck up then. Right? Just sit on the sideline. Right? But don't tell the men that think that you can make an impact because it take a village, that they wasting their time. Especially since you didn't even give the opportunity of the effort. But we got so much to say to the young boys, or about, not to them, right? But about them.
No, definitely.
I look at the other extreme end here, but go ahead. Say what you about to say.
No, I was just saying, like, it's unfortunate that typically when these boys do make it out, it's usually the coaches, the football coaches. And if we could make everybody, you know, make it to the NFL that wanted and dedicated, then yeah, that'd be great. But you know, that's not the odds, right? But typically the people that look down on the community or the black community are like the bourgeoisie class. But how many groups of lawyers do you see going try to mentor young black boys? How many groups of tradesmen is in the hood trying to tell them about different things and different avenues that they go? Because a lot of times these boys do get hyped up on this sports dream, this I'm gonna make it in the NFL, I'm gonna make it in the NBA. And when they don't make it, it's nothing left. That's the end of the world that they was in. Because football be the world to them. Basketball be the world to them. But only a few gonna get picked. So it's like, people that be critiquing it, it's like, y'all not creating a lot of situations to actually guide these people into, like, this may not be NFL money, you know what I'm saying? But then they like get mad at the recruiters for coming. You know what I'm saying? They make rap disses to the military, like, but they trying to recruit us and all of that and go to the military. That's better than him like banging this flag that he got on the corner. He might as well go out the country and bang that American flag. Because he got 5 years on this block as an adult. They ain't making it past 25.
That shit crazy. Right? And that's what we trying to understand, you know? Now look at this extreme thing here, right? I don't know. Maybe this don't have shit to do with it, but this the next clip that popped in my head.
The white West Virginia couple allegedly adopted 5 black children and then put them to work on a farm as slaves. With the two whites in question being Donald Ray Lance and Jean K. Whitefeather. Back in October, one of their neighbors called the police and said the couple had locked 2 of their adopted kids in a shed, and saying the kids were forced to perform farm labor and they weren't allowed inside the main residence. And while they found that the parents weren't there, they walk over to this locked 20-foot by 14-foot barn, with them ultimately breaking inside and finding a 14-year-old boy and a 16-year-old girl wearing dirty, ratty clothing and smelling of body odor, saying this poor boy had open sores on his bare feet. Police noting that they had a small RV porta potty, but no running water or lights. And these poor two, they told the police they'd been in there for 12 hours since they were last fed, adding that their foster parents forced them to sleep on the concrete floor without any mattresses. Allegedly, Whitefeather told police, yes, we lock them in the shed, but they like it. But notably, the judge in this case, not buying it. We've got to talk about how a wealthy white West Virginia couple allegedly adopted 5 black children.
This is real, right? And I just hear people saying, I ain't willing. They ain't my problem. Let other people deal with them. Let them get in the system. Foster care. You know, adoption, etc. You know, leave them out there to dry. They ain't your problem. And then you got shit like this. And I already said, right? It's hyperbole. It seems hyperbolic. But I also saw these two gay dudes, right? Adopt four little boys and was molesting them. And they was black. Again, that's a minority population, right? Outliers that do this type of shit. But how many you need?
No, but the thing about it is children who go through the foster care system, a lot of them have negative stories from it. Adoption and foster care system is global. It's a world known thing that this institution is horrible. It just is horrible.
Damn. No, I just see when I see this, 100%. The system is fucked up, right? But this is what I see, right? Is like, so there's so many boys that been adopted, right? And there's for every like this one, even though Michael Lord was suing and shit like that, you know, but he got adopted. I know a bunch of cats that got adopted. Jimmy Butler, you know, that got adopted and brought in by kids, Travis Hunter, or by, you know, coaches and things of that nature that allow them to be successful, you know. But like, what if you one of these 5 kids? What if you one of the 4 little boys that got adopted by that couple? And then you got strong men out here talking about that this ain't my problem. And then we said we worry about the future. And then we say we want our community to be right. And all I'm saying is, if you can do something, do you do it? Motherfucker ain't ask you to be a superhero, but we say if you can do something, do you do it?
And they don't. And instead of being quiet about it, because it was one thing for you to just be quiet about it, right? And just not do nothing. But they also want to talk shit at the same time and not help.
That's the problem. Like, just hush. Right? Do you, right? But then you talking about you can't save them, you can't help, you can't. Like, I just don't understand it. You know? And J Mill, that's a good question. I ain't saying like I'm just saying, can you do something? If you can, do you do it? Right? If you're able to. Right? So I don't know. I just saw this story and I'm like, God damn.
And maybe you don't know how or where to start, right? But it's like, what are the organizations like in your community? In New Orleans, we have daughters of the incarcerated fathers, right? It's a different program. A girl from my high school started it, where they mentor young girls who don't have fathers and things like that. You know what I'm saying? They also have like the opposite for the men with fathers who are in jail. It's these different programs, but are you looking? Because maybe you don't even have to be the person to start the program or start the Big Brother program. Maybe they need volunteers. But when is the last time you volunteered? And maybe you don't have money to give, because I know, you know what I'm saying? People not rich. I don't expect people to have a lot of money to give. But do you have time? Do you have wisdom? What do you have? What are you volunteering? Are you just the type of person that's talking down on your community? Are you actively involved in the community trying to make it better by whatever your little thing is? Like, people litter all the time, but I'm telling you, it make a difference if you pick up trash in your neighborhood. If you go to the park and you pick up trash, if you know what I'm saying? And that could be something. Take some neighborhood kids, make them go to a park, get some trash bags. They could clean up the trash bags. You take them to Dollar Tree, buy them some little cheap snacks. That could make their day. Running around doing something productive. Because they I just feel like a lot of times when these boys don't have nothing to do, like they idle mind, that's when they start really getting into shit. From my experience. Yeah.
No, I just noticed, right? People, I don't know, man. It's just a lot of people don't do a fucking thing, right? And they blame it on everything, and they don't try to do anything to effectuate change, right? And I just don't understand that in that way, Reaper Red with the $5. Please review the EP of Atlanta called Three Slaps. Revised story of a real story of adopted black kid who were abused by the gay white couple. So you saw that shit too, right? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. This right here, I think, is a huge issue, right? We allow everything in the secular world to dictate everything to us. You know? It's always just scrolling. I seen this teacher here, right? Let me see what the poll says for the last one. Our response is to get back to the kids in the community. So 113 votes, 76% people said yes. Okay. Perfect. Now let's make it happen. This one.
I just found out about it maybe last week, so I've been kind of prepping with learning more about it and picking my books, and so I don't have time to kind of organize it as a fundraiser like I saw one of my mutuals do, which I thought was really cool. But I will be personally donating $10 per book that I finished this week to the LGBT Center in Raleigh, North Carolina. So those of you who don't know, I am from North Carolina, and I have worked kind of adjacent to this group when I was doing advocacy work out there. So I'm really excited to be able to support them in this way. On the screen are the books of my TBR. And I'm really excited.
You know what she's talking about?
It's a little bit ambitious, but I think I can get through quite a bit. Hi, Bestie.
Open. The king and queen walk through. There's our precious daughter. If they did not know what love meant, who would?
And a big bad puppy.
Drag Queen Story Hour is really just people reading books to kids. There's no underlying mission. It is nothing more than having someone come in, read books to children, and make them feel welcome and included.
Remember learning how to walk? I remember learning how to walk, but it was with these shoes on. Friends and news. It turns out I'm not a narwhal. Of course you are.
And I never had specifically for myself a role model or someone to look up to at an early age to say it was okay to be gay, to be a drag queen, to be whatever I wanted to be. So that's why I think it's important to be here today, to show the kids that there is someone that you can look up to, and you can be who you want to be.
I think it's just important that he sees this as something that's normal, it's accepted, it's not anything to be ashamed of. And if I just keep taking him to events like this, it's just going to be a part of life.
Everybody say love.
Love.
Yay.
Love.
That was wild. That was wild. That's wild. Why? I don't understand why. All the things that kids need to learn, that's not one of them. That shouldn't be a part of extracurricular activities. I just don't feel like alternative lifestyles need to. Look how young those kids was. Why are you teaching kids that young about alternative lifestyles? It's like you grooming them.
Did you see the demographic in the room?
Yeah, white kids.
Well, the white kids, yeah. But the women.
Mm-hmm.
What you think about that?
Women just be accepting of so much. I don't know. We just accept. That's weird.
She said it's normal. It's a part of life. That's what she said, holding that little boy. Where his daddy?
Because I'm pretty sure it's no fathers. It's yeah, let me go let some drag queens read to my kids.
I try to find one with some dads. I saw that one.
You tried? Did you find it?
No, hold on. Let me look one more time. But that shit is ill, man. How much does society dictate? What's right and wrong in your house? Do you what your neighbors do in their house their business? You talking to me? How much does society dictate? And is what your neighbors do in their house their business? Because this shit is happening all around us, right? And we live, see my hat, this carte blanche mentality. It ain't my fault. It ain't none of my business. People do what they do as long as they don't bother me or impact me. But but your kids go to school with these people, right? And we always trying to point a finger, right? But I'm just wondering about the impact that we could potentially make, and everything that's happening around us. As long as you don't think it's affecting you, you all right with it. But your kids got to come up in the earth, and you ain't gonna be here with them. So we just got to figure it out. There's one I was trying to find. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Hold on. Let me see something. Let me see if I can find this real quick. No, I don't see it. Did y'all see that story where the father was he went to pick up his son from school and he started recording it, and they had the little boy in a dress because they was playing dress up?
I remember
Shit
it.
like that.
Yeah, I don't think that, and I think that's the crazy thing is because they get so much like money and they donate so much time into that, and then it's like on the opposite side of the world, it's like kids who don't even have no food to eat or no clean clothes, but we putting money into trying to put into their brains alternative sexual. I don't even think kids should learn about sex young like that anyway at all.
Wait, what age?
I feel like maybe sex ed should be introduced when you're like 16 in high school or something. But those kids look like they were in elementary.
Is it? Yeah, they were small, right? I mean, that's when you read to them, right? When they're young. But I guess what's the overarching issue there, right? So if you ever seen it before, and I'm sure you guys saw it, where the dads stand outside the school and shake hands with all the kids walking into school. You guys ever seen that? Like, so it's like the first day of school and it's all the dads lined up and they slap five with all the kids walking in school. You know? But the argument is often touted that when you go to a PTO meeting, not PTO meeting, like parent teacher conferences and PTA, right? Meetings, when I used to go or, going, it's mostly moms. Is that just a natural dynamic, right? Because I work more than, in my house than anybody for sure. And if the dads usually work more, and so we just not available for things like that, is that an excuse?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know. My daddy used to make it to all of mine, but I hated that shit because it's like I had good grades, but I didn't necessarily always have the best behavior.
Well, don't focus so much on your dad, right? Like, what's the norm, I guess?
Yeah, so the norm is like I just think that they think that it's a mom thing. So I don't think that they I don't think it's an excuse that they work too much. I think they could get off if they absolutely have to, but I think that it's just it's a mom thing. I think it's like how it's a gender role type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So PTAs, doctor appointments, cooking, cleaning up, laundry, it's mom duties. Cutting grass, disciplinary, paying bills, daddy duties,
Yeah. So is this so then when we look at this, right? Is this women allowing this foolishness here? Obviously, the father got to be complicit if he don't know what's going on. Ignorance is no excuse, right? But if you sat in a meeting where they say, hey, we're going to have drag queens come read to the kids, you go with that? And nobody either spoke up or signed the paper? It's like,
and do you have to give permission for them to sign it? Like, are the
people were
parents
protesting
notified?
for sure, right? People were protesting and such, but I just wonder, like, why would the women, white, black, don't matter? Why would they even say this is okay though? You know, why
They
support
probably
a thing that
Christians.
displaces women?
They probably Christians, and they accept everybody and love everybody.
That's not good. Stupid.
It's the same kind of people that feel like gay is the new black. You know, they just don't want to discriminate against people because of their sexual preference or the way that they want to express themselves. Because their kid may be an alternative kid when they grow up, you know, and they don't want them to be ostracized by the greater population.
What do you think of that logic?
I mean, I understand it, but I still just think it's weird. But I'm a regular, so I don't understand the perspective. You see what I'm saying? So you know, when you're a part of something, you have way more understanding for it. So maybe I would feel different if I was gay, you know, and I would be wanting gay rights and pushing for gay stuff and stuff like that. But I'm straight, so it's like whatever I say is kind of moot because it's like you're the ops or you're on the opposite side of it. So your understanding is not fully through on what gay people or transgenders or drag queens go through in society.
So you think they are a part of it, so they give it grace. What's up, Crimson?
Yeah. It's the same. It's the same with people who go to jail, right? And they push for like they accept felons and they push for prison reform and all of these different things. And I don't, as a person who don't go to jail, I don't think that people who go to jail should get opportunities over law-abiding citizens, honestly. So it's like sometimes they create avenues that'll even be simpler for people who go to jail to get a better step up ahead than people who don't. But I don't go to jail.
But jail reform is different than jail acceptance, right? So what you talking about with them is they want you to accept bullshit. Jail reform is saying, hey, if I paid for a crime and you said this is my penalty, I serve out that penalty. Once I'm done with the penalty, why would I continue to be penalized? So that's like when your father put you in the corner and told you to write. You didn't do nothing the next day, but you still got to write. That doesn't make that. That's the part. That's reformation in terms of, hey, this is supposed to be reformative going to prison, right? It's supposed to be beyond punishment. So if I prove that I've changed, why am I still suffering penalty? This is accept me for the bullshit that I'm willing to do, and then let me indoctrinate child with it too. Right? And then on top of that, the moms is sitting there like, yeah, go ahead. Because I like girls. That's fucking retarded.
Yeah. No, I think it's in the way I was explaining to where when I don't understand something, it's easy for me to just be on the opposite side of it. That's the way I was putting it. So like when I don't understand it, it's like I don't be saying the purpose for it. Like when they do like this pro-choice, pro-life, it's like I'm never going to be in those situations. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it just don't making me no never mind. But I think when you are a person who is invested in it because you are a part of it, you just have a whole different belief system. It's the same with like with being like black, you know? As a white person, you just don't have that same, oh, they need rights, they need civil rights because they're black and they went through it. Like they don't have the same understanding as us. It's not their problem, you know?
Oh, okay, I understand. I think that's more absolute than this thing, right? Do you ever would you consider having a child? Huh?
What you said?
Would you consider having a child?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Consider having a child when? Like if I was pregnant?
Well, if you got married and pregnant or whatever.
If my husband wanted children, yeah, I have kids.
Yeah, and so you could easily be in this situation, right? And that's the problem, that you got a school where your kid go to where they got people, men dressed like women, saying they want to do X, right? And that's over the overarching issue that we've been discussing. It's like, okay, so it don't involve me, so I just cast it aside. Right? I find that to be problematic.
No, right. I think it's a problem for the stuff to go down in the schools anyway, because I have nieces and nephews and stuff like that, right? But what I'm saying is that when we're on this opposite side, but if you're on the opposite side and you're a transgender or you're a drag queen, you feel the exact opposite of how we feel. You feel transgender should have a voice and children should understand that transgender people and drag queens are normal and this is something you could grow up and aspire to be and nobody should shame you for this. That's how I'm trying to tell you, like, that's their psyche. It's the total opposite of ours. So even if they had kids, they would want their kids to accept those lifestyles.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just thinking about complicit shit, man. And when I see all those women in that room, that annoys me. And I never understood why women specifically champion these things. Because all I see is y'all getting replaced. There was a show my wife was watching. It's called All American. It's like football or some shit. But I can't watch the shit because Tay Diggs the worst fucking coach I ever seen, right? So I can't get past the football part of it being trash, you know? So I'm watching this shit, and it's a girl group, like a group of girls sitting in the dorm room. But now they got a transgender where a girl would have been. So now it's a group of 5 girls, but it's actually a group of 4 girls and 1 transgender. That's a role.
All American Homecoming, because I watch All American.
Whatever it is, it was a girl group, right? They sitting in a dorm room talking. They in college, I guess. And so now, as opposed to it being 5 women with a role in a TV show that they can make money off, it's 4 women and the extra dude because he done took her spot, right? The fighting, the sports. It's hard for the girls that.
Wait, I think you told me about this, and she's not playing a transgender girl. She's playing a girl.
It's a transgender in the girl group. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But
she's a transgender. Is she playing a transgender as a transgender, or is she just playing a regular woman? Do you just know she's a transgender, or is they saying she a transgender?
Stevie Wonder could see it's a transgender.
No, but I'm saying, is the show trying to tell us she's a girl?
No, I don't know. Understand what you're saying? It's a group of girls, right? They just hanging out, and then it's a boy dressed like a girl hanging with them.
You remember the movie where the white guy played the black man? So we were supposed to believe that he was a black man. What I'm saying is, is the show trying to make us believe that this is a regular girl? Or is the show being honest that it's a transgender?
That's the thing. That's actually right. That's the thing. They're not even highlighting it, right? They're not even trying to show this is a transgender. You see what I'm saying? It just a part. It's like they're creating it like it's the norm. There's a transgender in every 5-girl group. You see? That's what I'm saying.
In the world, right?
Huh?
That's the thing. It's not that many transgenders in the world.
But this what I'm telling you.
You're not gonna go outside every day and see a trans. That's not.
But this what I'm telling you. All I'm saying is this: that could have been a woman making that little bit of money in that little role. But now it's a dude. Right? These dudes dressed like women reading to the kids. And it's like, women, y'all don't understand the impact that this shit makes on y'all. When girls turn into boys, when they try to, whatever the case is, nobody gives a fuck. There's no impact. But when it's happening to y'all, like y'all getting displaced. That's the part that it bugs me, man. I got one more I gotta go through. She on that Boost Mobile. So it froze, you know what I'm saying? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Aaron with the $2. It's the don't judge me, I won't judge you bullshit. Alonzo was popping with the $5. Says this for Crimson. Salute the Crimson, man, in the building. Reaper Red with the $5. Says women are naturally spiritually wayward. They go as things go. Spiritual whores. So they are open to demonic forces just cuz. Word to Solomon. God damn. Aaron with the $2 says most women okay with it cuz most are bi. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Let me show y'all this. Trigger Mike, what's popping?
Perfect.
This part.
What up? What up? Good afternoon, everybody.
What's good?
Hey, Trigger Mike. And first of all, I was leaving off the house, so my Wi-Fi disconnected. My phone is not no Boost Mobile.
What's wrong with Boost?
Everything.
So,
this one.
first of all, I got Verizon. Nobody's better than Verizon.
Yeah, I got Verizon.
So let me show y'all this last one. Right. This shit is crazy to me. And this goes back, right? Just to the complicit nature. Who should be involved? When do you get involved? When do you intervene? Because shit like this happening is just outrageous. And then I look at the man that's in this video, and he dressed to make sure that he don't get cold at all. Let's take a look at this. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man.
Now we're going to turn to our other big story of the night. A father speaking to us tonight after learning 2 of his kids died from exposure to the cold in a casino parking lot.
Yesterday, 7 News Detroit reporter Darren Cunningham spoke to the mother of those 2 kids about the tragic situation.
Yesterday, I woke them up to wake them up from school. My son wasn't moving. And I kept saying, Freddie, please get up. Please.
Well, tonight, Darren is getting the father's side of this story, hearing about the moment he learned 2 of his children had passed away.
Darnell Curry Sr. wiped away tears while talking with me about his children, Darnell Jr. and Amelia, and the distressing phone call he says he took from their mother, Tatiana Williams, on Monday.
I went to the gym. As soon as I got on the treadmill, she called saying, can I make it to the hospital right now? I was hoping it was a sick joke, but it wasn't.
According to Detroit police, 9-year-old Darnell Jr. and 2-year-old Amelia died while sleeping in a vehicle at the Hollywood Casino at Greektown parking garage. Investigators say the cause appears to be hypothermia, a tragedy stemming from homelessness.
I tried. I asked for help. I asked everybody, even people out of state. But I tried. I tried to keep hotels. I tried to pay people to stay there. It wasn't working for me. You know, people just didn't like too many kids at their house.
I spoke with the children's mother Tuesday evening. She told me she's been living in her vehicle for 3 months, along with her 4 kids, her mother, and 2 teenage siblings. She says she reached out to Curry, who's the father of 3 of her children.
I asked him, I said, can you get your kids for me? I said, I need help. You know I'm homeless. I kept a room this long. I couldn't keep it no more.
They were homeless. Had Tatiana ever reached out asking to?
No, she did not. All she said was, can I get them? Can I get them just to get them? And can I get them because y'all homeless? That's 2 different things.
She said she had been homeless for 3 months.
That's what I saw, about 3 months, but she ain't never said nothing to me. Nothing. So all them other sob stories, they can cut all that. No, she did not.
Curry, who lives in Novi, says Williams never specified why she wanted to drop their kids off to him.
She just asked, can I get them for a couple of days? But I told her I'm working and all that, and I'm out here. We're not close to each other, so I couldn't. But she knows all my family is right around the corner from her.
Did she reach out to any of your family?
No, she did not. And she knows she could have, like we always used to do.
He says the last time he held his children was a month or 2 ago, and that they typically FaceTime, moments he will miss.
And there's a police investigation into this. What is it you would like to see come of this? Obviously, nothing's going to bring back your 9-year-old and your 2-year-old.
Don't even matter to me. Can't get them back, so it's whatever.
Darren Cunningham, 7 News Detroit.
Yo, what the fuck? That's my first time watching that shit. That shit don't make no sense to me. She had 3
You knew
kids.
that girl was homeless.
There's
And
no way.
why do somebody gotta ask you to watch your kids or get your kids just to get them? Yeah, just to fucking get them. That's your kids.
So
and if you got money and you working, everybody always working and got money, but the children ain't got nowhere to stay. That's ridiculous. What y'all doing with the money?
He said yeah, I sent it to you, Crimson. He said, what the fuck he say? That don't make no sense. He said, get them just to get them, or get them because you homeless. There's no way in that conversation she don't say we sleeping in a park. That
I mean, I don't know him. I don't know.
I don't know.
These situations, like, so now, let's say in our society, what's up? Just in case I didn't say what's up to anybody. Remember, this is an issue. Like, that's why I'm like, everything dealing with two people that are not under the same roof is a problem of control, right? It becomes a control problem. Mom will make demands of dad, but she still wants to keep control. So I've seen it to where, not really in my family, but let's say close friends, where the vagueness comes from not wanting to lose custody of the children entirely. Because, the only way you can go to court and make a real case against somebody is if they give you a case to make. Right. So it's not like I hate these conversations, because what it does is try to establish fault immediately. Kids are dead. You see what I'm saying? Like, the babies are gone. I don't give a damn whose fault it is. The ball was dropped. And in the matter of custody, it's always somebody trying to establish control and dictate terms to another person. And who's the ultimate loser on both ends? It's the babies. They the ones who lose every time. So,
And they be like that. I remember one Christmas, my cousin, he lived in a certain area, and there was a little girl, and she was kind of like trying to solicit herself to him. But he not that type of guy. So of course he's like, he calls me because he's like, I'm not trying to be nowhere alone with no child trying to sell herself. So he called me to come pick up the girl. She was 14. And I took her to the police station because I'm trying to figure out where her parents at. We call her mom. She's supposed to be by her dad. We call her dad. The dad's like, she's supposed to be with her mom. And neither one of them want to come get her. They had to put the girl in a shelter. And I told, and the police didn't even want to do nothing. I sat there and I told them, I'm like, well, we're going to sleep here. We're going to sleep here every night at the police station so I know she's safe. And they was like, well, y'all got to go. So we're going to figure her somewhere out. And they put her in a shelter. But people be like that. They do not be caring about their kids.
Yeah.
No, I understand what you're saying, Mike. Everybody's complicit.
Yeah.
But and this is no shade to the women. I don't give a fuck what they be doing. Like, I do, but I just, as a dad, what's popping though.
Yeah.
Right? And regardless of the dynamics, right? Yeah, leveraging to try to make a case, right? So I understand she could be vague, but I think the key is he ain't seen the babies in 2 months, right? And I don't know how far he lives, but it's just like, damn, I'm wondering why I'm wondering why she didn't have her car running, right? But she, it's just weird shit all over the place, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They need to, honestly, them kids dying like that, they could string her up for all I care.
Mm-hmm.
But him,
that's such a horrible way to die. Like,
weird,
what
bro.
the fuck?
No,
and hypothermia is it's an event. You have to go through a process to get in a hypothermic state.
So, over the years, you see now, like, we've had a ton of conversations about this, right? Men, especially the fathers, got to be more forward thinking. So when people call married men simps and all that type of stuff, this is what's the end result. This is what the end result is of having kids with a woman but not being with that woman. This is like the tragedy that I see. Like, people will call me hyperbolic, but this is actually what I see down the road. Any situation which I have accountability but I don't have control will also ultimately end in catastrophe, right? Because you about to blame me for stuff, but I don't have the ability to impose my will on it, right? So I think the thing that I notice is that a lot of men are not forceful enough about their children, right? I got 2 cousins, they're doctors, right? And they're divorced, which is a big issue, you know, for in my culture. You divorce is kind of frowned upon, but both of them dudes got custody of their children. You see what I'm saying? Because they like they're really forceful. They really rah. My children will not live with another man as far as I live. I'll kill some. Like, but guess what? That woman gave. They both American women they were married to. They gave custody. They both of the women got keys to their houses. Walk in whenever you want to see these children, but they living with me. So anything happens to those kids, God forbid, the accountability is on him because he has control over the situation. So that's why I never want to see families broken up, because I cannot really accept accountability for something I have no control over. And that's where I see the push and pull, the back and forth with these broken families is like the second y'all got to make a decision that affects the children is going to end up in tragedy.
I don't know. I feel like all of us be at work sometimes on YouTube. I feel like majority of everybody on YouTube be at work, but we be finding ways to text. We be finding ways to go to the bathroom and do shit. You have to leave those kids in the car without checking on them for hours with no air in a cold ass car. You ain't took no bathroom break to go sit in the car for 30 minutes to run the air, to run the heat with them. You ain't just decide to go run the heat every hour, turn it off for 30 minutes, then come back for an hour. You don't have extra blankets, heated blankets, nothing. You don't just leave them. I mean, every 15 minutes an hour, at least, you should be spending time with the kids. But you don't go in there. They have to be sitting there 4 or 5 hours by themselves in a cold car to die. That's torture. Like that
like,
shit is crazy.
Not even, you see what I'm saying? This is not even supposed to be possible. If the dude got a dwelling, you see what I'm saying? And it's not about fault. You go to any grandma, you go to any random person, what type of humility, like a mother or a father that has custody is never supposed to let anything like this happen to the kids. I understand I'm an adult. You can't take me. I will drop everything I have, but you got to please just house these babies under some heat. It's -5 out here. You see what I'm saying? Like, how many cascading failures had to happen for these babies to be sleeping in the car?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's real, man. I'll never forget. And I think this goes back to the importance of dads, right? And this is anecdotal, you know, even though I told Relly don't focus on the anecdotal. There was one day my dad was playing cards and the power went out, right? And it's cold as shit in the house, you know? And so he came home and got back working. But he took me and my brothers to the diner the next day. And he like, don't ever do what I did in that instance. Don't ever let no shit like that happen to your families. You know? So maybe it's projection on my part, right? When I'm looking at the story. You know, just because I'm just like, God damn, boy. And them kids is gone.
Yeah. The importance of that, I mean, that probably encompasses a lot. Dads teach from their mistakes. I don't know too many mistakes my mama made unless I witnessed them. She didn't tell me. She never been forthcoming about them. You know, only my dad has done some shit like that where he's like, this is what I did. It was wrong. You know, I was going to come up here and say that. That's the lessons that my dad taught me that stuck. It was like, oh, you did what? Oh, that's crazy. But he was being open, like, that was completely wrong. Look what happened as a result. You don't ever do that. You know what I mean? So you're right. It's important.
So let me see something. This shit.
I still feel like with 2 active parents, situations like this don't happen.
You know what? It's not even just active. You know what I mean? I guess they say communication is key. Right? You would not only have to you got to have two responsible co-parents, people that's not trying to one up each other, or like that's the one thing I hate, Sherelle, about that co-parenting situation. I watch it happen to the best people because it only takes one person that's willing to break down the communication for it to be broken down. Right. So if I tell him I'm homeless and I need help like that, he gonna take the kids from. I see that stuff happen all the time. It's not about that. It's not about your pride or your vanity. It's about keeping your children safe. And we're supposed to have an unspoken agreement that no matter what the hell going on with us, they're the ones that won't get harmed if it's that bad. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Damn. So this one right here.
About the tragic situation that happened with two of our young people, children, that preliminarily it looked like they froze to death, died from exposure to hypothermia. So everything that I'm going to give you at this point is preliminary in nature as we continue with our investigation. So therefore, it could be subject to change, and I'll give further updates later. But the children were asleep in a car on the 9th floor of a casino parking structure, the Hollywood Casino. The mother realized that her 9-year-old son wasn't breathing. Also, previous to that, she had already called a friend, another, close relative, to help because with the vehicle not running, trying to figure out whether it was a mechanical failure, it had ran out of gas. So they were already on site in another vehicle, attempting with gasoline to get the vehicle started. When the mother realized that her son wasn't breathing, she did make a 911 call, but the friend in a Buick immediately transported the 9-year-old, put him in the car and transported them to Children's Hospital. While en route to Children's Hospital, as they checked on the other children that were in the van, and it was a total of 5 children in the van, they realized at some point that the 2-year-old wasn't breathing. And so a telephone call was made to the friend that was transporting the 9-year-old at Children's Hospital to return so that the 2-year-old could be picked up. Once the vehicle returned, the Buick, we have videotape where we see the whole entire family get into the Buick, and they all were transported to Children's Hospital. With that, like I said, the call came in at 12:12 from the mother. It was very limited information that was given to our 911 call taker as to the location of where everything was happening. It was just at the casino, no description of the vehicle, etc. Our call taker continuously kept the line opening, trying to identify where in the description and what was going on. A 911 call taker called the mom back numerous times, and ultimately we received a call from the hospital that they had 2 children there who were deceased. Our officers responded to the hospital. The hospital had notified us at 12:47. Our officers, like I said, responded to the hospital. And from there, we continued with the investigation, talked to the mother, and also talked to the grandmother. And they were able to give us the specific locations as to where the van actually was that was parked on the 9th floor at the Motor City Casino. And so we do know that on that day and time that the temperatures were below 32 degrees. And from all, talking to hospital staff, and of course, ultimately the medical examiner will determine the cause of death. But just on the surface right now, it appears that it was exposure to hypothermia. So at this point, I'll be around to answer additional questions, but I'll turn it over to the mayor. And at the end of the press conference, we'll answer questions. Thank you all.
Thanks, Chief. It's a terrible day in Detroit as we deal with the tragic loss of 2 young people, and it's got to make us rethink everything that we're doing. The heartbreaking part of this is that there were family shelter beds available just a few miles away from where the family pulled in to that Greektown structure, but brings home the point that having services available doesn't mean very much if the residents who need them don't know how to access them. I meet every 2 weeks with the police chief and all of the command staff to talk about what's going on. And last winter, the commanders were telling me that they were picking up unsheltered individuals in the evening and taking them to shelters and couldn't get them in, which made me very angry because I thought we had contracts that shelters did not turn people away. But we got our housing and redevelopment team together with the Detroit Police Department and dramatically changed things for this winter. We added 400 more shelter beds, going from 900 to 1,300 for this winter. And then we added another 110 drop-in beds. And drop-in beds are really important because while a shelter may be full, the drop-in center will take.
I don't know, man. I mean, what do y'all make of that? Anything?
Yeah, I be thinking that like they be saying that the shelters is so acceptable, but when I know homeless people, and they really don't be having no room in there for the shelters. That's why kids just really need villages. But it's just I just feel like with two able-bodied parents, if they was really working together, like the dad was saying, this wouldn't be the result. This the worst outcome that could ever be even thought of, ever even imagined. So for it to actually be reality, it's just sad. Everybody shouldn't have kids, honestly.
Yeah. And I've seen like when like the shelter right before it closed, motherfucker be rushing, you know what I'm saying? Like to get in there and all that. Like I never seen it be just, single file line. It'd be kind of like archaic, and then if she been turned away numerous times, people give up and shit like that, ain't no telling. But that shit is, imagine fucking freezing to death.
Man.
That shit don't even, that shit's crazy, man. OTC was popping.
Yo, what's up? Salute to the panel. Always come with respect first. I just want to say, yeah, if it was a man, right, forget the homelessness, because it's a lot of people that survive in homeless. So let's also factor that in. But forget that. She's all right. She's completely fine. She has a coat on. Did those kids die in the car from hypothermia with a coat on? And how long was they in there to die? Because you know that's a slow process. So it's like, okay, so she didn't go back and check on them at any point. So when she got to them, that was the point where she found out they was dead. So she didn't check any time before that. She didn't try to hug them, warm them up, body heat.
Yep.
And now you're telling me that the kids are dead. She has this sob story, and the father was nowhere around. He's not even a street nigga. This dude looked like he go to work. And you're gonna tell me that we're gonna blame him for not being there because she said that she told him that she was homeless. How do we know that's facts? He said she didn't even contact the rest of his family. So how do we know they were contacted at all? And then she just pops up with this sob story and it's recorded. It's just like, and then we got niggas out here, oh, yeah, it's the father's fault. If that man would have been in her position and been homeless and had his kids with him, and he left them in the car, and he went somewhere else, and them kids turned up dead and they caught him, that man getting crucified.
Yeah.
So we can't have it both ways. You can't have it to where when a woman does the exact same thing, it's still the man's fault. What are we doing?
I mean, my bad. I ain't mean to cut you off. When you played the extended clip, him stuff started sounding weird.
You want to keep going?
No. I'm saying like you played the extended clip, and then it went from the babies being in there. The mom wasn't in there, right? They said the mom found them, but then it said a friend drove them. So I'm like, wait, how many missing parts of this story don't really add up? Because like you said, OTC, you warm babies up with body heat. If you got a coat, that baby's sleeping in your coat. Damn near impossible You know, I did this doing camping at Camp Lejeune when I was in the military. It was 20 degrees. All right, no homo. But they were like, if you want to sleep you might end up dead if you sleep in a tent by yourself. You got to back up to somebody else, back to back, your body heat, and close or seal all that shit off, and y'all stay warm, right? So
that's all you need.
So I'm like, there's so many holes in this story, and what I think is being missed is that this is one of those things where she's doing that crying and all that stuff to avoid accountability for her negligence. That's a word we don't like to throw around when mom's involved. This woman was negligent, and we sitting here, you know what I mean, kind of skirting past that. So I smell that something in the water ain't clean too.
Yeah, she seemed off for sure. You know what I'm saying, and they need to string her up, man. I mean, bottom line, the kids can't freeze to death. The kids can't. That type of shit don't just happen. You know what I'm saying, it just don't just happen.
No bullshit here. And then you gotta realize, like, okay, let's reassess. Is the father part of it? Like, if we entertain that idea, okay, so how is he supposed to respond? Like, how would you respond? 3 months? Is that really a long time? Yeah. What if he drives trucks? You see what I'm saying? And they didn't die from starvation. Yeah, they didn't die from they died from one night in the car. Hypothermia. That could happen at any time. Yeah, who's to say they weren't at a house before that day? Who's to say?
What he said was, I think the key, what he said was, and you can respond to this, was he's like, it'd be different me getting the kids or me getting the kids because you're homeless. That part kind of threw me off. Like, you ain't see the kids in 2-3 months. Why can't you get them? You know, that part is kind of annoying to me. But go ahead, OTC. Go ahead, my bad.
Now, I feel you. It could be a combination of, like you said, if we gonna hold him accountable, maybe he was a little lax. Maybe he wasn't really checking on the children as much and seeing what was going on. You could probably hold him accountable for that. Maybe he should have known. But to a certain extent, if I leave $1 million in your house, right? Mm-hmm. And I come back 3 hours later. No, let's say a day later, right? And I'm missing money. Is it my fault for leaving it there, or is it your fault for taking it? And this is assuming that I trust you, right? Yeah. I trust you. I think that you a stand-up dude, and I'll be like, hey, look, I'm gonna leave this $1 million at your crib. I'm gonna come back a day later. I gotta do something. Now, if you take some of that money and I come back, who's wrong? Am I wrong for trusting you, or are you wrong for taking it?
That's a good question.
If your baby mama call, if I'm a man, my baby mama call me and tell me she need me to get my kids, I'm getting my fucking kids.
So
I shouldn't have to. It shouldn't be the only way I'm gonna figure out how to take care of these kids is if you homeless. I'm not. What he said is I'm not getting no kids just to be getting them. But if you would have told me you was homeless, then I would have got them.
So I'm not even trying to like read into it too much because that's what we often do, right? Like, oh, if this should have happened because that's what I said. The control aspect makes it like it makes it like damn near impossible to do. Like, think about it. We had this discussion 1,000 times. As much money as I make, you make me start paying separate living expenses, then have to hold up the house that I just left, then have to go pay for my own house, all that type of stuff. If, you know, a man has a work schedule and he works around that schedule to get his kids every other weekend or something as mandated by the court, you can't just be calling me when I'm at work to say, come get these kids whenever you want to. If you want to create a more permanent situation because you in a bad way, I'm all for that. That's why I'm like, any situation involving a man and a woman and some children, unless you're willing to give up full control over what happens with those children, stop giving the accountability solely to the man. I cannot accept accountability without control. So that means they coming to live with me then. Send them to my mama house, bring the bag of clothes. I will dictate what happens to them from here on out. They're going to go to school by my house so I can pick them up, so on and so forth. I'm not blaming either party because, like I said, we don't know. I'm just trying to leave people with a little Easter egg to be like, this is how we get out of situations like this from happening in the future.
But see, my problem really is the hypocrisy of it, because it's like, we argue all the time. Women argue about how they're mother bears. They'll go beyond. They'll do this. They'll do that for their children. And this is a clear point example of how the bare minimum was done. Because body heat would have kept them kids alive. It don't matter how cold it was. She had a jacket and a car. And then they said the grandma might be around. So you telling me both the grandma and the mom survived, but the kids died, and they're smaller? Y'all couldn't huddle up? Like it's people that's homeless.
She was at work. They were in the car. I already stated she should have been checking on the kids. She shouldn't have left them in there for hours. They had to go hours without being checked on. The people didn't come until she called them after she found out the children was dead to get them to the hospital. Maybe y'all wasn't paying attention to the story or paying attention to the stream, and y'all have y'all agenda that y'all want to push up here. But nobody was vouching for what the woman said. It is her fault the children are dead. But both parents failed them children.
No, from what I heard, it was y'all saying the father's fault.
The thing about it is, when cameras is rolling, baby, everybody trying to clean up what they got to say. If you on the camera saying I'm not getting no kids just to be getting them, if you're willing to say that shit on the news, I'm trust me, I can only believe what you would be saying to her on the phone when she calling you, talking about she needs you to watch your fucking kids.
I wouldn't hold him to that, because most men don't want to do that. That's a mother's role. So if she's supposed to be a mother, he's supposed to be going to work. Ain't that how y'all want it? So you want the men to raise the kids too now? So like what are we doing? So if he's working, is he paying? And another question is he paying child support? Because regardless, if he wasn't there for 2 or 3 months, if he's giving her the money so that she could take care of him, I don't give a fuck. What's going on with the money? She got a coat on. She got clothes on. She's able to go to the police and report it. She got a job. So how they die of hypothermia? She couldn't buy a blanket? How much a blanket cost?
You can be in a blanket and in a cover and still die of hypothermia, right?
Yeah, you can, but if she's going above and beyond, right? If she's the mother that
nobody said she was going above and beyond. They're shitty mothers. They're shitty fathers. That does not mean that there are not women who go above and beyond for their children. What is your argument? You talking about if he was paying child support or not? The
argument is she's wrong.
I want to come get these kids. I can't take care of these kids, and you said fuck them kids, and now they dead.
Under her watch. What is your point? It's because it don't matter.
What do we want? We want men to raise their kids too. Duh. Not if y'all are saying they're the most important.
Okay, so if the man is unable to be there, that don't mean the kids just died. If the man is unable to be there, that don't mean the kids just died. She deserved to be punished. That's my point. It's murder. If it would have been a man and he would have went to work, it don't matter what she did. If it would have been a man and he would have went on his shift and not checked on the kids in the car, he would have been prosecuted. He would have been prosecuted. No debate. Ain't no feelings about it.
So where's your money going if your kid's homeless?
What are you talking about? She was homeless. She had a job. Ask her.
Your kid sleeping in a car.
Well, ask her. She was in the car. Where was her money going?
Your kids and you're making money, but your kids are sleeping in the car. For 3 months.
We don't know what his living situation was like. Did he have an apartment? Did he stay with people?
He had a coat on too.
Okay, was he there? He said he wasn't there. He said he was nowhere around. Did you hear that part? He was nowhere around.
Which is a problem when you're nowhere around your kids.
He said he was working. So we don't even know what kind of job. He said he was nowhere around and he was working. So that's why.
She was working too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he could have been trucking or something. He said 3 months, how he wasn't, and I agree with him. It does sound fishy that he would say he wasn't around. He ain't going to get the kids just to come get them. But I figured that it's a lot of dudes doing jobs that require them to be on the move. Is he doing a job that's keeping him mobile, or is he working at Wendy's or something? Like, what is he doing? That really does matter because if he's trucking or if he's required to take business trips, 3 months is an average business trip. A month to 2 months is an average business trip. If he's on a truck and he has to make drop some fucking some freight off, if he gotta go all the way to New York, it might take him. If he gotta go, well, I don't know. I'm saying, like, I don't know what his job is, but his job matters. His job matters. It is fishy though. Know what I'm saying? But it is dudes that, you know, they go out. If he's a merchant marine, the merchant marines, you know, they leave out and do small deployments. It just depends. It's like, I don't see where 3 months, you know, he just seen and talked and FaceTime to his kids to where now 3 months later they died in a car of hypothermia and she was around them. Like soldiers, like to Hamp's point earlier said, soldiers were in the fucking wild in nature and warmed up by getting together. So it's nothing to be in a car and just huddle up, especially with a blanket. You said she was but they said the grandma was there. So the story is incomplete. The story is incomplete and it don't make sense.
But y'all also got to remember, we got to clean that last part up. He didn't say, I'm not getting the kids. He said, I thought she said, get the kids just to get them, not get them because they're homeless. So he was basically saying the severity of the situation was not explained to me at all. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure if she was homeless the entire 2-month period. He didn't see the kids or just that last period right around the kids became deceased. So that's what I took from it. It's like, you tell me my babies are at risk of sleeping in a car and develop. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, I'm not even trying to establish blame, man, because when the babies are gone like that, man, you know, parents done fail. I'm not about to sit here and be yelling in nobody's face if my baby's gone, but you know what I mean, Bub, I see you cooking something in your head, man. I want to hear it.
Yo, what's good, y'all? Yeah, I'm enjoying the show, man. Honestly, I ain't gonna be up here that long, but first things first, I saw that story, and it's unfortunate, but I got some questions, man. When I first heard the news cast, I'm thinking to myself, all right, what it sounded like homie said he lived in a different state. So for people to think that he's to blame, how could you blame him? Was it because of his demeanor, the way he was acting on the news? It seemed like him and the baby mother ain't on the same page. And what people not talking about either is she had 4 other kids in that car. Where were those other kids' fathers at? Did she call their fathers? It seemed like this woman is a woman that make a whole bunch of poor decisions in her life. You got 6 kids in the car and it's freezing outside, right? 2 of them died, but you decide to park in the fucking casino parking lot. Of all places, you gonna park in casino parking lot? Why'd you go to the casino parking lot? If it's found out that you was in this casino trying to get some money up while your kids was in the car freezing to death, you done out here. It don't got nothing to do with the father. You know what I'm saying? If he was in a whole different state, he don't got how could he have been of assistance to his 2 kids if he in a whole different state working? And he mentioned like, yo, if you really needed some assistance, my family was like right around the way. My family always used to help us. Did you reach out to them? She said yes, but he said no. So who lying here? You know what I'm saying? It sounds like they not on the same page. And once again, yo, what's up with those 4 other kids? We ain't talking about those 4 other kids. Did those kids even have jackets on? How old were those kids? Did those kids get interviewed? How long was they sitting in that car? I think some of them was older, but yo, I got too many answers. Yo, we can't put this on that man. And when she was getting interviewed, for a mother that lost 2 kids, she ain't look too distraught to me. Now I know different people deal with, you know,
I ain't see no tears
in different ways, but yo, that shit look real fugazi to me, yo. I'm just keeping it a buck.
Yeah, them tears
honestly.
on you. I mean, look at how you piecing the story together. Like, I forgot the casino part. What the fuck you doing at a casino?
You feel me, Mike?
Like, just piece it together. This shit sounds crazy.
Let's not forget, she said she was homeless for 3 months. The kids died in a day. She could be lying about being homeless. Hypothermia don't take 3 months.
Oh, that's crazy.
Like I just got way too many. I got way too many answers. Now, Pete, kids that young might not they might not speak up for themselves because they might not know the severity of the situation they in. But yo, if you got teenagers in that car too, you don't think they said something to their mother like, yo, ma, yo, this shit is it's just too cold. Like, where you at? Like, where you at, mom? Like, what mine? Didn't nobody go look for or nothing? Like, it's way too. I just got too many questions, man. It's just something a little
Then
fishy.
get out the car, try to find them like kids do.
Yo. And then
Listen, man, I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
didn't even know that when I first saw it, they didn't even mention that the car had problems or anything like that. Like, okay, if you having car trouble, like, how many different people did you hit up and say, yo, listen, man, I'm in dire need of some fucking assistance, yo. I got 6 kids in this car and it's below freezing out here. Can anybody help me?
Yeah.
You ain't trying to
And none of his family knew though.
You know
Yeah,
what?
but that's the whole thing.
Yo, you could have hit the police up like, yo.
If you see your baby mama fucked up and she got 6 kids and she don't know what she doing, you should be already like, I'm about to pull my kids out this situation.
So
you
nah,
shouldn't even have
Sherelle,
to
you know
pull
what?
your children out no situation.
Sherelle, let's go ahead and give her that one.
Sleep in the car with 6 kids, a nigga get to fucking make excuses.
Hold on, let's go ahead and give
You
that
get to
to
make excuses and abandon y'all.
No, hold on.
children.
I don't think
So
the
when
way
shit
he made
happens
it sound
to
is
them, you ain't around. That's the problem. You ain't a fucking around. And if you was around, this shit wouldn't have happened.
Yo,
you
let me say this.
She got 6 kids. She made bad decisions. That's even more reason for you to say, I'm in my right fucking mind. I need to get my kids.
Yeah, let me say
I don't
this.
think she told him the severity of the situation. From
Let
what
me say this, then
from
we
what
gonna
he's
get to the new
saying.
guy, yo.
From what he's saying, I don't think he really know the severity of the situation. Now, if he was any type of stand-up guy, he know his kids is out there, in inclement weather. Like, yo, of course, yo, go do something.
Oh, her hair was done.
But hold on. Check this out though. Check this out. I'm gonna be grimy right now though, cause y'all know me. Yeah, if I'm a stand-up guy, yeah, you say, listen, I'm homeless. Your kids is homeless. Come do something. Yeah, I come do something for my 2, but what about them other 4? Nah, that's out. I can't hold them down.
Let me
out.
just say this, and then we're gonna get the new guy.
That's okay. I would
Hold on,
understand
Sherelle,
that
real
if
quick.
you go get
Hold
your
on.
2.
Hold on, real quick, Sherelle. New guy. Let me just say this, and then we're gonna get you in there, bro.
Yo, I'm gonna watch, all right, y'all, because I'm feeling this shit. I don't want to be up here rambling.
I'm reading the chat, right?
Wow.
And I guess this goes to the show's main premise today. I guess fathers are the most important parent, because let me tell you something. Anything, God forbid, happen to my kids like that on my watch, I'm walking myself to the jail. All right? Because the way this shit went down, the fact that there are moms in the chat trying to make excuses for it, that's just deplorable. The people who should be casting stones at this lady right now are other women. Other moms. Y'all should be stomping this lady out in the fucking street. So this lets me know that there is nothing y'all won't make an excuse for. So fathers are absolutely the more important parent, because even when a child dies, they don't want to take accountability. That's just crazy to me. New guy, let me get you in there.
Good evening to everybody. Hope everyone's doing well today. It's Tuesday, Taco Tuesday for me. So hope y'all doing good. I'm a little disappointed in where the conversation has already gone, and I think it speaks to the point that Hemp is not on camera right now. So when he comes back, he can affirm what I'm saying, if I'm wrong or not. Not more than an hour into the conversation, this turned into who's more wrong, the man or the woman. And I think it speaks to what has happened in the community, where everyone's picking sides. The adults are picking sides. And while the adults everyone's swinging swords, and some days the men feel like they win, some days the women feel like they. Y'all know who's the most fucked up? It's the children that's watching the people that's supposed to be the adults in the room. That's supposed to be setting the standards for how we operate. And they just watch us. Every conversation that turns to a man versus woman. Y'all said it already. This is a tragic situation because kids were killed. And there are multiple failures that happened in this situation. Some of the blame goes to the mom for how she handled the situation. Some of the blame goes to the father for how he dealt with the situation. Some of the blame also goes to the community and the environment in which they're in, where there's clearly not enough services for people who sometimes fall on hard times. And so again, it's just kind of shocking to me. And I guess because it's the environment I grew up in, because I grew up in a single parent home, but I watched my mom do everything she could to make sure I was good. Not only my mom, she put me in a position where I could be around other men and women who were responsible, who when she couldn't step up and be what I needed her to be at the time, because she was at work, working 2 jobs, or because at the time my dad wasn't necessarily doing what he was supposed to do, she exposed me to other adults that helped me along the way to make sure I was good. And I know it still exists, but I'm not sure it's as strong as it used to be. And I think that's the real problem that we should be discussing right now, instead of playing YouTube detectives. Because as of right now, all y'all could be right. There was negligence, as Mike said, on the mom's part. But there's also a dad who knew his kids were in a dire situation, and he was kind of chill on it for whatever reason. I don't have children, so I won't create hypotheticals on what I would do. But it's just a little sad to know, like, there's a man who had children who were not able to sleep in the heated home, and he needed the mom to give him some type of dialogue to compel him to get his kids out that situation for whatever reason. But I don't know, so I'm not going to spend my time trying to figure out who's most to blame. But I think it is a little disappointing that as adults, we always get to this point. Even when we're talking about dying kids, we immediately go to who's most right. And that's cool. That's what y'all want to do for the views or whatever. But y'all got to be aware and understand like how trash that is, just for that's what we always devolve to. And I understand it, but it's a very unfortunate situation, man, that this what it always comes to, who's most to blame. And I don't know, it just weird to me, man, because I didn't really
every time it
just
devolves into that. Yep.
When life is lost, you hold people accountable. There is no, you don't want to blame this person or that person. When somebody dies, people go to jail. All right, if I get mad at somebody that's done something to me and I go and I kill them, or I plot and I be sneaky and I poison them and I kill them, it's murder. All right, we live under a system of law, or what the white man would like to call it, and we're not going to play around. If people is going to be punished for going to jail, then we're not going to be lackadaisical on what the law is. All right, 2 children died underneath that woman's care. I don't give a fuck about what niggas think about the father, because he could be a fucked up individual. But you also know what? She could be a fucked up individual. Her hair was done. She had a coat. It looked like she had layers. She had a shirt and a coat on. Like, I'm not going for the father could have done more, because you know what? My father wasn't around. I had a stepdad, but guess what? I still managed to get out the streets and find a job and know that the streets ain't that. So it's not about the circumstances that you grow up in. It's about the influences that's around and the persons involved. So she's culpable. Don't matter. If she adopted, it don't matter if it weren't her kids. That'd be worse. She had other people's kids in the car while she worked and she homeless. And they died on her watch. She's a murderer. So there's no debate. And the father has nothing to do with it.
Frank, my man. What's up?
What's popping, fellas? I'm just trying to handle something real quick.
Go ahead, Frank.
Frank, y'all can hear Frank?
Frank, your mic. Nah, while he getting set up, let me say this about.
Testing, y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, bro.
While he getting set up, let me say this about.
Yeah, Frank, we can hear you.
Testing 1 2. Can y'all hear me? Yes or no? Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. When it comes to this topic, I think we're missing the point of the major issue that's hitting for this. That's not about the parents, more so as us as a society and our individual choices. We're taking for granted that societally we have let people do too much individual things to live life and go on and try to do the things by themselves, where putting in as a group resources that are not being utilized. You heard, I think it's either the police chief or commander of that unit specifically say, hey, we have these resources to go to these specific community foundations that they're supposed to actually get to, so that nobody is left behind and that this shouldn't even came to fruition to begin with. I think more so than not, us as a society have to do better of holding each other accountable to make sure that when we see something that's wrong, like a mother leaving her kids in a parking lot, is an issue, because that would have got to those kids faster. Also, the people that are in that person's life, holding them, as you say, accountable to say, hey, you don't babysit, the kids should be staying here. Where are these kids staying at? That father to automatically know he has a responsibility for something that he put into the world, to say that, hey, I need to be taking care of it no matter what this woman might think or feel about how our relationship is. It's still my responsibility to take and manage my kids, as well as the mother to automatically make sure that her children are protected, whether or not.
Let me say this real quick, because I'm trying to work on how I communicate things so the message doesn't get lost in translation. I like what New Guy said. I definitely like what Frank said. And when I'm saying that, when I'm talking about like control, I think I need to find a different way to say that, because mothers are not bad moms for admitting they need help, right? But you're also not a bad mom for giving up accountability of your children to the father. All right? Because I keep telling you, this is what hangs in the balance. And I need to tell y'all this like in sincerity. If you got 6 kids and you're homeless, give up control. Give up custody to that dad. I don't care what the fuck he wants. I don't care if he dropped those kids off as his front doorstep. Let him know I'm signing over the rights to you. We could do the paperwork today. Whatever you got to do that. It does not make you a bad mom. All right? And to people who keep saying he didn't want them, I don't give a damn what dads want. I enforce full accountability of fathers to the point of sole custody. All right? So that's just, something that I want people to take away from this, where if a woman has 6 kids and is homeless, we got to understand like how that many kids, that's an obstacle that stands in the way. It's the court, right? It's, well, if I give them up to you, will you pay me child support, whatever, what have you? Drop those kids off at that man's doorstep. If the other 4 kids' daddies live around there, tell them that it's this or their life. Which one you gonna choose, right? Because that's one of the things that never gets talked about. I do not like blanket statements about parenting, because I'm a very involved dad. I could win Father of the Year every year, right? But if anybody stands in my way of me dictating what goes on with my children, I can't protect them. So I'm just saying that as parents, we cannot create those obstacles and then try to make somebody else complicit in our failure. That's all I got.
Yeah, I want to add on to that because he made some great points. It's like, and a lot of dudes made some great points on the panel. It's like, she had 6 kids and he only 2 of them was his, right? So where are the other families at? So you telling me the other baby daddies didn't want to come get their kids either? So all of your baby, not just him, all of the baby daddies that you had, all of the people that you made kids with didn't want to come get their kids. And then not only that, so you telling me you couldn't contact none of their families, grandma, mom, granddad, uncles? I mean, you got a big pool. Because they're not even, all the kids, not even, you couldn't hit somebody up and be like, hey, look, I got to work. Can y'all just keep the kids over there? Me personally, my mom kicked me out. I went to my grandma's house. I went to my auntie's house. So you're going to sit here and tell me that they didn't have no family that she could send the kids to their house while she worked? Nobody was willing to help her? Like, it just, come on now. It just doesn't make sense.
It make a lot of sense. That happened to a lot of women. Maybe you never seen it, so you're outraged. But it happens. There are a bunch of women who have children with no support from their own families, the fathers of those children, or the families of the fathers of those children.
Why?
Because that's life. People don't have to help. It's a
That's
bunch of people
life.
with it. How many people, other people, kids you take care of?
Black people is
How
this is
many
my thing.
kids are you taking care of that aren't yours?
First of all,
yeah, none.
No. First of all, it's not about that. It's not about
People
that.
not to be feeling like they need to be responsible for kids that's not their own. It's normal for
It's
people
not
to
about
sit
that.
around and say, "Girl, she's sleeping in the car," and not offer their fucking house. That's what black people do. They talk shit about people in their fucked up situation, whether she was on drugs, fucked up, whatever it is. People that sit around and talk about her, talk about how it's sad she got them children living in the car and not offer nothing to her.
So you telling me out of all those baby daddies, she had two, I don't know how many baby daddies she had. But look, so in her choice, she couldn't pick one out of if let's just assume he wasn't the only baby daddy.
He said he ain't getting
She had two baby daddies.
No kids.
So both of those baby daddies didn't want to help her out. Like, we gotta start bro. Like, we gotta start assessing some shit.
Y'all gotta stop pretending because they got trigger mics that mean they don't have niggas who don't want their fucking kids. Y'all gotta stop pretending. Y'all be so quick to make it seem like they got horrible mothers who just abuse their children, but then every time we try to tell y'all they got niggas who don't give a fuck about their kids, y'all try to make it seem like, oh, that could never happen. Not in America. It happens all over America. Yes, niggas don't give a fuck about their kids.
You're right. We're not saying that. I agree. I agree. There's a lot of dudes that don't care about their kids. I agree with you, but what I'm saying is the kids still shouldn't have died. That's all I'm saying. Like it don't matter. Okay, maybe she did make some mistakes. Maybe she couldn't find the right dude. But god damn it, what happened to Mother Bear? What happened to doing everything and anything to make sure your kids proceed? You was just bragging about how it's a lot of dudes that, you know, they single mothers, they mother train them to be the man that they is. They love their mother.
Okay, you don't think that
what is this situation?
Make it make sense. You think because one person is great, that means the whole world is great?
It's not about that.
You can't blanket on there. Every man can't get on here and say, Trigger might get on here every day. I could win Father of the Year award. You think every nigga that have a child could get on here and say they could win Father of the Year?
It's not about that. It's about, this is a specific instance where she made a mistake. Whether she did it on purpose or not. This was a grave mistake, and motherfuckers is trying to skirt it to the father. It don't matter. They were under her care. When you become a teacher as a woman, and you in the classroom, and then you leave from work, and the kids just get to fucking fighting and hurting themselves, you're gonna get fired. She had kids under her watch, and they died. Doesn't matter what she had going on. The kids should have been a priority. Those are life. People go to jail for killing their dogs. We're not going to sit here. We're not going to.
Anybody who is disagreeing with that, it is her fault that the children died. You just want you want the father to have zero accountability for motherfuckers he was 100% responsible for, who was homeless for 3 months and he didn't even want to get them.
No, it's not about that.
At all.
It's not about that.
Not escaping that they died with her. It's about that too. Y'all always wait for the tragedy to happen, and y'all don't want to talk about what builds up to the bullshit. We talking about what builds up to the bullshit. You're talking about the tragedy that we all agree on was a tragedy that the mother was responsible for because they was in her care at the time. Before
we can't speak on that.
News and talk about you ain't getting no kids just to be getting kids when you put them in the world and you're 100% responsible for your fucking children. Y'all bringing the other girl kids, the other niggas' kids in the picture. They not dead. His kids is.
And they was there too. They was all together. We're not saying that the father wasn't there. I agree with you, but you don't have enough information to say. You don't have enough information to sit here and say that he won't in his kid's life. He said he was FaceTiming. He said he was talking to him. That was just it. She said he ain't talked to her in 3 months. So okay, was he in the child's life? I mean, it don't look like they was newborns. I haven't spoke on what the father did wrong. Because you could be right. Maybe he didn't care, but we don't have that information.
There's no active parent that can sit up here. There's no man that can get up here and say he's an active father in his children's life, and he go months and months without talking to him. None. Oh, he a motherfucking lie. I'm a truck driver. I know truck drivers. They talk to their fucking kids every day.
And they
know
send
what's going
money.
on with their kids. They kids, they run it. They sending money to their children.
And he
If
could
they
be
active in their
stressed.
children's life, I got a friend that's a truck driver. He got 4 kids in 4 different fucking states. That ain't no excuse. He dealt with them all every single day, and one of his children don't know what he missing. Ain't none of
Every
his
man
children
is not the
home.
same.
Not every man not the same, and every woman ain't the same.
Yeah, and the woman that she is, she let her kids die in the car.
She let
Right.
her kids die in the car, and he nutted in her and had kids with her, and saw her struggling with 6 kids and wouldn't be man enough to even go get
Okay,
his
we gotta
fucking
deal with the
children.
death first, because him nutting in her did not cause the kids to die.
You gonna
Her
sit here and let me
neglecting
talk
them and
about
them
your
dying in
father
cold
that
made them
easy?
die.
Ain't nobody letting her. You act like she put the kids in there hoping that they die.
So just because she had the kids and he impregnated her, it's not her fault if the kids died? That doesn't make
Who
sense.
said that it wasn't her fault that the fucking kids died? You act like you
You-
slow or something.
You keep blaming the father though. Like, I hear you.
He's
I hear you.
accountable too. They both gonna be held accountable. Period.
He didn't murder the kids. That's all I'm saying. If we going by law, he didn't leave them out in the cold.
Nicole murdered them. She ain't murdered
That's
her
crazy.
kids either.
Okay. You got it.
Doesn't matter if he's not the one directly responsible. He's still responsible for those kids' death. Those kids should not have been in that situation to begin with. Like I said, there should have been a lot more triggers that we should have hit societal wise, family wise, small community, as well as the parents themselves. There was failures on all those levels. We can't just automatically just look at it and say, oh, this person's to blame, that person's to blame. That's why the tragedy happened. The tragedy happened because a lot of things failed in the process. I don't sit there and just blame the mother for her bad intentions or her bad actions of how she does something itself, because also it's how she was taught or how to be listened to do something. We all have to actually account to that more so than anything. I think more so than not, we try to just look at the tragedy as that was the only issue with the problem. The problem is the breakdown of our systems and mechanisms to actually help people in need.
Right, but
And
we
that
don't
people
say that
that
when
are good
dudes go to
Samaritans
jail.
are not stepping up to do the right thing.
But we don't say that when dudes go to jail.
We don't say that when dudes go to jail because they hold their responsibility for what their actions are.
So she didn't have
I don't
no
know where
actions
you
over
trying to
leaving the
make
kids
that
in the car
correlation
and
itself.
going to work? So she didn't have no actions over leaving the kids in the car and going to work?
Yes, she has action. Like I said, she has accountability for not leaving those kids in the car. She should never left her kids unattended. Her guardianship should have been passed off to somebody else to watch those kids. Those kids shouldn't have been by themselves.
That's it.
Excuse me?
That's what I'm saying. That's it. Like
Repeat that?
she made the mistake. All right, that's where it ends. She made the mistake. He may have made a mistake impregnating her, but I'm guaranteeing that he did not know that she would leave the kids in the car and they would die when he got her pregnant. That's stupid to claim. That's stupid to actually try to even process. He didn't know that. No man knows that. No man knows what a woman will do when they first get her
So
pregnant,
look,
because most of these
OTC, what
niggas
I'm
don't even
trying to
know
get
this
to
big
you.
unit. No man knows what a woman will do when they first get her pregnant, because most of these niggas don't even know this big unit.
Well, that's the issue to begin with, OTC. We have societal problems that are at factor that I'm trying to show you that it's not just to that individual person. That individual person made a bad decision itself, but there was multiple bad decisions that led up to that tragic event. And the thing is, as a society, before we come out and just say, oh, we should judge and hang that person, that individual for their bad actions and so, we should automatically see that, hey, we didn't do nothing at this part. We didn't do nothing at this part. Then we even allow her to leave a kid in a parking garage. Why is a parking garage unattended so kids could be there?
Right, and when a 15-year-old boy grows up around
That
gangsters,
shouldn't
grows
even
up
be a
around the
place for
streets,
her to leave
everybody he knows, that all the crime going on, and then they
leave
commit a
kids.
murder because they following the older heads. There's no
So that's why I said
kind
that
of
those things
forgiveness
are
or understanding of
those are the
the
factors that
environment or
that
the
just
many
don't blame what
mistakes
Dorothy is
that go
about.
on with that. But there's all this grace for the woman that let the kids die because she's been through all of these things and she's been taught the wrong thing. But when the little boys get taught to kill and they get taught that women ain't shit, and then they do that from a young age, and then they get grown man charges, they don't get no leeway. So you're giving an excuse to women there's death behind it.
Not one person made an excuse for her. You making you're the only
That's not
person
an
making
excuse
excuses for
for the
anybody
most
else.
part.
Nobody made it, not one excuse for her. We just holding him accountable, and you want to make excuses for him.
No, it ain't about
You see a lady struggling with 6 kids. You got a bitch. He in a whole relationship. He got a girlfriend. You and your girlfriend together, and neither one of y'all can't get up and take care of your 2. You can't snatch your 2 out the situation.
Women are fighting for my body, my choice. They having abortions left and right. You telling me she just happened to be one of those women? Oh, I'm not gonna. I got 4 kids. I know it's gonna, be a greater load, but fuck it. Women are exercising. They're fighting for my body, my choice, and now you're arguing about.
Y'all really don't.
Frank, what's popping?
Yeah, because if Cynthia G come up here and give her fucking solution to what you just said,
What's good? You hear me?
Go ahead and obliterate you motherfuckers. Because what answer is
Nah,
that?
women just talk from both sides of the spectrum. One minute y'all want to be able to control abortion, the next you want to be able to have a baby by a nigga and then force him to pay for it.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. Put prices on my head. Got my shit and I pop my
Yo, Mr. Fantastic, Tiff, my brother Frank in the building. Sherelle was holding it down. OTC in the building. I appreciate y'all. I was distracted. I was trying to handle something.
I thought I was tripping. They cameras not on.
Huh?
I said they camera. I can't see them. I can see Sherelle now, but I can't. Okay, I don't know. It's just something weird. Maybe something on my end.
You can only see Sherelle?
No, I couldn't see either one of those two on the cell phone. For some reason, the cell phones didn't show up, but it's there. I saw it on YouTube. It's just some weird StreamYard shit, probably.
Oh, word. No, word. Sis, we need OTC to keep yelling. I missed most of it. I ain't gonna hold you.
Well, shout out to everybody, man. OTC, listen, man. You preaching the truth today, brother. Yeah, I mean, you may not be, making all the points or articulating, but Sherelle, I would say this. We are not blaming the mother by blaming the father. Again, an absent father can never be more dangerous than a present mother. This woman killed 2 of her children, Sherelle. 2. She was homeless for 3 months. What man do you know that would be if so? Let's swap places. If there was a man that had custody of his kids, he's homeless for 3 months, living out of a car, okay, and 2 of those children died, the mother would not ever be brought up one time for the blame, and y'all know this. Y'all know it, bro. And this is the problem. This is the fucking problem. The society, black people especially, have put this motherfucking force field of unaccountability for these fucking deadbeat ass fucking moms. There are way more deadbeat moms than deadbeat dads. Way more. And these kids suffer, grow up poor, turn into criminals, dumb as hell, can't read, can't write, can't do shit because of these ain't shit ass mamas and niggas scared to fucking say it. Sick of this shit. These ain't shit mamas done ran this shit in the ground. Why they motherfucking talking about, oh, I'm the mother and the father. Celebrate me on Father's Day. I need a Father's Day card. And you ain't protecting shit. You ain't teaching shit. You ain't even nurturing shit no more. This woman killed 2 children. She had a whole family living out of a van. And now y'all gonna dig into this man's life, You gonna find out about him and his girlfriend and all this other shit, bro. Y'all niggas ain't been through this shit. Y'all ain't never had to deal with an ain't shit baby fucking mama that purposely fucking played with your relationship with your kids. Y'all don't know what the fuck that man had to go through. Y'all don't, just because you have a fucking kid don't make you a good mom. Clearly, they motherfucking communication was shit. And y'all giving, because she get her motherfucking raggedy ass on the fucking camera and cry. Now, oh my God, the father. No, the fuck the father. Does he have some accountability? Yes, those are his kids. But at the same time, they're not in his custody. Why the fuck did she not give custody to him or the state? The bitch was in the fucking van for a whole family for 3 months. Why did she not just take the fucking kids over there, drop them off? Y'all don't answer that question. Y'all don't ask that question because then that would be what? Actually putting the bitch to the motherfucking standard she ought to be held to. Bitches give their kids up every day, B. Every day. And this woman killed 2 of them and now the damn daddy is the focus. Fuck that.
He's
Y'all
not the
just
focus.
talking
He's
about
not the
these
focus
kids.
because the kids are dead. He's focused because what he said in his interview.
He
That
said,
yes, she called to give me the kids, but I'm not about to be getting no kids just to be getting some kids.
Sherelle, and this is what I'm saying. Sherelle, this is the part, and this is why I say when we talk about this family shit, why the family shit is so important, and why you can't just be fucking people and having kids which you don't like. So I'm not excusing him for that, but you don't. I'm telling you, Sherelle, there was points in my life where I wanted to say I'm done, man. I'll just catch my kids when they hit 18. That's how much pain my motherfucking baby mama was putting me through. Tried to take everything I had, Sherelle, my career, my house, my marriage. The bitch is diabolical, purposely. I had to fight for my fucking kids, bro. And most people never see this shit because the only 2 people that understand it are the men that go through it, the fathers, and the women. If a woman is with that man during the time of going through it, those are the only people that understand just how motherfucking evil a fucking bitch ass baby mom can be.
But why do you feel like that's the case if she called you? So you telling me during this time, if your baby mama call you, Mr. Fantastic, and like, hey, look, for whatever reason, I can't deal with these kids, even if she not homeless, even if she just saying, hey, look, my mental state, whatever, I need you to come get your kids. You ain't gonna go get your kids.
Sherelle, no,
Fantastic, you know you're gonna go get your kids. If she call you and say, I need you to get
Let me
these
answer
kids,
the
you're gonna
question.
get them kids.
Sherelle, let me answer the question. So Sherelle, if like he said, right, I'm not in they're not close. I don't know how far apart they're away, but they're not fucking like extremely close, right? Yeah, he said, like geography wise. So he's saying they're distance away. What the fuck he need to come get her for anything? Bitch, you living in the van, drive to him.
She said
If
he
you
wouldn't
need me-
get them, like she would have brought them
No,
to him. She said he won't accept the
Sherelle,
kids.
you don't
He
have
said he
Sherelle,
won't accept them.
No, Sherelle, you don't have Sherelle. He said he saw the kids either a month ago or 2 months ago, and then he said at the end of the day, listen, she could have dropped the kids off at the family with his family, right? There were other alternatives. Y'all want to nail this man to the cross again, not knowing what the fuck he had going on with that woman. Clearly, their relationship was not in good fucking parts. He thought, Sherelle, how good of a rapport could you be,
Teenage
right,
siblings.
with a person you have kids with, to say you thought it was a sick joke that she would call him up and tell him that his kids had died, 2 of them. Y'all not even looking at this for real, bro.
I'm gonna play it again. Let's do
Probably
this.
because she was on the phone, like, you don't want to help out with these kids. You're gonna be sad when something happened to them. And then a call back after you done told him that, because I know girls that say that. Oh, you don't want to help out with the kids. You can't do nothing for the kids. I'm telling you, I'm struggling, but you don't want to do nothing. But when something happens to them, you're gonna be the first one to. So when she called back and she like, you know what, they died. He probably like, nothing, bitch. Nah, no. You would say anything for me to get these motherfucking kids. That's what I pulled from that.
Let me read this
When
real
she
quick.
called him,
What up, buzzing, birds, flip a
Let me read
dozen,
it real quick, bro.
holla at your boy,
Baby
boy,
Sneak
you
been
thought
you
your
got
cousin was-
bro, you got a little delay too. Baby Sneak been a member for 2 months. Says, ask Ava the $5. Says, I don't believe they froze to death. The fumes probably got them. The dad just living his life. He knew. I don't know. They said hypothermia. Light skinned neighbor tells Hamp turn the bounties on. They on now. So Robo got timed out for 50 minutes. We're gonna bring him back. You need at least $50. Can you play what the dad said? I'm gonna play right now. Vet Life for the $10. Vet Life, salute Hamp and Sherelle. Salute. Look, there's no defending the man in this situation. just take the position that they are both wrong, exclamation point. No one told his ass to say what he said on the news like a jackass. Jay Miller with the $5 says, nobody should defend either parent. They both fail miserably and deserve 100% of the blame. As Abe with the $5 says, excuse me, it's not someone else's responsibility to let you know about your own kids. He said he reached out to him. Ignorance is no excuse. What about male leaders? Here for the T. What up, though? With the $5 says, has she burned all bridges with people the closest to her? Aaron with the $2 says, the kids are the casualties of the gender war. As Abe with the $2 says, there's another stepdad. Kudos. Light skinned Nate with the $2 says, 4 kids were hers, 3 were his, 2 were her siblings. As Abe with the $5 says, why give up? Why not say take? Why not say take? Trigger, you just moved the goalpost to change what you've been saying on show. Contradiction of your own words. So they drop OTC for 20 minutes, then 30 minutes, then a total of 50 minutes. As Abe, that was Nay and Will. As Abe, the $5 says, what man wouldn't know his kids were homeless? This sounds stupid, though. From a panel of black men who left their own kids. Make it make sense. All right, I'm going to play this real quick.
Hey, let me address this shit. You dumb fuck. You piece of shit. There are fucking literally fucking points to where I had a court order, okay, that said I was supposed to know where my fucking kids lived, and guess what the fuck happened when that bitch moved? She refused to give me the fucking address. So y'all need to shut the fuck up if you haven't been through this shit.
What's up, Tiff?
She says she reached out to Curry, who's the father of 3 of her children.
I asked him, I said, can you get your kids for me? I said, I need help. You know I'm homeless. I kept a room this long. I couldn't keep it no more.
They were homeless. Had Tatiana ever reached out asking to?
No, she did not. All she said was, can I get them? Can I get them just to get them? And can I get them because y'all homeless? That's 2 different things.
She said she had been homeless for 3 months.
See, that's what I saw, about 3 months, but she ain't never said nothing to me. Nothing. So all them other sob stories, they can cut all that. No, she did not.
Curry, who lives in Novi, says Williams never specified why she wanted to drop their kids off to him.
She just asked, can I get them for a couple of days? But I told her I'm working and all that, and I'm out here. We're not close to each other, so I couldn't. But she knows all my family is right around the corner from her.
Did she reach out to any of your family?
No, she did not. And she knows she could have, like we always used to do.
He says the last time he held his children was a month or 2 ago, and that they typically FaceTime, moments he will miss.
And there's a police investigation into this. What is it you would like to see come of this? Obviously, nothing's going to bring back your 9-year-old and your 2-year-old.
Don't even matter to me. Can't get them back, so it's whatever.
Darren Cunningham, 7 News Detroit.
I think there's a lot that goes into it, right? If we specifically listen to what he said, there's one thing in terms of, Mr. Fantastic, do you think he knew they were homeless though?
No.
Now, let me ask you.
He says that when he said it, she did not fucking tell him that they were homeless.
Okay, listen. What you have another clip? Sorry, is there a different clip? Okay, no. The one part that threw me off. Let me see what you think it is. The FaceTime aspect. Do you think that shows environment, lack thereof, where the kids are, so on and so forth? Because that part throws me off when he says he don't know, but then he FaceTimes with them all the time, but he hasn't seen them in 2 months. That part gives me cause for pause. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I understand it, but like I said, for people that haven't been through the shit, bro, listen, I had again, this is fucking court mandated fucking shit. And if the mother does certain things or whatever, bro, it's a process. So let's say she don't show up for the kids. And this happened one time, bro. I literally drove from fucking Norfolk, Virginia, all the way down to Gainesville, Florida to get my kids to show up just for that bitch not to be there. That's a 10-hour drive, him. Just so I could make my time sharing, right? She didn't show. All right. Now I got to get a police report to show that she didn't show. Right. Then file the paperwork and wait months on months on months. These women coach these kids. Hell, my son told me I didn't learn this shit until I was with my son was like 17. The bitch was dealing with some Mexican nigga. So the Mexican nigga wanted to get him to start playing baseball. We don't know shit about no baseball. But she got him playing baseball. My son tells me at 17 years old, he's like, damn, dad, I almost lost my eye. I'm like, you almost lost your eye? How? What you mean? Like, yeah, I got hit in the eye, you know what I'm saying, with the baseball. And, you know, I was like between the time I was supposed to get him or see him, you feel what I'm saying? He was wearing a fucking eye patch. You think this bitch told me him? No. Hell, my daughter was on a skateboard with me, dislocated her elbow. I'm calling my baby mama. Hey, ignore my call. Send me the voicemail. Ignore my call. Send me the voicemail. Hell, I had to call the bitch 4 times to be like, hey, this is an emergency situation. Need you to answer the fucking phone. Okay? People that's never been through this shit, hell, and this is why I'm saying this, and I'm looking at it from this angle. There's clearly a disconnect between those two people as to where he was not fully made aware. Now, what's the end all be all for a woman? Crying, sympathy, tragedy. How many times bitches done motherfucking cried on the goddamn camera and then it turned out to be a whole murderer? Plenty of them, right? Or lying their ass off. Plenty of them, right? So when I see this man telling his story and people are, oh, he shouldn't have said that, so you want him to lie? He told you the truth. The nigga got tears dropping out his face, bro, with a straight face. He ain't fucking boohoo whining and crying, but the nigga can't hold the tears back while he having a conversation with the man. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's worried about his his grieving. Nobody even considering the fact that he lost his children. Oh, he just should have been there. Man, fuck y'all.
Yeah, no, I do think that there's opportunities for him even through his story, right? I think you're right in terms of the nuances that people choose to ignore, you know. And I think you could even not even concede, but understand how as men who love their children, there's things in that story that even though you get jaded and you be like, fuck this, that you could do differently, right? I remember I had a traumatic situation with my son being born, right? And even though I wasn't in full control, there's so many things I blame myself for in that situation, whether it been saying something, doing something different, making a different suggestion. So just as dads, there's opportunities there. Do you see those at the, you know what I mean?
No, again, I'm not saying he has no fault.
Yeah.
I'm saying is this. The most I'm giving him percentage-wise will be like 30%. And that's maxed out. I actually want to be more so around the 20 to 15 range. What I'm saying is this. No one, this problem, this is a part of the problem. And this is why a big reason why this happens, Ham. There's so many children that suffer in silence and the fathers never know. The fathers don't know. How many stories we heard? Kanye told you, come to find out his dad told him, hey, his mom told his dad, if you ever come around, you'll never see him again in life, Ham. How many people we know that these women purposely use their kids and play with their kids and a man's relationship with his fucking kids, bro? And bitches don't call the shit out. Women don't call it out. And women, what they tell the man? Well, they'll figure it out when they grown. They'll understand. No, motherfucker. How about you tell the bitch to stop playing with my kids in my relationship? How about you tell her to be a mature adult? We ain't got to like each other. But we got to figure this shit out for the sake of the kids. And nobody considers that shit. Because like I said, most people ignore the shit because they don't have to go through it. And then when a man actually does go through it and tell us, oh, you just complaining or you just this. And niggas find it funny. Dumb motherfuckers actually find a man's fucking pain in the pursuit of being responsible. Okay? Time, money. Putting in the fucking work, fighting as y'all say you should fight. And then you still got stupid ass, lame ass, piece of shit ass niggas laughing at it. Like, again, fuck you for real and do something about it when you see me.
Can I go real quick?
Tiff, what's popping? What's up, CJ?
That's good, everybody.
Frank, did you get in? I know you had some. I know your service was a little intermittent. Did you get in? I'm just asking. I was doing something.
No, I got it earlier itself. I have something for this, but y'all go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go around. We'll go around.
I find this deeply disturbing. This is one of the nuances that irritates me. It is something I know personally. The first thing is when we talk about safety nets and social systems, this is why I say, like, I get worried when we start cutting programs because you have these type of situations. Everybody should be able to take care of their children, but some people just do not. The mom and leaving those children in a car with her mother, like, I don't think we're listening to the totality. It wasn't just her living in that van. It was her mom, her siblings, her mom's kids, and her kids. So there are 3 generations living in a van. Something is wrong. The social system is not where it needs to be. For this man to not say, oh, well, I talked to them on FaceTime. So you didn't realize every time you talked to them that they were in the car? Like, we make jokes when we see certain people always sit in their car, right? Like, do you live in that car? What's going on? He knew that that woman did not have the support. And then his response was, well, she could have called my family. Well, when you didn't want to take them, you could have called your mom. Hey, I really can't get the kids right now, but she's saying I need to go see about my children. Can you keep these babies for a couple of days till I figure out and work this and make it make sense for me? There were a lot of opportunities that could have been done. I'm not talking about other people in their personal situations. I'm talking about this situation in which 2 children are now not here. The mother has a problem and the father has the problem. And we as a community failed those children. And because people only want to be responsible for their kids and don't give a damn, we make excuses. So we either got to make her 100% wrong or her 100% right. They both have fault in this. And if we are going to talk about dick control, nigga, why you got 2 kids by this girl? Because clearly you liked her enough to fuck her to make 2 kids. So what is going on? They both made horrible, terrible decisions. And because of that, they have 2 dead children now. The babies are dead. The fuck?
You about to go fantastic.
I'm about to, let me just say this, right? So in terms of, because we want to get the information, right? So he lives in Novi. She's in Detroit. It's 28 miles away. So 30 minutes. Go ahead, Ms. Smith, you respond, and then she, or was she there? Go ahead.
The governor also said again that there were shelters open with available beds.
Yeah, we saw it. Yeah.
So why are we not on her ass about why the fuck she's not outside of a shelter every fucking single day to make sure her children has a place to sleep? Again, that will be the first thing y'all said about the father.
She went to the shelter. They didn't.
No, she didn't. No, she did not. She did. Now you wrong. I covered this shit twice. Okay. She called the people in fucking November. All right. She didn't follow up. And she was not at no motherfucking shelter on the fucking daily. Hence why she wouldn't have been in there for 3 months living out a fucking van, like you said. 3 generations of people.
What she said, Tiff, before you reply real quick, she said in their thing, she kept the room. She kept the room for I think it was like a couple months. So that sounds like she had a hotel room, I think. And so that's what she was saying. Yeah. So I guess the shelter, she was in the hotel room first. It hit the fan. Now the shelter comes. It's hard to determine her diligence at the shelter. But if the shelters have shelter space and over annex, where's the truth?
Yeah, they had space. The governors, if you saw the whole clip, like you said, Hemp, there's no way she did it because he said less than a block away.
Fantastic. You heard the guy, the white sheriff, say, what are we doing if we have the resources, but people don't know that they're available? She didn't know what was available. This is a failure on multiple levels.
No. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Do you hear yourself? Tiff, if you were homeless, would you not know where every fucking homeless shelter was within a 15-mile radius?
No. Have you been into a shelter before?
I'm gonna ask you that question again, Tiff, and I need you to think about it before you answer.
At this point, what I'm unwilling to do is coulda, woulda, shoulda. Different decisions.
Ain't no coulda, woulda, shoulda.
What we're going to do is discuss the decisions that were made for her. And if I can hear a man that is over the city say we had resources and she did not know, there's a problem. Period, point blank.
Fantastic. Let me get in, bro, because this is going to get circular.
No, and you got to after
please,
this
you
see that
don't talk to me.
again.
You know I'm
Listen.
not talking.
As the
I
governor,
don't talk to you.
hold
I
on.
don't care about
As
talking
the
to you.
governor, he can't say as a governor he can't say, well, dumb bitch, it was a fucking empty shelter. It was a shelter down the street. Hold on, let me answer your question. So he's a politician. He has a as a politician. He has to show of a grieving mother, black mother, as a white man. He can't be like, well, hey, all the bitch had to do was go down the street. They had beds. Okay. He has to give the politically correct answer. Okay. As to she didn't know. So I'm gonna ask you again, Tiff. Tiff, if you were homeless, you mean to tell me you would not know the fucking location of every homeless with your children, not just you, with your child? You wouldn't know where a fucking down the street homeless shelter was?
Let me see something. Hold on. All right, let me
Can I get my question? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
let me
Y'all see
contact
this is
I'm trying to
golden.
fantastic.
This is gold right here.
313. All right, hold on. Let me see something real quick. Get help, Cam Detroit. 313-305-0311. Let me see something.
Thank you for calling the Detroit Housing Resource Helpline. For English, press 1. For Spanish, press 2.
Let's see how
For
hard it
Arabic,
is.
press 3. Welcome to the Detroit Housing Resource Helpline. We'll reconnect Detroiters to housing help and resources. Please choose from the following options. If you are currently staying in Detroit, Highland Park, or Hamtramck and need emergency shelter, press 1.
Should we do the
If you are
emergency?
a renter facing eviction,
Yeah.
have a landlord complaint, you have reached the CAM phone line, now a part of the Detroit Housing Resource Helpline. CAM is dedicated for residents currently staying in Detroit,
Shit, I'll be done
Highland
froze to
Park,
death by
and
now.
Hamtramck, seeking emergency shelter. Please choose from the following options. Press 1 if you are
It's been
eligible
1 minute, Ham.
attempting to flee domestic violence or intimate partner violence and seeking shelter. Press 2 if you are a veteran seeking shelter. Press 3 if you are otherwise seeking emergency shelter. Press 4.
Resources. My name's Ella. How may I assist today?
Hey, Ella, how you doing? Looking for a shelter, somewhere around 8 Mile, even 7 Mile. Hello? Hello?
She hung up.
Hung up on me. Hello?
She hung up.
Hello? Can you hear me, Ella? God.
Ella gone.
Ella,
Let's call right back.
call
How
you right
satisfied
back.
are you with the overall experience?
Yo, come on, son. Just say call right back, or did she say she gonna call me right back?
Nope, call right back.
I don't know. It sounded like she had a bad thing, so it could have been she gonna call you right back. I don't know. All we heard was call right back.
All right, I'll give it some time. Go ahead, CJ.
So my question is, my bad if I ask questions that's already been stated, but the facts of the case keep changing. So how many of the kids were hers? Was it 4? You muted, Mr. Fantastic. You muted.
So 4 of the kids were hers. They had 3 kids together. So her and the man had 3 kids. 3 of her 4 kids were his.
So where was the other father of the other kid? Nobody ever heard from him.
Nobody ever talked about him. Nobody ever said anything.
So
Nobody
is he a deadbeat too? Because his kid was in the car. So we keep harping on the fact that the 2 kids died. But what if it was a 1-and-1? Will we be calling? So he should be negligent too, because his kid was in the car with him, right? We keep harping on the other 2 kids like because they died, but all 4 kids were freezing. Correct or not? So why is not the same fucking vitriol for the other baby father if his kid could have froze to death too? We only have vitriol for the father who cared, for at least has some kind of responsibility in his kid's life. Now we keep going after him, but if he wasn't there at all, what would they be saying? If he was a deadbeat, he left her before she even had the kids. She had 4 kids, and 2 of them died from freezing to death. What would they be saying? What they be saying? Where was the fathers that ain't there? Or would they be saying, why was she homeless? This is some crazy stuff right here. So the father that cares gets most of the blame. The other father, who kid was left in the car as well, but didn't die by happenstance, he don't get any of the blame, which he should, if we just saying it's negligent altogether, because they all were in the car together. And I think I'll end it on that point right there, because I think that was. And Tiff, I don't come up here to talk to you. I think you're dumb. So I do not come up here to talk to you. I don't come here to talk to you at all.
If you
Anybody else can answer my questions though, because
if you look in the back channel, and I'm trying to see, because it looks like there's a note on the website saying that there is they closed some of the temporary housing from
Well,
January.
I was about to ask her a rack of questions, but she banged on me.
She hung up on you, which is probably what happens all the time. I put there, like I said, there's a link, and it's talking about July the 12th, how they froze and they're not adding any additional things. So I am unaware.
what about my question? Where is the vitriol for the other father who left their kid in the car with them, but nobody said nothing about it? Nobody saying, hey, where's the other father to get his kid? Why was there 4 kids in the car instead of just the 3 with the 3 who we saying is the deadbeat? There was 4 kids in the car, and 2 different daddies, y'all saying. So why is only the vitriol for this one man and not the other man? Because his kids died, but the other man kid didn't die. But he could have died. They all could have died.
The question is why do you want the focus to be on the guy who we don't even know anything about?
Because we only focusing on the guy who cares about his kids.
Well, no, we're focused on the guy who kids passed away.
Yes, but they all, because the probability of those 2 compared to the other 2, what's the probability?
I think the other kids were older too. I guess maybe I'm just not.
Yeah, then what's the ages of the
I think one was like a teenager, and I think 2 of the kids were her sister's kids or something like that.
Yeah, so no, I don't know about sisters. So they said siblings. So siblings usually refers to as like brothers and sisters, but like I said, it could have been nieces and nephews. I think it encompasses everything. 4 of the kids were they didn't give details on the other 2 kids, but that's another thing too that makes it weird to me. The 2-year-old dying from hypothermia, I could understand, but a 9-year-old, and then him, like I said, all those people, if they're sleeping in the van, they're in close proximity. So how did those 2 not have any type of body heat? No, nothing. Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
you feel me?
Would think like a 2-year-old, right? Just if we this is speculative, right?
Yeah, of course.
The 2-year-old is in the middle, right? You got the baby bundled up with everybody. It's easy to bundle the baby, 11-year-old, 9-year-old. There's something. No, and I don't think there's an autopsy yet, right?
No, at least not. It hadn't been released to the public. And that's another.
Well,
everybody's saying it's frozen.
They said they died of hypothermia.
That's the suspected part, Tiff. That no autopsy has been what's name. That's just what they gave. It's highly if they've been doing that for, and I didn't go as deep as to look into the temperature that night and all these different things and so on and so forth to really see what it was. But if they've been in those conditions for however long they're for extenuated amounts of time, it just don't make sense that one day they pop up dead, in an 8-hour time frame. And like nobody,
it was below freeze. It was 32 degrees, but it wasn't.
Yeah, but come on, 32 is not. Yeah, come on, that's not.
So the kids are between 2 and 13, and it was 2 adults.
No, the 2 that died were 2 and 9. So what I'm saying is this, right?
And now the kids are with the family members. But think about that, fantastic. Why did it take for those 2 babies to die for other family members to come get the other kids?
And that's what we saying. Y'all not even considering that. So what has, and this is what I'm saying. So is it y'all? Well, let me answer the question. Y'all are acting like they're not. Say what you gotta say, Tiff.
No, I'm listening, babe.
Oh, so y'all are acting like they're not horrible human beings, bro. Y'all are acting like other human beings don't get tired of leeches, assholes, and just horrible people. So it sounds like to me, and she gets to get on TV and cry, I asked everybody and nobody wanted to take the kids. I don't believe that. I do not believe that, Tiff, and I know you don't believe that either. If no matter how bad you got it with people, people are willing to fucking put the bullshit to the side for the kids. Now, I have seen this done too, Tiff. I don't know if you have or people in the chat admit it. There was a celebrity that did this shit. I forget who the celebrity was. If y'all remember who it is, put it in the chat. As to where the girl was trying to get the celebrity guy to take care of her and the kids, and he was like, "Nah, fuck you. I'll take care of my grandkids, but I'm not taking care of your ass." Send me the
Thank you for
grandkids.
calling the Health Resource Hotline. This is Tara speaking. How may I assist you?
How you doing? Looking for emergency shelter in the Detroit area. What's the occupancy level?
I'm not sure. What I will do on my end is I will do an intake for you, make sure everything is updated in the system, and then I'll transfer you over to CAM. That's the department that you will speak to as far as getting shelter.
Okay, so you guys are like administrative. You just take in the information and transfer over to who needs it?
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any occupancy numbers or anything? Do you know approximately how many shelters are out there?
I believe, one second, let me see.
Okay.
I want to say it's 6 or 7, and then they have warming locations.
Okay, so the warming location is like annex for people that can't get into the shelter. So you think 7 shelters for the
Correct.
city? How many people live in the city? 2 million?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You think 7 is good enough? Probably not, huh?
Probably not.
Let me ask you
But
one
they
more time.
have shelters
Yeah.
in each city.
Oh, understood. Yeah, but I guess you got the city being so large. I wonder how many people can actually fit, especially since I think you guys have like a 16% a homeless population or people that are in poverty. Damn, that stinks. Can everybody use the veteran shelters?
You will have to speak to Cam about that. I'm sorry.
Okay, can you get me over there?
Yep, I will have to get your information first and then get you transferred over.
Okay.
Can I have your first name?
My name is Hampton.
Are you looking for shelter?
No. But
Okay, what's your last name?
Risky.
Have you ever called Detroit Housing before?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so in order for me to get you transferred over to Cam, I will have to complete a full intake for you.
I got time because I think it's necessary, right? Because I can advocate for people, right? So just how I can deliver information, I can then get it out to people and disseminate it so people can actually get the help they need as opposed to dying when it's cold.
So, I wouldn't be able to transfer you over to Cam for that. I will be able to provide you with the resources. So I will be able to email you over some resources for housing and warming centers.
Okay. I'm ready when you are.
All right. What's your email address?
My email address is thismightberisky@gmail.com.
And where are you from?
Everywhere.
You're not from like a organization?
No. I'm my own organization. Community's growing. We got 800 people in Discord, 30,000, et cetera. So. But we were just concerned about this, right? And so we know so many people in that area. And I think if we can clarify what happened, what's happening, and then we can disseminate information properly, people will be in a better place,
Okay.
And so that'll have information regarding like how many shelters, ma'am, this will give us like information that we can disseminate to others, like how many shelters and things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. And so that'll include the number of shelters and also warming centers.
It will. Yes, sir.
Okay. Perfect. We just concerned, you know. I would also like to tell you that you're doing a fine job. I called earlier and she hung up on me.
I do apologize.
No worries.
All right, so I was able to send that information over to your email.
Yes, ma'am. I greatly appreciate you. You be safe and do the right thing. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
She did well.
She did well. We'll get the information. Even if she knew. How large is city? How large is the city of Detroit? No, it's not huge.
You mean geographically or what? Or population?
Population.
It may be a couple of million. It can't be. I don't think.
Yeah.
Let me look it up. So I'm looking at the thing right now. Here, I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to see what they suppose of what we can find, right? Because that would be problematic in itself. The fact that you have to call to get through a couple barriers to then get the information, right?
It say 633,000 people.
Yeah, that's not a lot, for Detroit.
Sorry, what was it? Sorry, 633.
633,000. Yeah.
Okay, 633,000.
Yeah, that's not a lot at all.
218.
And then 7 shelters. Right? She said 6 or 7.
They only had, according to 2024, they only had 1,725 people experience homelessness, and then 305 unsheltered. So that would be 2,025 people, or excuse me, 2,030 people that were homeless in the state reported to be in 2024.
In the entire
so
state,
2,000 people. No, not the state, for Detroit, for the city.
And then so when we go to Detroit, I think Detroit has 633. Reaper said, and then what's the Detroit Metro? 2 million or so. Because you got Highland Park.
Detroit.
I'm looking at it. It says.
You said okay. So combine everything.
It says Detroit has 1,200 shelters and warming center beds. It operates with its local partners.
How many beds?
It just says combined over 1,200 shelters and warming beds. Over 1,400 shelter beds.
Beds.
I don't know if that's just the beds.
No, that's probably they probably counted as beds, right? Mm-hmm. So 1,500 beds, and they included warming shelters in that 1,400, which you just read. And I'll look at the email in a second. And then, sorry, Mr. Fitzpatrick, what was the math you had on how many people are actually homeless?
2,030
for Detroit specifically, right?
Yeah.
Detroit and then the metro, let's say we just.
But that's what I'm saying. That only accounted for, like you said, those 7 shelters. I think he was talking about. Right? So that's the Detroit thing, right?
Yeah. So it's tight, right? I think that's when she said 6 or 7, I was taken aback. But then when you say 600 or 1,500 beds, that makes sense. Because they stack them beds on top of each other, So it's tight, right? So because what happened to them kids is unforgivable, right? But we looking at the circumstance and understanding why you staying in a hotel. Well, if you ain't the first to the door, to Mr. Fantastic point, it's likely that you'll miss out. And if you miss one, you probably won't get in for the night because I don't think they're very close together. And we just speculating, you know what I'm saying, about what's the actuals, So
yeah, but the thing that dampens all of that though, because usually, like you said, they don't close if it's not to capacity. So if it's an emergency situation and they have beds available, you still can get in. You just only get turned away if there's nothing available. Why are you shaking your head, Tiff? You muted.
Anytime we have these kind of conversations, I take a pause, specifically when it comes to like women in housing, simply because I know a lot of situations that women end up living in cars and not necessarily having a strong support system. So yeah, when you're saying make sure she understands where the shelters are, the fact that they're literally saying that it says that they were maybe a block or 2 away. I don't think she was aware. You can shake your head, but I'm not saying that she's not at fault. I am saying the system failed these children. The mother failed them, the father failed them, and anybody that these kids are on social services, that was a failure. We don't get to tell people because you have horrible fucking parents. You, at this point in this world, are not going to at least be looked after. She could, like you said, drop the kids off at the fire station, do whatever. But the way that y'all want to demonize the mom, let the man just, okay, well, she knew. The accountability on her is so fucking frustrating. And then when we talk about she was homeless for 3 months, like, that's not okay. But I also know women that are homeless because they're her. Those were his children too. And his response was,
she wasn't with it. They wasn't with him.
She asked.
How y'all miss? Hold on. How y'all missing this? Listen.
Fantastic.
So Tiffany,
she asked. She didn't ask him.
Allegedly, y'all, bro. I don't trust nothing this woman says. I don't trust shit she say.
Okay, but what did the father say? Okay, she could be absolutely lying. But at
all right then. So why are we speaking into what she's saying is facts?
Fantastic. At what point, as a father, you're a father. At 2 and 9, you know what them kids are doing when they talk to their daddy? Daddy, we still staying in the car. Oh, daddy, we stayed in so and so. Like,
not if they being coached not to. Tiff. Hold on, Tiff. Stop.
Okay,
stop.
So we just
Tiff.
not gonna make it. He's faultless.
Tiff, I know. I still didn't say that. I literally said I give the man 30% of the damn culpability of the situation. Tiff, there are fucking cases where children were coached clearly. Okay, I did another story about the girl that killed the baby daddy. This bitch out clubbing. You be quiet. Damn.
No. I told you she dumb.
I'm trying to tell you something to counter what, but you obviously don't know, or you want to act like don't happen. Women coach children all the time to lie. Women coach children to lie. Women threaten children to lie. If you tell anybody what's going on, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass. More mothers do that than fucking fathers. Y'all don't want to address that shit though. These kids that get touched, y'all tell the story about what's name getting touched all the time, right? The baby come to the mama, tell the mama, hey, Uncle such and such fucking touched me. What mama say? Don't tell nobody.
I'm talking about this situation in which
you don't know the intricacies of this situation. You don't know the fucking ins and outs of this situation. You just know, see what you fucking see on the outside. You know what we are, what we know. Nothing. We just all being speculative right now. We just all speculating. Like, we don't know the ins and outs of this shit.
So
and we know that the kids died in her care. That's what we know. The kids died in her care.
Yeah.
So Sean hopped on. Hey, Aaron. And I didn't speak. Sherelle, hey, Hampy, Wimpy, what's up? I'll go on mute so Sean or Aaron can hop in. I just do not.
Thank you. Please go on mute. Thank you. Please go on mute.
I don't like the way we are demonizing.
You disrespecting me, Hap.
I understand. Y'all got it off. Let's just keep the conversation going this way as much as possible.
It's not Sean, we can't see you, babe.
It's you know what the thing is, right? Is anybody saying anything wrong? Like, is anything wrong being said?
Yes, the wrong being said.
Okay, what's the wrong being said? And then we'll get
the mic is low.
Other than this mother is,
hey, Mr. Fantastic, your mic is doing like a thing where it escalates. Like you start out like low.
Check. Oh, because I'm moving my head while I gotta stop doing the sister girl shit.
Stop yelling at me.
So listen, the problem is people are not saying the difficult shit, the truth shit. The mother is directly responsible.
Okay.
The father is responsible, but by proxy at best. Y'all talk this leadership shit, okay? Right? By whatever means necessary, it was her responsibility as the parent with those children to provide those children with safety, stability, and make sure they didn't die. She failed. They died because of her. Golden Pisces, you know it's not gonna be enough. It's not gonna be enough. But go right ahead.
All right. So CJ and
Hey, I might be out of here.
Kicked off for 10 minutes apiece. I don't think that's gonna work though. Sean, what's Shad? So I know you was up here earlier. I apologize. I was distracted. I'm just gonna get Shad and Aaron in, and then I get you back in for me. What's up, fellas?
What up,
Don't wrong one.
Perfect. What's up, gentlemen? Yeah, go ahead and keep the conversation going. I'm waiting on my wife. She should be here any minute.
Sean, what's up?
You only see
What's up,
gentlemen up here?
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right.
Well, they look a little rough, Aaron. So you good? Go ahead, Sean.
Yo. Yo.
Yeah, this is a tragic situation. To Tip's point, of course, you know, the dad, whatever his role was and not being there, that's one thing. But in terms of the mom and breaking down the homeless aspect of it, homeless people always know the resources. What happens in most places is homeless outreach from multiple agencies, including the cities, constantly go out. So I'm speaking specifically for something like Dallas. You'll get a 311 request, and you'll get I can't even tell you how many you get every single day. And so every day, literally, the city knows exactly where the homeless people are, and people are going out there outraging to them. And at which point, you know, they have a choice to make. Do they want to accept shelter services or whatever? And literally, I'll say at least 90% of the time, the people say no. At least the people that are outside homeless literally choose to be outside homeless. Like there's nothing forcing them to be outside homeless. So you have shelters for individuals of any gender, well, both genders. You have women's shelters. You have shelters specifically for women who deal with domestic violence, and you have family shelters. They're all available. But people who are outside absolutely choose to be outside. There's nothing making them be outside.
Okay, let me show y'all this.
I hear
So,
you,
Mr.
Sean,
Mitt-
but I know women that have lived in shelters and they're not necessarily safe, especially when you have
Yeah.
young children.
Well, Tiff, look at this, right? So I got the email. Let me just make sure I got it up. Hold on 1 second before I share this. Okay. Make sure I hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Let me see. Cold blue. So cold blue must be when it's like mad cold, I think. So
My wife says that means below freezing.
yeah. So it's a fantastic. Got $50 worth of credit. You need to leave $51 to kick them off. CJ got $10 worth of credit.
I got how much I got? How much I got? Him?
$10
Way
worth
more
of credit.
I got more than 10, motherfucker.
No, you don't.
And I appreciate, hey, whoever didn't bring me back, but brought fantastic. I appreciate y'all too.
So you
Fuck y'all
have
niggas.
$40 worth of credit.
All right, that sounds bad.
Mr. Fantastic got 60. All right. So look, warming centers, right? When it's super duper cold blue. Case community. So these look like you can stay here also, right? Because they're saying warming centers, but I'm just using deductive reasoning. So Case Community Social Services, 1534 web service, families and single women, right? So to Sean's point, there's a distinction, right? Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, DRMM, 12900 West Chicago, serve families and single women. Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, so the same arm, I guess, 3535 3rd Avenue, serves single males. So it points those out specifically. And then they have different places that are open during normal business hours if you need to get warm.
So Tiff, like for instance, you as you go downtown close to City Hall, the bridge is right around the corner. That shelter is called the Bridge. Outside of the bridge, you see plenty of people sleeping there, all up and down downtown. They know all the resources because they know everybody who are the feeders, everybody who comes and where they come to get them food and things like that. You also have like Catholic Charities up on Harry Hines and things like
But
that.
you also have Genesis. You have Genesis. There are plenty of places. I just don't know how informed she was, and I'm not taking away that she didn't provide a safe environment for her children. My question is, like, after 4 months, nobody thought, like, damn, do we need to try to get this lady some housing? What can we do? To me, it's just failures on a bunch of different levels. And to me, the most important thing is those babies died. And that is where I don't have time to be like 30% for you, but 100%. No, it is 2 dead kids. How do we make sure this shit never happens again? How,
Yeah.
like what Hemp did was big as fuck. Pulled up the information, made a phone call, asked where they can go, asked for the resources. If you do all of that and you see that she might have not did her due diligence, then I don't have no pushback. But to
She
sit back
didn't.
and say, I don't interrupt you, Fantastic. I'm landing. I am saying I want to thank Hemp for going through the steps to let us see that it's navigational. She could have done something differently. My concern is, what do we do, like what Hemp just did, to serve other children, other babies?
Well, the first
And
thing,
argue about who is wrong. I want to say, hey, if you got kids and it's cold, here's where you go.
the
That's
first
a
thing
Yeah.
we do, we hold the family. We heard
Let's
the
not
hold the
do
parents
Batman.
accountable. We gotta hold the parents
That's what I'm
accountable.
saying.
My bad,
Yeah,
Fantastic.
that's your
No,
first.
sir.
So what we gonna be? So hold on, we gonna be Batman or Superman and drive around the city every night to fucking make sure nobody's fucking out with
You
kids.
don't have to be
This is what you're
Batman.
saying, Tiff. You really say my bad for interrupting you, but I'm answering you now.
Okay.
The most when you have children, it is your responsibility to take care of those children.
I
She
agree.
was failing. She had too many avenues. Like you said, you already admitted she could have gave them up. She literally could have just dropped them off at any family member's house or so on and so forth, blah, 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 whatever, for them to give them up if they didn't want to keep them. This
So can I
woman,
ask a question?
sure.
Okay, and I'm not being hyperbolic. Can we perhaps question her mothering skills based off of how she was mothered? Because her mom is living in the van with her.
No.
So when you have generational people that are used to being unhomed, this for her may be regular. She said she had a room for months and she ran out of money. So this is something where it's clearly they're trying to make things pop and work as a family. And it sounds like they just don't have the money or the resources. I'm not taking away anything from her. She should have had her kids in a warm space.
She knew what
You're
she was
right.
doing was what she so the reason why I know I can't use that because she knew what she was doing was either unwise, unhealthy, or just not normal because she asked for help. Being that she asked for help, that kind of eliminates any excuse you're trying to make of she didn't know or she didn't this or she didn't that.
But if she
So
asked
hold
for
on,
help, she
hold
didn't get
on.
it.
So again, it's easy for me to say, Tiff, oh well, I said something about it one time, then I walked the fuck off and I didn't follow up. Air to know this. Trust but verify, right?
Mhm.
If a motherfucker tell you some shit, you got to go behind that motherfucker to make sure it happened. And the last tip, I've never been homeless. But if I was homeless, you know what I'll be? I'll be at a shelter every goddamn day. First one there. I'll be on the phone. These motherfuckers will know me by first name basis if I and my children were fucking homeless. Okay? And there's no way you can make an excuse to this woman when there was a shelter down the street with available beds. We don't even know what she was doing. Tiff, it's not even clear as to where she was. Some people say, oh, she was in the car with the kids. She slept with the kids in the car. Some people are saying she was out working. We don't even know the particulars and the details. Again, Tiff, how do two children die amongst a whole car of people from the code? It's just not adding up. So that's what I'm saying. We don't even really have. We're just going off the hypothermia thing because that's what they said. For what Hemp is telling me, bro, Tiff, you're not dying from no motherfucking hypothermia at 32 degrees. You're not.
Exactly.
You're not cool enough.
You are, but
I don't know.
It's freezing.
I'll say like two quick. Okay, so saying everything that you said, just what you said based on the information, I'm willing to say the bulk of the relationship is the mother. But I want you to answer me in the sense of if you had children and you knew that this woman struggled with housing, when wintertime came, wouldn't you want to ensure that your two kids were safe? I don't care about nobody else, the father that we saw. Would you not say, hey, mom, the kids is two miles up the road. They 30 minutes away.
He understands the question, Tiff. He understands the question. So I think the short answer is yes, right? Yeah, the short answer is yes, but I guess what the retort would be is there's simply a lot of nuances, and then in the story specifically, he said he didn't know she was homeless, right? So those are the parts that we're trying to discern. Let me do this real quick. Let me read these to catch up. I just want to play this video, the clip, and then Saw was popping. I'm gonna get Sawed in, and then is Sis there, Aaron?
Yeah, she's right here.
All right, cool. So I'm gonna get Saud in. All right. And then we're gonna get Joel. All right. I just want to watch this video because they were saying we should watch it. And if this is the wrong one, I'll find the right one. All right. Let me just read these. Sway with the $2. Did we forget the mom and her siblings there too? Yeah, so the grandma and the sibling and the sibling kids, right? I guess. As A with the $2, too much technology for excuses like that. As A with the $2, why didn't he reach out to his own family? Reaper with the $10 says, with all the resources available for women and kids, the fact that she could have dropped the kids off with his fam, the lack of the info she gave the dad, she wanted to delete them kids. Matreon was with the 20 ball says, so why didn't she just leave them with him when they seen him a month ago? Still have so many questions. As A with the $2 says, you need to choose better women, fam. As A with the $2 says, why a man calling? Handle the situation. As A with the $5 says, why do men choose to live so far away? Y'all talking different situations than this. Stop the cap. Kanye also chose to buy a home near his kids. You? Big Norm with the $5 says, facts. I found out the truth when I was 28. Showing them 6 months. Working with homeless, we constantly have dealt with people that choose to live outside. Multiple homeless outreach teams try, but most say no. Jay Villa was popping with the $2. Raw G and Cellulite podcast got all the proof. Salute to him. I know Sel from there too. As Abe with the $2, maybe that dad just brought that kid back. No, that's not what they said. Naked with the $5 says, you know you got to get one of the ladies to call him. Well, we got through. You probably sent that earlier. As Abe with the $5 says, I cannot phantom a kid 9 over humanly possible standing the code and staying put. The dad refused to help. He is the horrible person. Men lead. T with the £5 says, great detective work, Hamp. You ain't afraid to put the boots to the ground. Bravo. No doubt, no doubt. It was a team effort. As A with the $2 says, all shelters are not for families. Stop the cap. Well, it looked like the warming centers at the very least. The majority are for, looks like, women and children.
At least kids and the women. What is she talking about?
Yeah.
Like
Golden
what?
Pice, he tried to kick CJ and Fantastic off. T brought Fantastic back. John brought him back. King brought both back. Vet put another dub on a tab. Norm hit Fantastic with a dub. He said, bring both of them back. Bring CJ back. As A for the 2000s, some shelters are dangerous. Okay. We ain't beefing, you just mad with the $5. Says the mother is garbage. She could have left Detroit and she was there homeless for 4 months. Why didn't she get a job? But she was at the casino. So she was actually in the casino?
Exactly.
Don't know.
Do she work at the casino?
It's easy to prove if she work at the casino. That should be easy to prove.
They trying to
defend that was a part at a casino.
That should be easy to prove.
Said Bub with the 20, he brought the brothers back as Abe. So Mr. Tastic got CJ got $30 worth of credit. Mr. Tastic got 60. As Abe with the 2000, some shelters make you pay! Exclamation point. I gotta vet that. I never seen that. As Abe with the
how you gonna make a homeless? See him? My bad, him.
Well, I'm gonna look it up. As Ava the 2000, no leading men around, weak and full of excuses. We ain't beefing. You just mad with the $5 says. Stop making excuses for the females. Do better and take care of your kids and stop having them. Period. She did not even call 911. She called her friend. That
this woman is spitting right here.
Wow. So can we get a fucking Fantastic to write this? She a piece of shit, bitch.
So Will kick OTC off. He didn't say shit. All right, so OTC will be back in 20 minutes. As Ava the 2000, everybody has a plan until punched in the face. As Ava the 2000, y'all some high-minded niggas. Yo, Saab was popping. Welcome.
So I can't stay on long because I am at work.
Yeah,
I just don't think y'all know like how the whole shelter system been like really is. Like I've been there, like real shit. So like when you call a shelter, for one, you're not going to be able to get in 9 out of 10. Then depending on where you're at, you're not going to be able to get in because you could be outside that district. So when Sean said that it's just people outside that don't want to go to the shelter, that's crazy to me. Half the people that's outside that don't want to go into them shelters are mentally ill, mentally unstable. That's why they're outside. Second of all, if she's asking for help and she's not able to get the resources. What else is she supposed to do? Because the father, he was outside living his life with his girlfriend. That's why he they did the research on TikTok. I done been up and down. He made a whole GoFundMe account for a funeral arrangement for kids that already had the funeral paid for because the city paid for it. He shut it down once people found out what his whole agenda was about. So I just don't think people really take in consideration the hoops and loops you have to go through to actually get housed and to be stable. Like, I understand it was she needed to do her due diligence, but y'all act like y'all don't never fall on rough times. Like, when my baby dad died, I literally had to go into a shelter. I had to go to West Virginia to go into a shelter because I couldn't get into a shelter in Virginia because there was none. No one wanted to accept me because they said I didn't live in the proximity.
Okay.
So
Can I jump in there now?
No.
You got it, Will.
Wait. I just wanted to get the whole thought. Is there anything else you want to
And I'm
add?
sorry that I'm a little heated right now, but it's like y'all
fine.
really been going in. Like,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
she's accountable, but it's like y'all don't give nobody no grace, and that's crazy to me.
So, Sa, a couple questions, right? So you're saying like during your experience, you couldn't get in. Do you need like ID?
No, I couldn't get in because they asked me where was I at. I told them I'm living in my car. They said, all right, where you at? What's your zip code? I gave them my zip code. There's no shelter available.
Okay.
So I called and I tried to lie and said I was outside of a Walmart. They tried to tell me I still couldn't get in because it's like it's really there. It's hoops and loops. It's not as easy as it is.
Okay. So let's say you were outside of a shelter, right? Just hypothetically, and use your anecdotal experience as well. I was hoping Sean could get back on so he can come address what you said in terms of what he was saying, right? If you in first in line, is that absolute admittance?
What you mean first in line?
So like, let's say the shelter's closed. It opens at 6. You in line at 5:50. You the first one at the door. Is that absolute that you're going to get in?
So when you talk about first in line, a lot of those shelters where it's first in line are in demographics like Detroit. Virginia don't have no first in line. It's literally like you just went through. You call and you're waiting for somebody to call you back and hoping they call you back to tell you it's a space available.
Okay. So we can so speculatively, that's probably how it is in Detroit then, huh?
Yes. Like I'm pretty sure she had to wait for someone to call her back. And you shaking your head, bro, like you don't know. Have you been in a shelter?
No, stop. Hold on, Mr. Fantastic. Hold on.
She said I'm shaking my head, so
I know because she new to this, right? We don't get distracted when people shake their head, but people do, right? Especially because she got anecdotal experience.
This is crazy.
So you saying, so what do you think about the specific situation, right? Like, what's your speculation around what happened, what the nuances were, etc. When you saw the videos?
I feel like it's unfortunate. The only question that I put in the chat was about the whole, she was at the casino. I just wanted to know, was she actually in the casino while this was going on? Or was, like, I wanted to know about the casino because that was the only issue that I had. Because it was like, bro, why was you at the 9th floor of the casino? Like, that was your only option?
Okay. All right, so you good?
I'm fine.
All right, and then so I want to make sure after you guys respond, she can respond, right? Because she's just speaking on anecdotal experience. So here's what I want to do, Mr. Fantastic, condense it if you can. Sean, do you remember what Saad said about what you said? Okay, so now I want Sean to be able to address that, and then we'll get Joelle in quick, just in terms of her experience being a professional in the industry, and then Will from Detroit, and I'm sure he did his due diligence on that. All right, go ahead, Mr. Fantastic. What's up, Will?
Part of Virginia was in. I used to live in Virginia. So they definitely had facilities where it's first come, first serve. You show up, you stand outside the line, you get in there. Okay, for one. So even if though that was your lived experience, I know about it because I was in the state of Virginia. Don't know if I was in the city you were in or whatever, but like I said, 7 cities area. Okay. Secondly, I live in Jacksonville. Same thing. They have multiple facilities where if you show up in line, I see them. If you drive downtown Jacksonville, you'll see people lined up in order to get there. Okay. And thirdly, you killed the whole argument because regardless of what the fuck happened, your ass drove all the way to West Virginia, a whole nother state, in the car you was living in versus just living in the fucking car. She could have did the same shit.
I wasn't living in a car. But
Said
the
you
whole
staying in the
point,
car.
the whole point, I said that to them to get in a shelter because you have to lie. If you want to get into the shelter, 9 out of 10, you're gonna have to fabricate to get in there.
So you weren't
So
homeless?
I was
Now I'm
homeless, but
confused.
I wasn't living in my car though.
So she could have got a hotel room or whatever, right?
Or just
But
couch
the whole,
surfing.
yeah, the couch surfing, the hotel room may not be sustainable, shit
That's
like
why
that.
you
So,
say unhoused, because unhoused is a better.
yeah, we understand, right? So she's saying that you have to make it an extra, this is the wrong term, but I want to use it, exigent circumstance, right? Because even when we call, it says emergency shelter, right? So if your situation, based on what Saad is saying, if you don't have the most egregious situation, depending on the shelter, you may or may not be able to get in. I'm just listening to what she
Naked
said.
outside in the cold.
Can I ask a
Wait,
question?
can
And
I
I do
say
100%.
something?
apologize
Because
because I am
I
new
was in
to
the
the
shelter.
whole
Not
YouTuber
I ran
world,
it
so
though.
I do apologize for like
Huh,
that is
which
me
number did
and
you say?
Growing up,
Hold on, hold
But
on.
I
Mr.
was in the
Hold on,
Fantastic,
shelter.
what
hold
you were
on,
saying? I'm
Stop.
sorry.
hold on. Mute for a second, right? I want to hear. Go ahead, Saul, and I want Rashawn to be able to respond to one thing she said because he also has the experience of being a professional. Go ahead, Saul.
And I just wanted to hit what Mr. Fantastic said about the stand in the line. Even with those shelters, because I'm from Philly and I've seen people that had to go down to OSHA to stand in those lines. When you go stand in those lines, it's still not guaranteed you're going to get housed that same day. They're telling you to come back tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. So that process can take some time. It's just not like a blink of an eye and you're going to get into them shelters.
Okay. All right. I think that makes sense. Go ahead, Sean.
All right, can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what Saul is saying, a lot of it is true. I think one thing though is in terms of street homeless, mental health is not the main issue. The main issue is drug abuse. It's literally drug abuse. So that's the one thing. Other than that, what she's saying, a lot of places that I've encountered, whether it's Illinois, whether it's Texas, things like that, there is absolutely a shortage of beds. There's nowhere near enough beds to accommodate the amount of people that they generally need. But if we look at this young lady's case, if they were living in the car for months, there's no way that for months she was on a waiting list. You know what I'm saying? There's no way she couldn't get a bed.
Okay. Well, he froze. All right.
Say
Hold on, CJ. Hold on, T.
Did you say Sealy?
No, I said CJ. Hold on, T. You don't look like Sealy. All praises. Aaron, you all there?
Yes. Hi, y'all.
Raw, what's popping?
Hello, everybody.
What's up? Hey, Raw, I'm gonna rotate you with Sean just real quick. I just want to make sure he finished his last statement. And then after I get Aaron, I'm gonna give Will the floor because I think from what I seen in the super chat, y'all did due diligence on this. So I want to hear that, and I'll bring myself down. That way, Raw can come up. All right. Sean, you cut. I know. See, all right, everybody. Okay. Now here's my PSA, bro. I know it's alluring. They give you 4 phones for $100 at Boost, but it ain't worth it, bro. Okay, it ain't.
Hey, let me tell you my phone. So it's a lot of things, and so every place works differently. So say for instance, she was in Virginia. This lady is in Detroit. I was in Dallas. Things like that. So I'll just speak to how it works in Dallas. If you have street outreach from the city of Dallas, and they're going out there every single day and they're offering you these services. If you go with the city of Dallas employee, what they're going to do, they're going to call the people at the shelter, and we pay money. Literally, we pay the shelter money to reserve a certain amount of beds every single day. So those beds are earmarked for people that the city of Dallas brings. So I don't know if Detroit does that, but if you go with,
Sean,
they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sean. Now, I'm just thinking of the nuances, right? And you can keep this answer as concise as possible, which I know you usually do anyway. He froze again. But I guess my question is, okay, there was what, 8 of them? 7 of them?
7.
7
It's
of them.
Tatiana, her mama, her little brother who's 13. Then you got the 4 kids, 9, 8, 2, and I believe it was 4.
Okay.
So the two youngest is Darnell's, which I spoke to him. And then you got the
Hold
third.
on, wait, no, I'm gonna let you cook.
I know, but it
just
was just 7 total.
All right, so you like, okay, bet. So I'm thinking now, if I'm bugging, let me know, right? You trying to get the whole family in? What's the likelihood with 7 people? And if everybody can't get in, does everybody just stay out?
It's very likely. It's very likely. You can do that, but the other thing too is there are funds available to, like, say for instance, we bought out a number of motels, I should say. We can place them there, because what we do is when we shut down the site, we call it decommissioning. Everybody, I mean literally everybody at that site, I don't care how many drugs they do, they get an apartment. Literally get an apartment, and that rent is paid for 1 to 2 years.
Okay.
And so we have the runway to say, you know what, we have this available. This family, we can make an exception, and even though they weren't at a site that we were decommissioning that day, we can say, you know, we're going to add you to this list. So there are plenty of resources, but if you're not tapped in, then you won't get them, which means that you made a choice not to be tapped in, because there are people going out, generally speaking, every single day to do homeless outreach.
Okay. So
And
that's
one thing I
consistent.
can agree with what Sean was saying about like the resources, like even with social services, it's called a diversion program where they will give you a one-time lump sum for like housing or evictions and stuff like that. So I'm not taking up for her 100%, but I always got to look at the other side of it.
So
I'm gonna drop down to give Rob my spot. Can I just get my anecdotal experience real quick?
Go ahead, CJ.
Well, when I was younger, my mom, we was in the shelter, feel me, and it wasn't that hard to find shelter. We never was out in the streets. We was poor growing up, and my mom, we was in the shelter. Like it wasn't no let's wait outside, kids. We was always had a spot. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Well, you good now. Go ahead, Joel there.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's up, sis?
What's up? So I agree with everything Sean said, because that is exactly how Philadelphia works. We have the street outreach teams who have somewhat of a contract with some of the shelters. I'm coming from the mental health side of things. So our folks, they engage them on the street. If they're willing to go in, they contact the shelter and reserve the bed for them. And they take them directly there. They drop them off. Just to quickly go back on a couple things y'all said, it's an absolute shortage of beds everywhere. Like it just is what it is.
Okay.
I work in the housing side. So, you know, once folks have gone through the shelter system or just other diversion programs, they put in applications with the city where I work, and we find them housing if we can. But that is the mental health side of things. It is different if you don't have a diagnosis.
Is diagnosis given priority?
So there's a separate fund for that.
Okay.
So,
but speculatively, if they have funding, a woman with 2 kids, a woman with 2 kids but a diagnosis, how do they choose? Like, is it first come? Is it priority? Who's in most need? I know that's, I'm probably laying too much on it, right, for you, but you know what I mean? Like, what's the math on that?
So they will go through some sort of an intake process, and whoever is doing the intake, they would figure that out.
Okay, so they will weigh
what their need is, how many kids they have, do they have any other options? But we also have in Philadelphia respite cares. So in a situation like this lady, she could have dropped the kids off in like a respite care situation.
So now, Joel, when
able to stay with them, but the kids would be cared for.
Okay, when I looked at this, it showed the respite places when I brought up the map that they were closing at 8 or 9 p.m. I think the one was at like 10 p.m. Now, I could be looking at something different, but when I looked at the respite list, they had an open and close times.
Okay. And I mean, I'm sure they do, but if you are in need, you're going to get there.
Better than nothing, right?
You know, secure a spot for your kids.
Okay.
Thank you, Miss Erin.
Okay. So here's what I want to do. Will and Raw, I just want Sherelle to get 2 cents, and then if y'all could just lay it out for me, and in terms of what you know, I think we did a decent job, but not as good as I assume that y'all did. What's your
I think that people just need to recognize that unless you've absolutely been in these situations multiple times, it is so easy to say, oh, there's resources. It's so easy to that. You know how many times I have homeless women living in my house? Thank you, baby. How many times I've had homeless women living in my house who couldn't do it? I've had friends have to sleep in cars. They come out there, they monitor you in the car for a couple of days with your kids. And the more kids you have, it's the least beds they're going to have. Because guess what? If they got 3 beds and your ass show up with 6 kids, they're not gonna let 2 of your kids come in here, or you and 1 kid come in here and the rest of your kids have to go. Every day you have to leave them shelters and then you come back. It is hard. And I'm gonna tell you something. Just like even when you live in the black communities, really, you know how many times people are doubling up? How many sisters are living with their grandmamas, living with their mamas, living with their aunties? Somebody's living with somebody. Homelessness is way bigger. Even these women that's on Section 8, these women who get all of this government assistance, if they actually had to work to take care of all them damn kids that they have, they would be fucking homeless. The homeless issue is 10 times bigger than what we even see the scope of it. So is it so easy to think, oh, today if I fall on short times, I didn't have people get kicked out because, and it ain't always because people broke. Sometimes I didn't have family members get kicked out because they fucking landlords wasn't paying the bills. The landlords go on foreclosure and they lose their house, and now somebody got to get out with their damn kids and they have nowhere to go. And there is not so many just places just come and say, oh yeah, come here, we just have it. Nobody sleeps in a fucking car for 3 months and let their children die because they don't because they wanted to. That's some sick shit to even fucking think. Shit is fucked up out here for people. It's hard for people with no kids. It's hard for people with 2 kids. Y'all telling me 6 people with 6 kids? And I get it. Everybody on here is 100,000 millionaire and ain't never had a problem. And we all superheroes. And we ain't never, ever fell short on a bill on nothing. We're perfect. But that's not how the fucking world really works. And a lot of people do not have the support. They just don't. Which is why I be telling girls, stop fucking having kids. Because it's going to take a village. It's going to take a fucking village. Trust me. You think you can do all this shit by yourself? Ain't nobody doing all this shit by their fucking self. Nobody. Nobody taking care of 6 kids by themselves.
I sure. I think I understand what you're saying. The couple things that give me cause for pause is your advice should be paramount, right? So if you don't have kids, you less likely to get in these jams because you have less responsibilities. And then if you by yourself, you cost less, right? People are more likely to take a person that has less responsibilities that they're going to be liable for. So as an example, we had a lady who lived at my house, and she had the kids. The kids give me calls for pause because kids are kids. And then they tore my shit up. And then she like, oh, I'm just going to do this program for the last 3 months of rent so you can get paid. I'm like, that's not how, I had to pay. Remember? You had to. So it's like a lack of care a little bit. But can
I ask a question and they might answer it with the question I asked? It's a genuine
don't worry
question.
about it. It's okay.
I swear, Heaven, they might answer the question.
What'll happen is you'll ask the question, then answer it yourself.
I'm not gonna answer it. I swear.
Willie Will,
please. Let me ask Will the question. Can I ask Will the question?
No, don't worry about it. The fact that the question can be asked to anybody, we know your motive.
Do each person got to get their own bed? Is the question. If the kids, can they share beds?
Go ahead, Will. What's popping, Will?
So, hey everybody, what's happening? Hope y'all are good.
Oh my nerves.
Hey baby, what's going on? You good, baby?
Oh my God.
I'm just waiting.
Cool. Because
y'all
how I feel about this topic.
Because
y'all can bounce back and forth. No pun intended.
No, most definitely. No pun intended.
No pun intended.
Will, can I ask you this question real quick, Will?
Let me get through the opening the dialogue first. All right. So number one, Sister Saw, she touched on a lot of things that was kind of accurate. Sean touched on a few things that was accurate. I can't remember the lady's name, but I believe her name was Joelle. I believe that's Aaron's wife. It could be. Okay. So she's touched on a few things that was right. Let me give you the groundwork. I used to work at Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries for 10 years, up under Dr. Audie. He's the president of the Detroit Rescue Mission. The address to the rescue mission that I was working at was 3535 3rd Street, right off Martin Luther King Boulevard, which is about 3 streets away from Woodward, which is about a mile away from Greektown Casino. If you go down and you make a left off Woodward. Where this girl was, she could have came off the 9th floor and made a left onto the service drive, across 2 lights, came up the freeway on 75, came up, hit St. Antoine, make a left. She would have been at the hospital in 6 minutes. The fact that girl got there at 1 o'clock in the morning and at 12 o'clock in the afternoon does not make sense how those children passed away. Now, there's a few other key factors that plays into all of this. And the only reason that I can even speak to this and have the degree that I have to speak on this is I've spoken with both parties. I've spoken to him directly. I've spoken to his family. They have come over to my show. I've spoken to members of her family. So the story that I had to tell you is going to be completely different from what the news is telling you. And there's a very distinct reason to that because there's a few key players that plays along in this. If you look at one key player by the name of Tamara Liberty Smith, she is supposed to be the contact person or support person for Tatiana Williams. She's supposed to be who's helping her out throughout this whole entire endeavor, giving her shelter and all this, that, and the other, and give her resources. What they won't tell you is that Tamara Liberty Smith is a police commissioner. That's number one. Number two, the city of Detroit fucked up. And I say that easily because this girl, I'm sorry, my bad. This girl supposedly went homeless, and I say supposedly, in November. The problem was she didn't run out of money. The problem was she got put out, just like she got put out of the Red Roof Inn, multiple hotels around here, and multiple short stays. Do anybody know what a short stay is?
Yes, when you rent a hotel room for 6 hours as opposed to the whole day and night, right?
There you go. She has been homeless plus 7 times, 5 times, and I'm only going to use a few names. And I did ask permission before I came up here, and they said it's okay. I've spoken to the sister by the name of Dominique. Dominique took in Tatiana Yvette, which is her mama, her little brother, I won't say his name because he's 13 years old, and the 4 children 5 times. And then you have the family member by the name of Rob. Rob took in the children to babysit them. Then you also have the family member Chris. Chris has also taken in the children and the mom and the little brother. It is very important that I'm saying all of this because I want everyone to notice that all these times that this girl has been homeless, none of her family ever took her in. As a matter of fact, none of her family knew that she was homeless, which is self-admitted in the GoFundMe that was made by Genevia for Tatiana. No one knew she was homeless. Now, she has a mailing address on the east side of Detroit. That address that's on the east side of Detroit is not too far from some of his family members. I don't want to say which ones. The truth of the matter is that when this girl went homeless, she wanted help from the baby father. That is a true statement. She did indeed call him for help. Now, let me also make this clear as well, because I don't want anybody to do what they did on my show over here. The first thing they said was that we bashing women. No, we're not bashing women. We're attacking the truth. The truth of the matter is that even when I talked to Darnell personally, I told him that he was a piece of shit for not stepping up and doing everything that he could possibly to get his children. And that's just that.
What'd he say?
He said he accepted that because he know he's wrong. And even his family accepted and respected that. Even when they came up to the podcast, they said that we know that he's not all the way together. So that's number one. Number two,
all the way together, like mentally.
He felt not mentally. I'm talking about like financially and stuff like that. He fell off.
He just got a job. He's living with the girlfriend in the girlfriend's parents'
So he wasn't.
house.
Okay. Just because all the people low, but it's simply like he ain't in a good place to be taking care of the kids and shit like that. Okay.
Well, he was in a good place because you got to remember him and this girl Tatiana. They had been together since high school. Like I said, they had 2 children and then they broke up. Then she went and had a baby by another guy, and then they came back together and had a 3rd child, but then they broke up again. Him and his new girlfriend has only been together for a short time, not a long time. But it's very important that I bring up the new girlfriend. I need to tell you a little bit about her. Her name is Danielle. Danielle has a master's degree, and Danielle's a big girl. There's a reason I'm telling you all of this. Because let's go back to November when they first got homeless. She reached out to him to ask him for help, but it wasn't the help that she wanted. The thing is, and this is just my opinion, I believe that because of her bitterness of him being in a relationship with his new girlfriend, which I've talked to his family and I've talked to him, and I wouldn't just say that I've seen the text messages. Oh, you with that fat B? Oh, you don't want to do this? I'm not letting you get your kids unless you leave her. You at her house. I'm not letting my kids come over there. You can't get your kids unless you take in my mama and my brother. I wouldn't say this if I couldn't show it. So the bitter syndrome plays a factor. Now let's get back to the important parts. Someone in the chat, and I've explained this multiple times, someone asked, did she have a drug addiction? I wouldn't know if she had a drug addiction, but I can tell you this, from what I've been shown and from what I've been told, what's the word, baby? Like when you pick up an addiction?
She's a party girl. She's a party girl. If there's pills, she's there. If it's Molly, she there. Whatever it is that make her feel better, she's on it.
And these are, and I'm just clarifying for everybody watching. These are vetted sources where y'all got this information from.
I even have the police reports where she got arrested multiple times for drunken driving and even caused an accident, which almost took the life of her child.
Say less.
I wouldn't say none of this unless I.
No, but just I
right.
mean, just so you can say it out loud.
All right, so let me get to the GoFundMe part. All right, so that's an important fact. No, I'm gonna go before the GoFundMe because I want to stick to the timeline. So January 10th, his girlfriend Danielle posts pictures on her social media page with her and him. Remember that fact, January 10th. Pictures of her and him out. Mind you, this girl got a master's degree. That's also something to remember as well. And he's living with
like
her.
she just recently graduated with her master's degree.
Well,
so
clarifying the girlfriend, right? The new girlfriend.
The new girlfriend just recently got the master's degree.
Yep.
So when you hear people in social media like, oh, they were out celebrating and partying, this young woman went to school for how many years to obtain her master's? She deserves to celebrate. And if her boyfriend is with her, then her boyfriend is with her. But they're using that to vilify him, that he didn't get the kids, but he was celebrating with her.
Mm-hmm. And the truth of the matter is, she wouldn't let him get the kids unless he was taking, all right. So the biggest thing was he was living at her house. She didn't want the kids to come over there because you with that new B, you with that fat B, you with that fat H, and I ain't about to have my kids around them. So I'm not, let me say this also as well. I'm not giving clemency or am I saving nor defending Darnell. If what you had to do to see your kids was leave her house, leave her house. And I'm just saying that we're all impunity. But I understand his situation.
Though, if he was homeless, Will, where he gonna go? If he homeless and she homeless, where he gonna leave to go to?
That is a factor that plays.
He should have lied. He should have lied. He should have lied to her and said, I'm not going to my girlfriend's house. He should have lied and he should have took the kids wherever he wanted to take them. And then he should have called CPS and called the police and reported her for having them kids living in that van like that. That's what he should have did.
So just so both of y'all, this is y'all, right? So the family didn't know. So y'all say the family, was this his family side of the family or her side of the family?
The majority of the support, the majority of the support for the children has come from his side of the family, but neither side, her side nor his side, knew she was homeless.
Knew they were homeless.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, let's clarify that.
Well, her mom definitely knew, that's for sure.
Let's clarify. They didn't know they had devolved to the point that they were sleeping in the car. They knew she was evicted and she was couch surfing, but they didn't know that the circumstances had gotten so bad that everybody was just in the car every night.
Correct.
Okay, so is it far-fetched to say, so you guys talked to Darnell, the father, right? So the father wasn't lying when he said he didn't know that they were living in the car.
I would say that he can say that, but also, and I told him this to his face, you should have been paying more attention. If you say that you video called your children, you couldn't pay attention to their surroundings. Nah, let's not forget the kids was being coached. Oh, well, what you doing, baby? Oh, well, we in the don't you tell your daddy that?
I literally said this shit, and I ain't.
Don't be telling people my business.
Shout out to y'all. I didn't know y'all covered this. Everybody in the chat was saying it, so I hadn't seen it. Shout out to y'all for doing the groundwork. But everything I said is matching up, and people act like this shit is just so far fetched. Go ahead, please continue.
And just for context, Will from there, right? So if you wonder how he got contacts, that city, you'd be surprised. The degrees of separation are not a lot now, especially with media and all that. So it makes sense.
I appreciate getting the whole story because they don't make sense.
All right, so now we gotta move past January, right? And I want y'all to remember that she's been homeless these past since November. But she said the kids have been well fed. They got tablets, they got phones, they got clean clothes, all this, that, and the other. And she's got gas in her car. And apparently she either went to school or she is working as a CNA. I'll get to that in a second. Either way, she got gas in her car. Moved to February. Now, the last time that Darnell said that he's seen those children, was it a month or two?
He said it was about a month or two that he hadn't seen them. So we're talking about like the holidays, really.
Yeah. There's that. And then there's also the fact that 2 days prior to him finding out those children was gone, he talked to the kids. Now, the reason he looks that way I'm not going to give excuse for him. All I can tell you that is he recently just lost his grandmother, and then he talked to his children 2 days later. They're gone. So I'm not giving excuse, but I'm just giving you a reason as to why he was looking like that.
What do you mean? Looking like what? Sorry.
Did you see the interview that he gave on the news?
Yeah, he looked.
Despondent and dejected.
Well, his kids just died, so he didn't look. You know what I mean? It looked reasonable to me how he was looking.
He also just recently lost
Also,
like
Yeah, they
a
should. Yeah, they
grand.
shouldn't have. Yeah, man. It like.
But go ahead. That was a
You're good.
question. Didn't do nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah. And then the other thing is they found him the next day. Where's the other father at? But I'll get to that in a second too. All right. So now we have to get to the actual day that the children actually died. Remember, 2 children that did die, 2 and 9, is his, and then there's a third child that's his, and then there's a 4th child that's not his. Now here's where it gets tricky. Remember, I said the majority of the support for those children came from his family. Number one, where do you think those children are at? The living children are at right now. Anybody
Well,
take a guess?
With her still.
With his family.
Kid ain't his.
Saud is right, with his family.
With
Correct.
his family?
Correct. The child that's his and the child that's not his is with his family.
Even
Remember,
though the cousin Javina was all over social media trying to construct this GoFundMe to get this money for her cousin to be able to take care of her mental health and her children moving forward.
correct.
So now the kids are with him.
If you seen the interview, it had like a green background and she was sitting there holding her. That's Javina. That's
Okay.
at her house.
Okay.
But if the next time you see her, she's not at Javina's house. She's with Tamara Smith, the police commissioner. And remember, that's a very key important thing.
Everybody.
All right. So now we get to the day it actually happened. Now, according to her, yes, that's Javina, and that's her cousin's house. Now, you mean to tell me your children just died, and out of nowhere, you finally can go to your cousin's house, but you couldn't go to your cousin's house for the past 4 months, but you can go there to give an interview, right? Okay, cool. So the children is dead. Let's get to the story. Now, it's multiple stories that's been said by her alone. The one story that's been said is that she went to the parking garage. Now, to get into the parking garage of Greektown or Hollywood Casino, you have to, if for those who've been in Detroit, you know how I go. You go in and you got to spiral your way up. Once she got inside of the parking garage, there is not a report saying that she went into the casino, but there's cameras all throughout the casino. Y'all know this, right?
Yeah.
And there's a camera right there at the door. I'm waiting to find out if she. Go ahead, baby.
Also, she didn't park in the lower levels, right?
Correct.
Where if something went wrong, people would be there to assist her. She specifically went to park somewhere completely out of the way. There also is entrance to the casino that you can like kind of go in with kids if you have to take them to the bathroom or whatever by that 9th floor that you can't necessarily do by the lower level entrances because people under the age of 21 are not allowed to walk on the casino floor.
Correct. And even if she had comps, or because that was the biggest thing she was trying to get out of Darnell was, let me use one of your comps because he played at the casino a lot. But anywho, let's get back to the story. So she parks on the 9th floor at, I think it was like 1 o'clock in the morning, which by that time, there's no way that she would have gotten any services. Now, this is the only sympathy that I have for her. If she did call, now that's why I was asking you earlier, Hamp, what number did you call to get services in Detroit?
It was Cam.
There it is. All right, so you called the correct one. So when you call Cam, they can either do one or two things. They can direct you to a walk-in, or they can like try to set you up with other resources and stuff like that. When I was working at Detroit Rescue Mission for those 10 years, the biggest thing that will happen is if we full during inclement weather time, what a lot of people do is they will go to the hospital because the hospital is not going to put you out. They will put you in the lobby. You can go to the fire station.
You can walk in the lobby, right? The hospital, they might ask you if you need something. You could just be there.
It's me, my mom, and my little brother, my 4 kids. We cold. Okay, cool. Y'all go sit over there. So that raises that. As I'm telling y'all, this story is going to be raising a lot of questions. Just bear with me for a second. So she gets there at 1 o'clock in the morning. Now she's driving a Town and Country. I can't remember the exact name. The exact year, but she's driving a Town and Country. She claims in the news that she's never without gas But also, when this first broke, it said the car must have ran out of gas. Now, if the car ran out of gas, then that means that the car would have died. She got there at 1 o'clock in the morning, depending on how much gas she got in there. The car would have died, mind you, on a night when it's like negative 10 degrees with a windshield factor of like negative 20, 25. Everybody should have.
I thought they said it was only like 30 degrees, 32 degrees.
We had strong
No,
wind.
it was
cold.
It was like 10, like negative 10 or 10. It was very
That
low.
makes more sense than Mr. Fantastic because they. I think you can still get hypothermia at 32, right? That's freezing.
Yeah, you in there. Yeah, that makes sense. That
Now,
makes sense.
Here's the thing, right? How long does it take, right, to freeze? But when you say
Minutes.
and when you say 1 a.m., but still it's minutes, right? It ain't gonna
It's
be
minutes,
warm.
especially for little kids. It could be a few minutes to an hour max.
Toddler is
One question: was she was not in the car?
That's the part that I'm getting to. So if you
So
pull up
don't
a
go
map,
too deep into that, but because it's still an
yeah, I
active
know.
investigation.
I can't say too much.
So
about
because it'd be like speculative, right? So okay.
Mm,
Well, they still working through it, right? Okay.
Well, that's the thing. So it's being considered a homicide right now, and it has to be considered a homicide specifically. And this is just speculation on my half. Negligent homicide. That's what I would say. But anywho, let's get back to the story. So she claims that she had gas in the car and she ran out of gas or the battery died. Now, for those who work on cars, you know that if your car is running, that battery ain't dying unless the alternator is bad.
Yeah.
As old as that van is, there's a possibility that the alternator would have went bad. Here's my theory, because they said that the children died of hypothermia. If her thermostat or thermostat manifold went out, it would blow nothing but cold air. But here's the problem with that theory. The mama and Tatiana is sitting in the front. Y'all should be sick. And matter of fact, everybody in the car should be dead if y'all sat there for hours. But then here's the other problem.
Because the way Town and Country works, they have vents in the front and they have vent in the middle console in the back. So it would have been cold air blowing in the front and in the back. Another problem that I have is the mother had on a coat. If you guys watched every single interview, the mother had on that pink puffer. The child, unfortunately, only had on a t-shirt and a pamper. How are you, a grown woman, wearing a coat and your 2-year-old is in a t-shirt and a pamper?
It gets deeper.
Well, let me just even the alternator theory, right? You ain't making it to that 9th floor with no alternator. That battery, if you ever had a bad alternator, your shit go dead 2-3 miles. Especially an old ass car like that. So that didn't even.
I don't know what year make them out. I don't know what year.
Your car is going to be turning off frequently if your alternator is
right?
messed up.
You got to jump it every 2
It's
miles.
going to shut down. It's going to be like click, click.
Now, I'm so glad. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Aaron. Because
was the car running? The engine was running.
Waiting on the police footage from that. So I mean, waiting on the security footage from the.
All right. So if the car is running, heater will work as long as the fan can blow air across the heater cord. Once that engine goes and that coolant temperature falls below whatever temperature, you have no heat. It doesn't. Even the heater doesn't.
Wouldn't you be sick if you were sitting in the front seat and you got the vent directly on you?
Everybody in the car will be, yes.
Thank you.
100%. 100%.
Now,
Yeah. And the heater, if it is on, it blows from front to back. So the front seat is going to get priority, but the back will get heat. But without the engine producing heat, you have nothing. Everybody's screwed.
Gotcha.
Exactly. Now, if you watch the interview that she did an interview where she said, and I thought it was carbon dioxide. I know it wasn't hypothermia because I keep gas in my car. You making some real bold statements on national television saying that you know that it wasn't hypothermia because you keep gas in your car, which, by my speculation and my perspective and how I took that in is that you weren't in the car.
Thank you.
You weren't in the car.
I said the same shit. Thank you. That's how would she not know whether the car ran out of gas or not if she is sleeping in the car?
Now I have someone working on a little something that works there at the casino. I'm gonna find out.
And then her mom said that she was in a car too and that she fell asleep. So I was confused about that.
So the mom,
What's
ahead,
up with the mother?
You ever been in a car and you fell asleep because you was too warm, and then all of a sudden it started blowing cold air on you? You instantly waking up because it's a shock to your system. The fact that the mother is saying she didn't know what was going on either is very odd to me. What it's really giving is that they were at that casino trying to do something strange for a little bit of change. You understand what I'm saying? They was maybe double dutching back to the car. Oh, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna stroll the floor, see if I could pick up a John. You go in, stroll the floor, see if you could pick up a John or whatever.
All right. So now that we got that out the way, that was the first theory. The second theory is that not second theory. So we already talked about the gas and the battery and the potential hypothermia, carbon monoxide thing. But that's very important that you brought that up, baby, the carbon monoxide, because we got to touch on that too, and why Tamara plays a part in this. The police commissioner. All right. So let's move to the afternoon. Apparently, they woke up. The mother woke up at 12, or Tatiana woke up at 12. Here's where the problem comes into play. I'm gonna pick somebody. Fantastic. You wake up and you discover your 2-year-old is not breathing. What's the first thing you do?
Shit, CPR for me, because I'm CPR trained. But if not that, get to a hospital or call 911 and get to the hospital immediately.
Okay. Do you call your godmother to come give you a boost?
Fuck no.
Okay. So she called her godmother for either one or two reasons, and the police did not put this out there. And when she did the statement on the news, y'all remember she said, "I called a friend." It was her godmother. She called the godmother to come to the parking structure, and they took the first baby, to the hospital. Now I'm going to introduce you to why it is that this is being treated as a homicide. You took one baby to the hospital. While you was at the hospital, you didn't even call 911 or the police on the way to the hospital. Now, if you look at the map of Greektown Casino, like I said, come out, make a left, go over 2 lights, make a left, come up the freeway, hit Mac, and you can come down, make a left, hit St. Antoine, make a left. You right there at Children's. 6 minutes tops. 3 minutes if you're blowing every red light on max speed with your foot to the floor, with your baby in your arms dead. The problem with this theory is, I'm sorry, baby, go ahead.
We don't have the exact time that she called the friend yet. She said it was minutes before she called 911. Of course, that will be mined out through forensics when they go look through the text messages and the phone call logs. But she didn't call 911 until 12:12 p.m. Then they had to double back to the van to get the other child because the other child was then non-responsive. And by the time they got both the children to the hospital at 12:47 p.m., the hospital called Detroit Police Department and said that they suggest foul play. This is another reason why it's being looked at to the degree that it's being looked at.
Because instead of taking all the children, you took one. And it took for your mother to stay behind in the car. Now, I'm going to use you as an example. You and Saad, y'all relatives, y'all in the car with these 4 kids. You take one kid to the hospital and Saad stay behind. And then Saad looks back there and see that other baby is gone too. So Saad calls you. Don't call 911. Don't call police. Don't run inside and bang on the door, kick somebody, yell at somebody, "I need help." First thing she does is call you. And then now you leave the hospital. You and your godmother leave the hospital to come back to take the other baby to her. What about the other kids?
Don't make no sense.
See, because you can't, I'm telling you right now, don't none of y'all call me. If y'all baby daddy, you call me, I'm gonna be like, why are you calling me? Call the police.
Period.
You're gonna call 911 because it's an emergency situation. So what it gives to me is it gives panic. It gives trying to come up with a cover story. It gives they didn't really fully understand the full implications of what it is that was happening, what they have gotten themselves into with these children, because they just went in the car and went to sleep. Now it's 1 o'clock in the morning when y'all pulled into the casino. So if I have been sleeping in the car homeless for months, I'm going to be constantly with my head on a swivel. I'm going to be waking up every half an hour, 15 minutes, checking everybody in the van because I'm going to fully understand the dangers that we are in, not just simply from hyperthermia or carbon monoxide, the dangers that we're in because we're in an open parking structure with a whole bunch of degenerates that are going to the casino to gamble, other potential homeless people that are in the area. It's a dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, because we got a lot more to cover. Go ahead.
If a car comes up to transport one or more people, and that car is heat, why isn't everybody in that van getting in the car the first time? If everybody's been sitting there and breathing, why double back? Everybody should be in that car like clowns in a clown car, head to the hospital on the account of just being warm.
She could have stayed and let the babies go. If it was important enough, just put
Especially if one is already not breathing.
I want all of the, and I'm not saying this to be derogatory or start an argument, but I want all the women who has vitriol to say, y'all just want to blame the mother. After I give you these details, I want you to still say,
No, she's a
all right, this what I need. This what I
No,
need.
don't say that.
So I want to condense it a bit. So give the details on that
Gotcha.
part specifically, because I know we've been talking about the theories, which are interesting, but what are the details that are right and exact so that people can answer your question with all the information?
Detail number one.
Sure.
After the babies was found dead, and oh yes, fact number one, she was not arrested. Let me say that again. She was not arrested. She was detained. It's a complete difference. To where the point to where they had to make a PSA talking about, I'm not arrested. Ma'am, no one said that you was arrested. We said you should be arrested, but you was detained. This is where Tamara comes into play. Why is
She's
it that
detained at Detroit in a Detroit transitional housing program, which means she's not at her free will to leave that program as she wants to.
Yeah.
Correct.
Kind of like a halfway house.
Right. And she's there because Detroit know that they fucked up. There's no reason that this girl should have been going through this with these children for 4 months. Now, there was a news report where a representative from Cam did come out and say that she did indeed call in November. But the problem was, and I don't know, did one of y'all role play to be homeless for Cam?
Me kind of.
Okay. They're going to get back to you quickly because Detroit know that they fucked up. They never got back to this girl. And
Yeah, no, she answered all my questions.
Yeah. So I called the other day. They didn't send me damn near 20 resources so far. I didn't
They
phone
sent like
calls.
3 or 4, yeah.
All right. So that's the first thing. The second thing we need to cover is what she said in the news. I mean, at the end of the day, like I called his dad, he with his girlfriend. You been knew that the dad was with the girlfriend. And the fact that you're saying that in the news, you're trying to bring anger and angst amongst him. Now, don't get me wrong, he deserved it because he shouldn't. He didn't do everything he was supposed to do. But the truth of the matter is, you made this about the baby daddy, not about the truth of the matter. So the next thing we have to tackle, the GoFundMe. This is the funny part. This is the fun part that I like. So the children, baby, what was the exact date that the children died? Let me pull that GoFundMe up.
It was. I already have the screenshots ready. If Hamp wants to share the screen.
Okay. So the first GoFundMe, which was done by
These are the ones just for her. So let's be clear. The one that the father did, he was trying to do.
Hold on. Wait. Let's get that one first because that's the important one. That's the important one.
So hold on. Don't share it again. Hamp. Don't go off of it. It's important. So Tamara Liberty Smith says so many different GoFundMe accounts, but why? Now, Tamara Liberty Smith is the actual point of contact and liaison for this woman in her case. Now, she said, Javinia Moore, T needs to contact her and let her know your GoFundMe is real. And they say still up. You can take it down for a minute because I'm going to get to the point. Take it off the screen for a moment. I'm going to show you what Tamara actually said about these GoFundMes. So she literally said, no one is supposed to have a GoFundMe. And the family was told to take it down. Here it is. Go ahead and share it.
There it is.
It was told to the family to take it down.
Right.
They're not supposed to have the GoFundMe link up at all. Now, this GoFundMe has been disabled. All of them have been, because this is an active case and you cannot benefit financially from a crime that has been committed. It's against the law.
Pause. That's why I said you're going too fast. So we got to get over to the father's one first. And here is the father's GoFundMe. Share the screen, please. All right, so this is the father's GoFundMe. Now, everything that Ross said was absolutely correct and crystal clear. but we have to pay attention to this one specifically. It says help with these two children, these two precious children. Only $380 was raised, and you can see the comments, the description, and the pictures and all that and the other. It was raised by Darnell Curry. Now, the reason that you can stop sharing the screen. The reason that that's important is because that GoFundMe was made immediately after this was found out in the news. But the McFall Brothers Funeral Home of Detroit put out a statement, said that we will pay for the services of this baby. When the McFall Brothers Funeral Home put that statement out, Darnell, cut his GoFundMe off. But multiple people across Facebook is like, oh, we the one that got it shut down, re-reported it. That's not what happened. He shut that GoFundMe off because the McFall Brothers Funeral Home said that they will pay for the services of the baby. Now, share the screen, please. Here's the problem. So this is the GoFundMe for the mother. It's already up to $51,235. The problem with this whole entire GoFundMe is it's by Javina. Name by Javina Moore right there. And if you decide if you want to, you can read through this and you can see that it's all pretty much about her, not about the children. But even doing so, it was never about being used to put the children that was ground. It was all supposed to be used for her and her new babies. But the problem is, just like Ross said,
And if you
remember everything. Go ahead.
Hold on, babe. Hold on, babe. Share the screen, Ham. Tamara Liberty Smith on February 12th at 8:20 p.m. said, the city of Detroit, McFall Brothers Funeral Home, and I, the designated point of contact, have not approved of any GoFundMe accounts that has been posted. All services and donations have been provided by partnering agencies and organizations. Please feel free to contact myself if you have any questions or concerns. So none of this was approved by the people that are in contact and in charge of this woman and this investigation.
Correct.
Yeah, so
now we get past the GoFundMe part and we get to the new evidence that is not new evidence, but the further facts. Well, you know what? I don't want to go too far because y'all might have questions right now. Does anybody have any?
It's not even so much question. It's just the information, right? Seems pretty clear, right? Like even when you use deductive reasoning, it's like what decision do you come to? Well, so let me ask. Well, I think the reporting was great, right?
I got one more thing I got to show you though.
Okay, should I? Well,
right. it's only because important because Sister Saw it, brought it up. She said, I saw all of this on TikTok. Here's the problem with social media. Social media has painted a narrative that the father needs to be blamed for this whole entire thing. And I'll show you exactly where. Pull up the screen, please.
It's the last one. I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, this is the last one. There's already 787 signatures for a petition to hold the father only responsible and not hold the mother responsible at all. Now, the reason that this is important, you can go down and you can view through all of these comments and all this, that, and the other. But the reason that this is important is because this shows that how it is that the scope of the thought process of the community is to have complete innocence of the mother and complete denigration of the father. If you look all across social media, the majority, because we don't like to talk about some, the majority of women is saying he needs to be punished. And that
Sell, they say he needs to be locked up. Sell, they say he needs to go to jail for her being in the custody, kids dying in her custody. Sell.
Now let me tell you
this shit since day one.
The courtroom, the judge will tell you if you are the custodial parent in possession of the child, or if you're the non-custodial parent, if you are the parent or the adult in possession of the child and something happens to that child, you are the sole responsible person. So regardless of if me and Raw got a baby and I live 3 miles away from her house, if the baby break the arm at my house, they ain't got shit to do with Raw. That's everything to do with me.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just say this real quick, and then I'm going to go and let y'all have it. I, too, was a mother that was facing homelessness with my 2 children when me and my ex-husband were facing a divorce. You know what we never did? We never lived in our car. You know why? Because I didn't burn all of my bridges. And I made sure that I had resources in the event that I needed to do something for my children. Right now, my children's father is sick. He hasn't seen his children in 2 months. There is no excuse for any woman to be making to say, well, he didn't help her and he didn't see them kids in 2 months. Listen, sis, I don't care if your child's father hasn't seen your kids since the day he put that kid inside of you. The moment you decided to pop out and show people that you wanted to have a kid, it is your responsibility. That is the life you decided to bring into this world. Them kids cannot defend themselves. So I'm going to need all of you women to stop relying on excuses. I'm going to need y'all to stop having children and relying on social services to help you. I'm going to need you to start doing deductive reasoning. If you do not think that you can afford a child when you have one child, then stop having unprotected sex. Have all the sex you want to. Be protected. Use a vaginal contraceptive film. Use a condom. Use your birth control. Take it all at the same time. But what I'm very much tired of is y'all saying, well, we reached out to social services and social services didn't help. You didn't reach out to social services when you decided to lay down and open your legs and bust it wide open to give your toto to the man that you had laid down with and had them kids with. Social services wasn't in the hospital with you when you gave birth to them babies. And I'm tired of women. I'm sorry, not sorry. I am tired of women coming up with every excuse in the book why it is okay to neglect these kids, why it is okay to give them less than. You are the progenitor of how many children you're going to have outside of your vagina. And if you can't afford them, then simply stop having them. Life is hard as hell, but the choice to create more life is solely up to you. Thank you for having me. Y'all have a good day. When y'all ask me why I look pissed off because I'm tired of Black women making excuses for the fallacies of other Black women. These women are not like me. Me and Isaiah are not the same type of people. I don't know you broads. I don't respect you broads. And any broad that's making it okay for these children to be suffering like this, y'all better go reevaluate yourself. That I'm gonna say that nicely. Good.
A
So,
woman has arrived.
So go ahead,
Yeah.
and then Tiff.
Oh no, I was just saying like with the whole context afterwards, like knowing it makes sense. But like I always said from the beginning, I did have questions. I just was speaking on mostly about other women who've been in the same situation like myself because I've been there, but I handle mine as well.
So what's your synopsis now that you have more information?
Have a good night. No, I had already had the synopsis when I was asking about why she was in the casino on the 9th floor. Like that was crazy to me. So being that Mr. Will has sat there and like broke it down for us, like it's out of pocket. It's out of pocket.
I think the biggest thing to take away from
Hold
this
on, Will.
is
Hold on.
I'm sorry,
I just
go
want to
ahead.
see something. Real
Go ahead.
What's
Yeah,
up,
with
Tiff? What you think?
details, you know me. I'm thoroughly frustrated and irritated and deeply disappointed. Every week,
Disappointed and not angry as fuck.
no, disappointed in the fact. Look, fantastic. I'm just now realizing that the women that y'all were talking about are out there. So this is another piss poor example of a mother.
It's fantastic. So Tiff, real quick, it's fantastic. Here's the key. Tiff's response has to be unadulterated. If you got to push her to a place you want her to go, then it has less impact, you know. So, Tiff, you have all that information.
I said even between.
Hold on. Let me just make sure. I just want you to respond to this thoroughly, right? You have the kids; they're dead, right? They shared all information. Will is boots on the ground, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is heartfelt to all of us. So ain't nobody playing, right? We all understand it's beyond disappointment for everybody, regardless of who's at fault.
Bullshit.
So go ahead. What you think?
I think it's a bullshit. If you don't want kids, don't have them. She could have. If it just seems very malicious and wicked how it's being reported. And if they didn't come and say that, oh God, just so many questions. Like, why is she not in jail? Why are they reporting this way? What other types of abuse did these kids go through? Where were you? Because how was the mom in the car? Like, this is
Okay, I can, because you just said it and it's fresh on my mind. If the city charges her right now, the city will have to admit neglect, and then she will win a lawsuit. The problem is, if the city want to arrest her, for what just happened with these children, the city will also have to admit to the fact that they didn't do everything that they possibly could to get these children off the street.
And that's my
Yeah.
only other question. Like, these are school-age kids, right?
Nah. Thank you for saying that. Remember, she said these kids.
But
So
there should be a school, so if school is in. So even in school,
this should,
like,
yeah.
what the hell?
This puts everybody on the map, because what is the first thing a teacher is supposed to be when it comes to children not being showing
First
up?
reporter.
Mandated reporter.
Mandated. Got to report it.
So
But
And in these three, those kids are in school, right?
no, but this is what I'm telling you, and it's why
No,
I'm trying to tell
fantastic.
y'all.
I'm asking him, is it three of the children are in school? Because
Yes.
the 13-year-old would be in
Most of them.
school, the 9-year-old, and then they got a baby that would be in like pre-K. So
No, all of them, all of the kids will be in
that
school. It's
pre-K
5 or 6 kids. It's
No.
5 or 6 kids.
So she said that they went to school in E-course, and I believe the name of the school was Bunchy or Bun. I'm from Detroit. We pronounce it Bunchy. But anywho, the problem is the children haven't been in school. So now, if they arrest her for neglect, you have to do a deep investigation and find out, well, what was the school doing? Now you put the school on the map. What was Cam doing? Now you put Cam on the map. What was this research doing? How much money are y'all actually putting into servicing these clients when y'all not servicing these clients? So now the bigger question is, where the hell is the money going?
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So working in Detroit Rescue Mission, I can tell you, we was getting $700 per head per night. So we can house at max 375 people plus about maybe 75 chairs. During inclement weather, that's by 1.5 times. If we don't let those people in, we in trouble, because now we have to explain why is it that we are accepting money from the state, but we're not housing people. For this girl, you got Genesis. I believe you put up all the respite centers, right? Did you see Genesis 1, 2, 3, COTS, CAS, community services, all this, that, and the other?
Mm-hmm.
All right. From the casino where she was, if you go down to Jefferson, make a right, go down to Woodward, make a right, and then you come up. Everything that she could have reached was within a 10-minute drive range from where she was.
So,
but except for G1, because that's an admin building.
So yeah, I mean, it's all right there, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Sherelle, what's your synopsis based on what you heard?
I think everybody's opinion was on the information we have, the updated information. I don't know.
Well, based on because you had an opinion with the information we had, now you have more information.
My opinion's still the same.
Which is?
It's her fault the children died. He still failed his kids. Everybody should not have kids. My most extremist thing that I've ever said on YouTube is I think that they should sterilize people. And I think you should have to take a test to even become a parent. I think they should sterilize you at birth. Or whatever your reproductive turn on, they should turn them bitches off. And everybody shouldn't be able to have kids. But situations like this is nothing that I don't see too often. Yeah, there's a bunch of ain't shit bitches. And it's a bunch of homeless bitches. And if the government wasn't giving out vouchers, they'd be more homeless bitches with kids. And them the ones that love to have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Women with their shit together barely be having 2 kids. The ones who like to have them in packs have them like that, knowing that they can't take care of them. This shit is sad. I think she needs to go to jail for child neglect and child abuse.
I think
having your kids live in the car is she should not only go for neglect for their murder, but that's abuse to the rest of them kids that's living in the car too.
Not only that, but they malnourished.
And how is she getting any kind of services like TANF?
So
yeah, she had.
Knowing that she's getting kicked out of spaces in like hours. Like, are the kids rambunctious? Is she problematic? Like, what? Something ain't right.
She's problematic. She's problematic. They're problematic. The mother is problematic. The brother is problematic.
So the whole family, she come from trash.
I wouldn't call the children trash.
I know like
no, not the kids. I'm talking about
it be 6 or 7 grown-ups and they all fucking homeless.
Can I say this real quick?
Sure.
Yeah, I remember before I left to go get my kids, I said something in the water.
If you do what I told you,
ma'am, I don't need correction. I don't need correction. I didn't correct you. I don't need correction because y'all wrong up here. All right, y'all narrative changed. Your whole narrative changed. We told y'all something in the water won't clean.
and I don't
and
trust you.
you
So when
fought
I
us.
got
Okay,
And
and at the
remember,
end of the day, y'all
hold
taking
on,
your
hold
word for
on,
something
hold
that's
on.
not
now
true.
I'm thinking
Don't
he
mean
was
don't
gonna come
mean
up here and say,
nothing.
I
Why
told
y'all
y'all, your kids
interrupting
is
me?
at
Don't
your
mean nothing
house,
to
sir.
Why
nobody.
y'all
My
interrupting
water could
me?
have never changed because
Why
I never
y'all
not blamed
interrupting
her.
me? Why
And what
y'all
did I
interrupting?
say? The system,
Why
everybody failed them
why are
kids.
y'all interrupting me?
Why you think you
God
can't be
damn.
interrupted? You
Because you
addressing
was
us, right?
incorrect,
Why
and you was about
why
to
No,
go on.
why
You was about to go on the
incorrect.
whole
Nah,
ride
try
being
again.
incorrect, and I didn't want you to go on the
Get
whole
out of
ride
here.
being incorrect.
Absolutely
all right.
not.
All right.
Damn.
So either way, I think one of the bigger takeaways from this situation, because we said the baby's dead. Why are we still trying to assign blame? I just look at it from like in the instance of the father, right? If that dude had done this and had, of course, he would have gone to jail. What do you think the men in jail would have done to him? You see what I'm
Everything.
saying? So we don't accept these type of behaviors or circumstances, right? I expect mothers to stone this woman literally and figuratively. So before the dads or the dudes show up, there's nothing left of her. I just want to show how easy it was to get everybody where a father is not even present to turn to him without going first to the accountability of mom. This is a societal problem, just like Tiff said. Mothers hold mothers accountable. Ain't no child dying on my watch. I will die first. Okay? So if you're not going to have that type of accountability for another mom, you are complicit in this dysfunction in society. So I just want y'all to know that that's a takeaway, right? We can't be flip-flopping sides. If a woman needs help, women are the ones who qualify for this help the most, especially women with that many children. So you knew something was up. Every black city in America, in Houston, it is known. It is a what do you call it? It's one of the it's a buzzword. They treat the homeless better than the citizens. Better
Houston
than
is like
middle
number
class
one
citizens.
for homeless assistance. People move to Houston to
No,
get homeless
they
assistance.
treat the homeless better than middle class citizens here. So anybody that can get help or that qualifies for help will get it, especially women and children. So I'm just saying, like, this is an
People move to
accountability
Houston
thing.
to get assistance.
No, they treat everywhere, every
The
black
way
city.
they treat their homeless, but everybody don't treat their homeless like that. New Orleans just put their homeless people in a fucking concentration camp for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, man. So
Told them
I'm
people
just
that they
saying,
gotta
like,
go to a fucking camp or they was gonna go to jail because they didn't want homeless people on the street so they could impress fucking people coming down here to watch a football game.
they did the same thing when
Stop acting like they just treat homeless people like they've got the red carpet everywhere you go. No, they don't.
what are you talking about right now?
You saying they do that
Well,
everywhere? No,
no,
Houston
no,
is like number
you
one for
we
homeless
talking
assistance.
about two different things. Every time when the Super Bowl came to Houston, they got the homeless up off the street. That's
Yeah,
gonna
that's
happen.
everything. That's anything. Same thing. Like if you get the Olympics, you got a big
They put
event.
people in
Don't look
jail
like
for
shit.
football games.
You can be surprised what you can arrest somebody for. But you remember when we had the visit from who was that person from China in San Francisco?
Yeah,
They moved.
They cleaned up the whole.
They moved all, and so that shit happens.
Yeah.
Let me get. Go ahead. What you say, Mr. Fantastic?
Nah, I was just saying, man. Like I said, I told y'all this shit. Looking at it, y'all need to stop. Men have no sympathy. Again, I'm not saying the dude is not culpable at all, but at the same time, clearly, like you said, shout out to Cellulite for giving that. The bitter baby mama is the downfall of so much shit, bro. Literally, bitches will fucking kill their kids over a man getting a new woman, bro. Women will make their kids suffer because they don't want their kids around the new bitch. Everything I fucking said was right. I have not seen none of their content. I don't know none of this shit. And this man got it from the horse's mouth. Several of them, a whole stable of horses. All right.
So
that shit is
can I
crazy.
jump in for 1 second because I did got my little one over there. I gotta get ready to go.
All right, condense it, Will, so I can get
Yeah,
him.
I am. The most disgusting thing about this whole entire thing is one, that the children are not here, and that's the primary thing that to walk away from all of this is because of bitter syndrome, not just from her but from the whole society, right? Is that we will take our biasness and we will try to shift the blame onto everyone just because of what our anecdotal experiences is, and we're trying to attach them to a blanket that we think makes us safe. Unfortunately, the bigger picture in all of this is he was wrong, she was wrong, the ball was dropped on both sides. Detroit was wrong, definitely in this situation. Those children ain't coming back. Now, what do we do about the child that is here and the child, the other child, the child that is here that's not his, and the child that is here that is his, because they're not going back to the family. And something that has been said a long time ago, and it still reigns to this day: the biggest hater of women is women. And that's unfortunately when this situation happened, and everybody found out that he was with a new girlfriend, and they seen the new girl, that fat B, that disproportionate B, that ugly B, is it's like, so you're not even looking at her as a woman. You're not looking at the fact that Hamp, you graduated. So what is it called when you got the little sash on with your symbols on it?
If you have honors or if you
she's a divine nine.
So, yeah.
She's a divine nine.
Who?
That whatever
the girl?
The new girlfriend.
Oh, what is she? Delta or something like that? But regardless though, what was your
So they didn't look at the fact that she was wearing a cap and gown. She got her master's degree. They didn't see the fact that, she's not terrible off. They just looked at the fact that she was fat. And when I tell you, the majority of women that came out in droves, yeah, y'all women, y'all need to do everything y'all can to stay away from these men, because the first thing you'll do is go get with some fat B. And it's just like, how can y'all focus on that when 2 children are dead? Y'all can't even focus on the fact that 2 children are dead. The first thing you have to do is worry about it, what another woman looks like. So with that being said, man, Hamp, as always, if y'all need anything, expect now. If you're gonna cover the next one, which is the Pontiac case, which that one is terrible. The girl that left her kids in the house since 2020, she ain't been back to the house since 2020.
I seen that. I seen it, and that is crazy because the house was built. Yo, that shit is crazy.
The kids are alive. I guess just today I was just, and Sherelle had brought up the talk like, what about the kids? So this
when
one
you see the house in Pontiac, bro, you might not be able to show the pictures. It's bad.
The kids survived.
15, 13, and 12. And I'm not gonna go too much into it because I want to take up too much time. The children have not seen their mother since 2020.
Oh,
she's a showgirl.
The kids are older though. Yeah.
The kids are 15, 13, and 12 now. So subtract their current age to 2020.
So yeah, all right, we gotta look it up because that's a whole nother, you know what I mean? But
man,
this shit though, Will, as always, bro.
It's bad. It's bad.
This shit
All right,
goes
but y'all take it easy, man.
All right,
y'all ain't got nothing else. Y'all good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. All right, holla at y'all.
Yes, sir. Good shit, Willie Will, man. Hank, what you think, bro?
Sad. It's a sad situation. and the fact that if any woman that defending that bullshit, I just don't understand. And there's no offense to that. I mean, y'all like I think Fantastic said they need to come out, or Trigger Mike said it, need to come out in droves and stand against this woman, not speak on her behalf. I don't have no sympathy for her. I have no sympathy for that bitch. Look, we all know when you get situations like when you're homeless and when it's freezing cold, there's a heightened awareness. So now they got emergency shelters for the homeless people. It's not just like just the average homeless shelters. They have emergency shelters. So now they turn in churches into emergency homeless shelters. They got restaurants that turn into emergency homeless shelters. So these was opportunities she took advantage of. But like you said, she wasn't staying in that. She was turning tricks. She was out there selling her goddamn ass. That's what she was doing. While them kids, she had them older kids watching them younger kids. Irresponsible ass woman. That's what she is. So I think they need to take the rest of whatever kids she have left. They need to take them away from her. Turn them over to the state. She don't deserve to be a mother anymore, a parent anymore. Because all of this shit that happened, what makes you think she's responsible? Not. She doesn't care about the kids, not for real. Because she really did. She would have went the extra mile. I think old girl right here, she said she went to another state in order to find a place to lay her goddamn head. You think that bitch did? The bitch didn't want to go 10 minutes down the goddamn road. This heifer ain't no goddamn good, man. I hope she died. I hope she put her into a goddamn black ice and freeze her ass to goddamn death. Fuck that bitch, Hamp. I'm gonna leave it there, dog.
That shit is, and initially when Sherelle and I were talking about it, I mean, she basically said the same thing. The one thing I noticed though, right, and this is the part that I just want to understand more thoroughly, is the language, right, when we're implicating the man is visceral, and then when we hear about the woman, we're disheartened, right? I guess I'm just wondering about why the energy doesn't just transfer. Fuck him, right? If it's fuck him, as soon as you know more about her, it should be fuck her too.
But it's not him.
You
They
know?
ain't letting it go. They ain't letting it go in the chat. Now they want to
No,
focus on
it's
the
definitely
kids.
fuck her.
Well, no, hold on. Before you go, no, him. Now they holding. Oh, it's supposed to be about the kids. So now that you got the fucking truth, right? To show that this is shit. You see a piece of shit bitch, like we fucking said. And in order, shout out to Sherelle, right, for the topic. If we want to care about the kids and save the kids, we need to focus on these piece of shit, deadbeat ass moms. I didn't even know about this case, Hemp. Like I said, the one he just talked about, I just looked this shit up, bro. They Hemp, house so bad, they got the house blurred out. Like it's a naked body. You feel me?
You think it's somebody dead? It's a pile of trash.
Yeah, it's just dirty. That's how dirty it is. Hemp. They got to blur out the fucking filth. Yeah. So again, a mother. All right. The reason black community is fucking in the fucking toilet is because, again, the mothers are in control and the mothers don't want to give those kids up because they're dependent on those kids for fucking survival. If she get rid of them kids, what happened to her? Child support go away, food stamps go down or go away completely. She ain't got no place to stay. She's just on her own. We keep telling y'all, man, the po-ho hustle of birthing kids. These are fucking birthers. We ain't got no mothers no more. These bitches are birthers. They had these kids and they use these kids to fucking survive. And then when some tragic shit happened, for who with the daddy? The daddy, what the daddy, what the daddy, what the daddy? What the fuck? Well, no, fuck the daddy. If the daddy wasn't there at all, then what?
Yeah, I mean, when it's time to go ahead, Tiff. Go ahead.
No, I think everybody up here, once there was more information, which is what should happen, is you should vet out the whole situation. When more information came, no woman up here said, oh no, she's a great mom. That was not the response in any sense. And I'm still going to say that man knows that he has 2 children in this world and he owes some responsibility and due diligence for his children. She's wrong that they're dead, but he's wrong that they were there. This is effed up all the way around. It's not just the mom. Those kids got failed by their parents, by the school system, by the government, and they are dead. And I'm not going back and forth with no nigga about who was right and who was wrong.
Well, you ain't gotta go back and forth.
Kids don't die.
I'm gonna tell you this though: the kids,
we'll drop them off at your house.
Kids can't just die on your watch, man. You need to hang. Period.
Thank you.
He can go to
hell. Y'all, we wouldn't even have it. Say it again, Hemp. If these
fact,
kids died by those circumstances in the dad's care, no one will be asking shit about the mother. That's the point. And then furthermore, Cellulite them told you she was preventing the man from getting his children because he's in a new relationship. Like I fucking told y'all.
So
if you ain't been, y'all swear this shit don't happen, and we tell y'all it happen all the time.
Right. So Tiff, it's not that I disagree with you about the dual accountability. Any dad worth his weight in fatherhood is going to say it's all my fault, right? That's what the father is going to say.
We talked about that earlier.
To himself. Yeah, I wasn't here. Sorry about that. But the issue is, if I'm going to take sole accountability, I don't mention my woman ever. I'm going to take sole accountability. But if mothers are going to put themselves above fathers, but then remember when I said you want all things, women tend to want all things glory until there's blame to be distributed. Now it's our fault. So if it's our fault, I need half the children in America to be in the custody of their father. Then we can accept blame for this stuff that happens. All right. Do not project all of this. It's mothers over mothers love the child more. No. For us to have dual accountability, give them to their fathers. Exactly. When a dad asks for custody of his kids, that shit better be.
I agreed with you.
Immediately.
So now you got to talk to the moms and make them do it. You got to talk to the moms, and this goes back. This is the cycle. And then Shad trying to get in. Listen, this is the problem, Tiff. They don't want to give the kids up because that costs them money. It costs them livelihood. So it ain't the hold on. We gotta be clear about this. We gotta be explicit, right? We gotta be crystal clear.
Let's do it.
The reason the dads don't have the children is not because the dads don't want the children, it's because the mothers won't let them have them.
And
The mothers want the child support. The mothers want the benefits. The mothers want the Section 8. The mothers want the projects. The mothers want all the shit that comes with her having kids and having an easier life. And then furthermore, like Trigger Mike said, when shit fuck up, when shit go wrong, what she get to do? Blame the daddy.
So amazing. I agree
What's
with
up,
you.
Eve?
Ladies, what Fantastic is saying is if you get pregnant going forward, all you have to do is carry the baby, the 9 months. You go ahead, drop that baby off. You don't have to worry about childcare, none of that stuff. He got it. He'll call you from time to time, but going forward,
Why you trying to be hyperbolic?
Hold on. Well, this the problem, right? It's a problem, right? You looking at a couple different ways in which people are responding. Ain't nobody being facetious, right? So Tiff, you know that's not what he's saying. But
no,
they're
that
just
is
looking
what
at
he's saying.
no, it's not
Multiple
just dropping.
times.
What I'm saying is it's not just drop them off. The mom shouldn't be involved, right? But it is looking at allocation of the child and how difficult it may be for men to get them, right? And so just assessing that, right? So let's just
I'm
be
saying make it easier.
as solid as possible regarding it, because nobody's saying that the kid don't need a mom.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm being solid as fuck. If we are failing this bad, get your kids. That's it. That's all.
I couldn't imagine having being a baby mama like Tip, man, because you probably the same type of baby mama he had to deal with. You the same type of woman. You have no self-control.
You're making an
You always got to blurt out. It's always going to be a fight every time I have an interaction with you. You the type of baby mama. You are the type of baby mama this man probably had to deal with on regular basis. And it's hard to talk to you.
You're the kind of man that's trying to look good.
Girl, that's your goddamn business, Ethel. That's what I would tell him.
So I ain't called you out of your name. You don't know anything about me. So you can make assumptions. I'm glad.
So, come on, let's bring it. We bringing the level of the conversation down a bit. So,
so when people do stuff like that, and then they think you should just move forward, I don't ask you about who you are as a father, who you are as a husband, or who you are as a person. Don't make assumptions about the way that I parented or any kind of relationships that I had. And I said anything to you, keep it cute.
Shaw, what's popping?
What's up, brother? This conversation has been very interesting. Again, I kind of sit from a position trying to understand what we do going forward. I think, can we all just have the balls to admit collectively we don't give a fuck about the kids? I think I saw Uncle Rick say that in the chat. We don't give a fuck about the kids. Like, I feel like if we could just, all the information was good. I think y'all kind of parsed out kind of that particular story. But if we talking about what's going on in our community as a whole, can we all just be honest and say we don't give a fuck about the kids?
So
like,
Sean,
can we start there?
Sean, did you see the beginning of the show?
Remember, I was on for a second and I hopped out, so it's possible I might have missed.
Even before that, where we're just talking about like giving back, helping the kids, coaching, teaching, mentoring, whatever the case is. Miss Fantastic and I talked about this. Hank and I talked about this where we said we can't help them little niggas. Fuck them little niggas. Them little niggas ain't our problem, right? And that I think is detrimental as well. Now we understand we didn't make those kids, but they here. And when you see yourself making an impact on kids, I know Isha can attest. She's a professional. I was just a high school football coach, right? But the impact I was able to make on them kids changes their trajectory.
100%.
And I've seen it, but we act like they ain't our problem. They've too far gone.
I can give you some of the personal story I had. So when I first, and this is me just being transparent about how I
after Shah done East, you could jump in, all right?
I got caught up in the same situation. So after I went and got my master's, a master in public health. So my first job after going to grad school was working at a hospital as a health educator, and I was in a teen clinic. So for 2 to 3 years, I was working with teenagers from the age of 12 to 19, girls and boys. Everything was about sexual health. And I was more than just a health educator. I was dealing with homeless kids. I was dealing with young girls who were in and out of prostitution because they couldn't find a way, so I had to kind of walk them through that. But I wasn't getting paid no money. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't start a family. I just put it out there. I was getting paid like $30,000 a year to do this job. Once I got an opportunity to make some more money, I left. And I remember a couple of years ago, I was saying, man, it's crazy how like, and one of my kids who I was working with, a young man, he didn't catch a body, but doing some time for a robbery. But at the time we was together, this man would hit me up. We would talk about what his goals was, and I kind of left and didn't finish the job because I was chasing money. You know what I mean? And I know I'm not the only one with a similar story where we find ourselves having to decide between making some money, which is a legitimate reason. You know what I mean? I can't raise, not in this climate, $35,000. I can't provide for nobody, barely myself. But I had to make a decision. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of us, so I do give grace to us as people because you got to make the decision. But I also want us to be honest about what's really going on. And the truth is we don't give a fuck about the kids, man. We don't, that's not something we walk around with trying to figure out. If they're not our children or a cousin or niece, they spoils of war. And that's how most people operate. Not even just black people. That's how most people in America operate. And that's just the reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what even from watching y'all kind of talk about this conversation, I don't see it getting better. I kind of see it getting worse with everything that's coming on with technology and kids not certain things. I think it's gonna get worse. There's gonna be more kids out here doing the stuff that we complain about now. It's not gonna get better.
Yeah.
So I would love to kind of understand what people are with that. Like if we know that's what the reality is, what do we do?
So Sean, now here's some of the things, right? We can vet these, but marriage is actually up, right? Teen pregnancy is down.
Mm-hmm.
The jail population is down. And there's one more I was about to say. And then all of us going to college more than ever, right? Is that still true? Men included, men and women, for our people.
What was the last one, Hemp?
We go to college more than ever, right? Like us and the women, of course.
I feel like, I think it's with the degrees, attaining the degrees. So
So, Sean, I'm just looking at this stuff about better or worse, and I'm not saying that proves it's getting better, but it's something, like even the jail population increase, crime is a little bit down. Now, the kids do shit like drugs, right? It never was cool to be a drug addict when we was young. Now the drug addicts are the cool niggas. So maybe they just got different things that they like, different you know what I mean, that they do that we kind of thought was corny or whatever the case is. So just thinking through it, feel me?
I got you. That's a good point.
Yeah, but I could be totally off. I'm just thinking about it, you know what I mean? So let me get Isha. Isha, what's popping, man? Where you been at?
Perfect. Shit like that.
I've been working saving kids.
Indeed. I just showed him a couple months ago how you cussed out Big Al. What's good though?
Did I? That's why I had to get off because I wasn't presenting myself in a positive light. So I had to,
I feel you. What's good though? So you saw it obviously, right? Or you saw about the story and all that?
Yeah, so I was just listening I caught on to the end of what you guys were talking about, and I was just thinking I have a case currently where a mom, homeless, 4 kids, she was staying in hotels and nobody knew she was homeless, none of her family, because she didn't want to tell her family. But once we have a CPS case, kids can't be homeless. So when she could not secure a hotel room, I had a dad live way in Mississippi. I'm like, yo, come get your kids. Because if you don't come get your kids, I'm taking your kids. He came and got his kids. But he didn't know. He has a house, job. He can provide for them. But he didn't know she was doing bad like that because she wasn't speaking to him. And she did not let him know that I'm homeless.
Oh, my God.
That is crazy. And so hold on, there's a great follow-up to this, right? Let me just read these. Vet Life for the $5 says, saw it. So you're saying you're lying, but you're saying you, not you and kids. Did you have kids with you, sis? That changes the situation drastically, no? Shah, he's inquiring about your anecdotal. Saw about your anecdotal when you.
I don't understand the question.
Did you have a kid?
Did you have kids when you were homeless?
I had 3 children when I was homeless.
Okay.
So your mic sound crazy, but it's fine.
Yeah, you put it on the Bluetooth. Take it out the Bluetooth.
Yeah, take it off the Bluetooth. RLC with the $5. What up, RLC with the $5 says? Peace to the panel. Casinos in Detroit have free parking, and you could be there all week if nobody paid attention. Okay, that's different. As Ava the 2000s, white people support their drug addicted. You? As Ava the 2000s, I own warming center. Resources are few, not FLA. Here for the T. What up though with the 2000s? Got money for war, but can't feed the poor. Miss Jilly with the 5,000. Can you play the video of the grandmother before discussion goes further? And that's a while ago, Miss Jilly. You gotta send it to me. I can find it. I'll play it for you. As Ava the 2000s. So was the dad aware? Sounds so.
No.
Mr. Fantastic with the 10,000. What the fuck did I say? And I didn't even know any of this. She was a piece of shit, like I said, and kill her kids, and y'all were making excuses. Big Norm with the 5,000. Do y'all hear yourselves? A man shouldn't have to go through all this to keep his kids safe. Freezy. Shalom, Akim. I love you too, bro. Good to see you. As Abe with the 10 ounces. Wait, Will is saying is not what men on this panel have been saying. Watch they move the goalposts. So you men can see in the car to talk about cloth seats as opposed to leather, but now a man can't see in. Make it make sense. Will with the 20 ball says perfect. Shaking my head. God damn. Well, I guess I gotta bring OTC back. LOL. As Abe with the 2000s, y'all some high-minded liars. Fakeness. Chris J with the 2000s, Trigger and Sherelle. Wait until FIFA come next year. Oh, it's gonna be crazy.
Build a new bridge in this mode.
As Abe with the 2000s, men accept no accountability. WEA. I'm not sure what that means. As Abe with the 2000s, Cell did not say what you said. As Abe with the 5,000, why did the men think more of the new woman than his own kids? I thought degrees mean nothing. Now it does. Waldy Mac with the 2,000. Can't wait till YouTube gifts be super chats. Cause boy, oh boy. Trigger Mike with the 5,000. People will choose to serve their ego before they serve their family or the community as a whole. That's the problem. Isha. So what you just articulated, what's the how common are, it doesn't have to be exact, but how common are those type of situations where a parent simply isn't in the know, doesn't have any idea? And I guess we can keep it on to make it close to this, like the women have the kids and the dad is just doesn't have the information.
It's real common, but as part of our investigation, we have to notify all parents. We have to find the parents and let them know what's going on. And sometimes they don't know.
And now, yeah, I just got one. When it seems right, because this would be the follow-up. How doesn't he know? Like you saw the super chat where men could judge cloth seats versus leather seats, right? But he can't, he's not in the know about what's happening to his kid. Like, I guess it's being said, like, how could he not know, essentially?
Because a lot of kids.
She got a phone call.
The devil don't want the truth to come
Got
out.
a call. Yeah, she got a call. Yeah, they calling her from the chat because they didn't want her to tell the truth.
No, he said about this before.
Who got her number?
Yeah, they
Let me
calling her
see
from
if
the
she
chat.
come back because I want to hear because she literally does this. She's been doing this for like 10 years. Isha, are you there?
Tell her drop out and come back in. I think she definitely got to call him.
Yeah, I don't know if she can hear me. Isha, can you hear me? Oh yeah, she's still trying to talk.
Well, I do want to add, I work for the doctor's office, so locating the father absent parent is hard, period.
Hey, C3P, your mic's still messing up.
So I just dropped. So I'll do this. Drop and come back. I just dropped the fresh link in the chat.
And take your headphones out. Just talk through the,
Isha, you there?
regular speaker.
Babies in the car.
She might be in a state where she can't hold the phone, y'all. I think she can't. She might be in a state
Well,
where
I
she
wasn't
hold
doing that the whole time. I'm just saying, just try to drop out and come back in. They usually work for old shit.
Yeah.
Isha. Damn.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see.
Yo.
Isha, I just dropped the link in the chat if you can hear me.
You know what? Real quick, you know what I just thought
Check.
about?
Hold on, Mike.
My bad.
Check. Isha, you there? No. I hope she can hear me because I want to hear your question and I want her to kind of just expound on that shit. I just dropped this link again, Ish. Oh, go ahead, Mike. What's up, JT?
You know, I just thought about that, like, really, as a parent in general, like, you always got the safety of your kids in the back of your mind. I just found out like 2 hours ago that there's a freeze coming tonight, right? My son likes to sleep in his underwear. I told him you can't do that shit tonight. So I had to pull his thermals out because I already packed them shits up. Like, he got to wear them to sleep. So in the back of your mind, anything, like, I got to go rewrap the sprinkler system now and cover the hose bibs. And the first thing I'm thinking about is like, damn, it get cold as shit in my kid's room. You can't sleep in your underwear tonight. Your thermals are coming back out. Put that on. If I wake you up in the morning, you ain't got no clothes on, I'm a whoop you. Right? So in the back of your mind, your children's safety is paramount. Right? So if y'all want to know the angle where we were attacking from, there ain't no excuse. Ain't no excuse.
I ain't
For the
gonna
life of
hold.
That's as fathers, that's as parents. Look, bro, there's no way my kids are gonna die on my watch unless I die first, and I can't. You feel me? And even in the case of me giving my life up, that's supposed to be enough. I'm supposed to be able to put up enough of a fight or whatever, if anything in my power for them to be able to escape, get away, or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Of course, if it's like, act of God, a flood, tornado, or whatever, I ain't got no superpowers, but some shit that I can control. No fucking way, bro. And no man, bro. It's crazy, man. But nah, I had a question for each after you get done, him.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking that the freeze. After that last light bill, everybody's staying upstairs. Fuck that.
Straight up.
Go ahead. You can ask East the question.
So what's up, Aisha? I'm guessing you are you've been in the field work for CPS. Well, I don't know where they call it where you at. Call it CPS. My ex was the same. So my question for you would be, more likely, I know most cases are going to be like mothers and fathers. So I guess weight it. How prevalent is child abuse and neglect for what would mothers being the perpetrators that people just aren't aware of because they don't do the CPS thing? How prevalent is it?
So with moms, we're gonna get mostly the neglect, right? With dad, we're gonna get a lot of the abuse and the sexual abuse. But most of the
Okay. Y'all stop calling her phone. Jesus Christ. Every time you get started to say something, man, that shit motherfucking pop up. You back. Go ahead.
So with moms, most of the cases come in on the moms. When we open up CPS cases, they're always open up on the mom's name, no matter if the dad caused the case. So I really can't give you statistics, but most of the time with the moms, we see a lot of neglect, and with dads, we see a lot of abuse.
Okay. All right. So I guess now at this point it was like, so my ex, when she was doing the field work thing, she had a lot of cases of where who do most of the kids pass away with? Or is it more mothers or more fathers? Be it physical or neglect or whatever. Who has the most, unfortunately, like you said, children deaths?
I can't say I don't see a lot of deaths. So the deaths that I've seen or severe physical harm has been at the hands of dads.
Okay.
When I see deaths, it's like infants in the bed with their parents and somebody rolled on the infant and an infant died.
What they call co-sleeping, or what do they call it?
Yeah.
You can't do that. Yeah, that's illegal. A lot of stuff too. And just how unaware, I guess, are parents of like laws and things. Like, people don't know that, like, if you're say you had a couple beers or something, right? You're intoxicated and you're above the legal limit, but you're not, shit faced or whatever, right? You're not incoherent, but you're above the legal limit. How many people you think are aware of that? Like, that is a charge. That's officially child neglect or child endangerment because you're watching your kids while being, under the influence and above the legal limit at all.
They're not aware. They're not even aware that if they fight in front of their kids, that's a CPS report as well.
Damn, man.
But definitely homelessness is automatic. If you don't got nowhere to stay, first thing we're going to do is call your family, see if you got resources. If you don't have resources, then we taking those kids.
Take the kids, exactly. So that was what I was gonna say too. That was the next thing I want to get to. So What are some of the tactics you've seen for women not disclosing to anyone that they were homeless, like, you know, in coaching and things like that? Like, 'cause like you said, dad in Mississippi, I guess we can focus on that one. Where I mean, what state? I'm not asking your direct location, but what state are you in, if you don't mind?
North Carolina.
So that's a nice little thing. So the dad was willing to go from Mississippi to North Carolina because I see he had no idea to get his kids.
Mm-hmm.
How often is that the case of where you had to contact the father, and I guess you would be better on this one, I guess, and the father was like, "No, I can't do it," or "No, I'm not doing it." Is that often, or is that, you know what I'm saying, is that the majority or minority?
I haven't had a father say, no, I can't do it. I've had fathers who don't have secure living for
Place in the
themselves.
state, so you can't, so the state can't place them if they don't have a address themselves, correct?
Right, but then they will give us a family member. As long as you got a family
Okay.
member that the child can stay in, then that'll work too.
Okay. So all in all, like you say, this was 100%. Well, let's not say 100%. This was 99% preventable in most cases. Had she made people aware, had she followed up, had she, you know, and again, I know the state does have some things because I guess they didn't assign it as a CPS case. But then too, it makes a difference, right? If you are in a hotel versus if you're in a car. So if a woman is considered homeless, or what if she's living in a hotel, even though it may not be her permanent residence, versus a car, correct?
No, if you live in a hotel and you can pay for that hotel, there's no problem. But if you live in
Okay.
a car, you can't live in a
Great.
car.
Automatic. Okay.
Mhm.
And that's weird. And that's what we're saying. So, you know, if you come to the state, or you guys, right? So that's something that wouldn't flash. So let's say she reports that she's homeless or she's having difficult times in November and she's actually has the hotel room, right? CPS doesn't get a report because she has a residence, she has a place to stay, correct?
Right. But
But now it's
there might be something. If a lot of times when they're in hotels, maybe there's some truancy issue, something that CPS can get involved. And once CPS does get involved, then we can help with resources. CPS can get you moved up on the list for housing, can get you moved up on the list for daycare, can get you moved in. That's I tell people all the time. They cuss me out when I'm involved. I'm like, but you need services. Use me for those services.
good. That's pretty much all I got. Anybody else got any other questions? If not, we'll go with JT in.
Talking, but she muted. Muted.
Oh, Tiff, say something. You're not saying that.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. Let me ask you a question. Do you find that most women are not reporting being unhomed from like embarrassment? Like is there a common theme of, because this is what the second or third woman has not said, that she's unhoused or unhomed. Is it embarrassment, or do you find it to be addiction? What is there like a pattern that you have with women not necessarily coming and getting the services that they need?
With us, it's more embarrassment and pride. And then if you have another Black woman coming into your house telling you what, and you feeling like she's judging me. So now I'm making up lies and saying that I got this going on, I got that going on. So you're not able to receive those services.
Okay. So shame, but also a little bit of ego, and then just not wanting to be judged by other women.
Right.
Do you find outside of, is it like an age thing as well, like younger mothers, or is this something like women with addictions? Because I just think if we find the patterns, then we know who we need to help service. I like prevention better than reactionary. And if it's something that like, oh, this is a pattern that we can recognize, you know what, there's a pattern, I'm going to offer you some like extra support. Like I was a teen mom. So when I left the hospital, they still would like have a nurse call just because I was 17 with a kid. So I got additional services. Do you see the women like being okay with asking for that?
I think the people who are struggling with addiction, they're going to ask for anything because they're trying to have more money, right? So they're going to ask for every service is available. I think it's the women who are, I guess, used to having it but can't get it now. Then there's that shame associated with it.
Okay. Because I'm just trying to wonder. It just seems odd, but I'm glad that you gave us the breakdown on some of the patterns as far as abuse. Do you find in hearing the story, do you feel like there was one place where just either the school should have like immediately seen that these kids hadn't been coming? It just seems odd that the babies were school age and not there for what, damn near 3-4 months. Like, does that happen?
That's truancy. The cases come in for truancy all the time. The school should have notified truancy officers, everything. In North Carolina, you get a charge. Your kid not going to school. And that would have alerted CPS. If that would have alerted CPS, then CPS could have investigated and found out that they were homeless.
Yeah. Because I'm just sitting here thinking, like, how many times were these babies failed? And I don't want to do the blame game. I want to make sure nobody else's babies goes through this, because this is not, it's just not right.
So can I tell y'all something real quick that I heard in a behavioral hospital once? You know, when I was young, I was a tech in a behavioral hospital. So the CPS and behavioral system actually works kind of in tandem, especially present day, right? And I was the tech, and I was in, what is it called, treatment team, where they come in as a group treatment team, group therapy session where the parents got to come. And I was the tech because the girl was wild, like she'll fight anybody type. So they were like, Mike and somebody else go with her because she swings on her mom, all type of stuff. This girl was in there for severe behavioral disorders, oppositional defiant disorder, ADHD, schizophrenia, all this stuff. But every time she came to the hospital, she was pregnant. And the doctor and the therapist said that they were going to call CPS on the mom because the mom leaves the daughter alone for a month at a time to go to her boyfriend's house, but then forces the daughter to get a deletion because she gets pregnant by the boyfriend. And then the doctor, I ain't never seen this doctor act like this, African dude, slammed his hand on the table and said, shame, guilt, and embarrassment are not admissible in court. Because the mom was crying, saying, I was just embarrassed.
How Mike get the microphone back again?
Stop, man. But the mom tried to say that she didn't tell or she didn't seek help or do any of it because she was ashamed, embarrassed, and she felt guilty. And he said, shame, guilt, and embarrassment are not admissible in court. All right. Nothing should stop you from seeking help for your children or giving them help. All right. If we're really going to say nothing is more important than kids, then nothing should stop you from seeking help from them. So I just want to make sure we understand that.
What So JT, did you each, well, one, did you guys ask each all the questions?
Yeah, everybody had questions asked.
Thank you for coming up. That really, for me, you level set a lot of it. And even talking about like the trends and abuse, it makes a lot of sense. And it may even be some of the things that we need to look for in other people's children. Are there some telltale signs? I do want to know that. Like, is there just a blaring, like, this ain't right? Call the public. Don't let the babies go.
You can have those gut feelings, but you can't do nothing without proof because we still gotta go step before a judge and present whatever our, facts are. But I do was just thinking about another case a while back where it wasn't a case, it was on social media where the lady, she went in crying and gave her kids up for CPS because she was like, I can't take care of them. And people was like tripping, like, why would she give her kids up? But honestly, if I can't take care of my son and I don't have nobody else to take care of him, I'd rather somebody else, the system, take him, and I work a plan so that the system can help me get on my feet so I can get my son back.
I remember that. I seen that. Yeah. JT, what you JT, what you think, man? We appreciate the info, man, from an expert. You know what I mean?
Most definitely. What's up, everybody? What up, though?
What's going on?
Man, I was a couple of days ago. We did the discussion when when the news was a little bit fresher, and let me tell you something. That young lady is one of many in Detroit. One of many. If you guys didn't hear what my man Cellulite said, Detroit is screwed up. The system is messed up. However, we're in a cold blue. Nobody is out there in them streets right now. Nobody. When you hear what she was saying, it was funny because even when I was hearing what everyone was saying. Even Mr. Fantastic was very, very close to what was going on, especially with the whole thing of the bitter thing and all these different things. Even when you talk about Detroit and the surrounding areas, right? Novi is about between 29 and 35 miles away. It's the suburbs also. Detroit is nothing like Detroit. You got to have some money to live in Novi. Now, around the block, it's another city called Wixom. You know, it's not as expensive, but it's nowhere near what it is in Detroit. So there's a little distance between them. What that young lady didn't do was she didn't plug herself in. Even if it was just for the kids, for her to drop the kids off, and it did come to the point where she was trying to keep something. I would have thought that it probably would have been child support, but she didn't even have old boy on child support. So it was like she didn't want her kids to be split up. She didn't want her mama, because the whole thing to me was her mama was there also. So you got two adults. I think, and I don't think that it's going to come out that these kids died of hypothermia. I don't think it's going to be that. You had too many people in that van for that to happen. Entirely too many people in that van for that to happen at the time that it was. And just like what Cellulite said, right around the block, you go down the street, couple of blocks, you make a turn, homeless shelters right there. Social workers are all there. Even though they're understaffed, wasn't nobody gonna let them kids be out there like that. They wasn't even gonna let her be out there. The best thing that she had was that she had the kids that was there. But again, we in cold blue. So nobody's going to be left out. Even if she had to go to the warm up, they got this thing where everybody has to be warmed up and all of these different things. Because a couple of years ago, we had a lot of people that literally, homeless people that were free, that froze to death on the streets. That's horrific to see something like that. And so when she was saying all these different things about what she didn't have, I can understand the dynamics with the family. I can understand, but from what I gathered, her issue was with her own family. She was over by his family. His family was and anybody that been in Detroit, the way that the streets are even together, like it's really close knit. Whether you're on the east side or west side. When we were talking about, when you guys were asking what's the population in Detroit, now the population is 630,000, right? However, that's because people moved out of the city. So many people moved out. It used to be 1.8 million people in Detroit. That's how much space we have in the city. But it went down very tremendously because people have been moving out. Even if they didn't move out the state, they moved out the city of Detroit. That's why you don't have as many people. But when it comes down to that whole thing of her, what my whole thing was that she should have, if she wanted to do anything, she could have just dropped them kids off to him. He ain't had no choice.
You know, when we speculate about how they died, JT, to your point, you guys heard the term death by 1,000 cuts.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, right, how that can actually work is if you are like a baby, if that baby has blunt force trauma, been hurt, is malnourished, right, and then it's cold, the body trying to fight too many things at once, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the body will compromise itself. So when people say death by 1,000 cuts, that can be actual because you can get 1,000 small cuts. Your body can't fight it all at once and you can succumb, So that's why I'm interested to hear, what the next steps are when they do the actual autopsies, because that type of shit, bro, is punishable by death.
Yeah. And this is the thing too. When the news first came, they made it a point to say what those two kids was wearing, right? One of them was wearing pull-ups and a T-shirt.
It don't even make sense, man.
The other one was wearing jogging pants and the 9-year-old was wearing jogging pants and a T-shirt. So I'm like, well, yeah, right. It don't make any sense. Yeah. Right now, it's 2 degrees here.
Yeah.
2 degrees. Ain't
Still
nobody
daytime,
out there.
Right? It's still daytime? No,
it's still daytime. It's still daytime. I mean, it cuts very short. But, we at the time right now where the sun stays out a little bit longer. But by the time 5 o'clock, 5:30 gets here, it pretty much be dark. Now it's you know, we on the other side of it. But man, it's 2 degrees, and it's been like between 0 and 15 degrees for like 2 weeks now. When the time, and that was the thing too. It wasn't as cold when they were in the car. But the thing was that, yeah, that's the other thing I was saying. Those kids probably was malnourished. A lot of stuff, man. We all grown. We know how it feels when you cold. If you've been going to football games or something like that when it's cold out there and you shivering, you can't stop shivering. Now imagine those kids.
20 degrees is in the car is the worst, bro.
Yeah, so the car supposedly had ran out. The news was that they ran out of gas. Cellulite, he had a little bit. It was a lot more in depth, but they were saying that they ran out of gas. Whether you did or not, you ain't got no heat on. It's worse being in the car than it is even being outside, because it's like you in an ice box now. And it don't take much. And a lot of people, and that was the thing about them coming up with this whole thing of cold blue and all these different things that they come up. Like now they're saying that they're going to, come up with some more policies and things like that. But I'm telling you right now, it's definitely for the simple fact that if they would have arrested her, they would have had to admit blame. And then there's a lawsuit right there. And that's the whole thing that, we have to deal with that. But it's messed up, man. And this is the thing. This is the number one thing, y'all. Families are not together anymore. This is why we be having these conversations. This is why we have the what they call it dick and pussy conversations. The reason why is because we pointing out the deficit of family. She didn't look that old. And by the look of my man, 28 probably to the most.
She look old.
Well, she looked like she's like the streets been tearing her up. She looked like life has been putting her on the ropes, bro. But the thing is that it's like that, and you can see it like in Detroit. I don't live in Detroit anymore, but I got family to still live in Detroit. I still make money in Detroit. It's a lot of things that I deal with in Detroit. And if you go in these neighborhoods, bro, it's nothing like what you've seen. Even if you go to Chicago is not Detroit. And it's bad in Chicago, but it's some cities. I mean, not cities, but it's some neighborhoods in Detroit, bro. It looks like they literally have a little neighborhood that they call Beirut. And they pride themselves on calling it. And this has been going on for over 15 years. Beirut. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. It was like the same thing like in Chicago when they was calling themselves Chirac and stuff like that. You had that going on here in Detroit also. But you don't see it. It used to be where family, if that girl was without a home, no matter if they didn't get in along with her or not, she was still going to, at least those kids was going to have a place to stay. She wasn't doing what she was supposed to do. And that's the number one thing, bro. She was, I have no idea why she didn't. She just wasn't doing what she was supposed to do for those kids. She didn't do right by them. That's where I have a big problem with her at. Them kids weren't supposed to be in like that, man.
Closed mouth don't get fed. You're not gonna closed mouth don't get fed at all. So this is the thing about it, though, man. I don't think them two adults. I have many adults was there. I don't think they was even in the van. Again, they probably used that hotel as a trick spot to go turn tricks while they left them older kids watching kids. Because ain't no an adult with the right mind gonna allow them kids to be wearing that type of little to no clothes in that van as cold as it is. Again, part of my organization I'm with, a fraternity I'm with, we have to volunteer. And part of my volunteering, I was volunteering at homeless shelters. I watched them put out men in order to bring women and kids into the shelter. Put men out with mental issues and non-mental issue men. Put them out, let them be. They can survive because it's not as dangerous out there for them compared to women and kids. Watch them put them out to bring in women and kids in order to have a place for them to lay their head, to sleep, and to eat. I watched them, again, please believe me, they moved the men back. Women and kids going to eat first. They going to make sure they got everything they need in order to survive. They will do that before they do it with the men, regardless of what it is. So I find it's hard to believe that this woman really pursued these resources that she's supposed to did. Maybe she made a call. Why didn't you follow up? Now that's on you. I admit the system failed her, but you need to follow up. Me as a parent, it's my job to make sure, even if it means I got to stay out of this cold ass van and let my kids stay in a shelter until I could get someplace stable to stay, I'm going to do that. But this is sad, man. I hate to hear and see shit like this, but it unfortunately happens and it's too common, man.
And it is, and this is the thing too. I'm sorry, Hank, get out.
Well, Sean had a question.
I just wanted to say,
okay.
I just had a question to pose to the group. I'm gonna head out. I think, like, just continue to listen to the conversation. I think we all can acknowledge, particularly in our community, deference is kind of given to mothers. But just suppose that with the data that says Black fathers are the most active. So I'm just wondering, like, one, do women acknowledge that they receive deference? I guess Tiff is kind of the only one that's still here. Sherelle, I don't know if she's listening. Do they acknowledge that they get that deference? Or do they also acknowledge kind of the position that Black fathers particularly hold within the Black family? And how do we kind of transition to something that seems more equitable? Because I think that's a big part of the conversation too. That's kind of where everything started in the beginning. Some people felt like people were automatically blaming the man and kind of resolving the woman. And I can see that. I've seen it in my real life in some situations. So how do we move into kind of a pattern where it's a little bit more balanced? Because I think that's necessary for some of the problems that we're facing.
There is no code for broken family. We keep trying to make shit work that was never supposed to work in the first place. So I think that's your answer for real. Ain't no mode of operations that is 100% accurate if the family is not together, bro.
Are you saying married? Are you saying like?
I mean, listen. I've been meaning to say this for a while. All roads lead to marriage. If a woman is gonna get upset that a man cheated, then she's married to him, essentially. If she's gonna get mad if he spends his money on another woman, then she's married to him. People get in relationships and adopt the rules of marriage. So why not just get married? Right? So we always talking about marriage. All right. So it don't matter if you live with somebody or we ain't married. Nah, you married. Because if another woman can't come ask him for money and you want sexual and financial exclusivity of that man, that's your husband. And same goes, for the woman. But this is the net of it all, right? We got to stop trying to create individualistic scenarios that are beneficial for everybody. It's family or nothing. See how we always come back to this? You know what I mean? It's family or nothing. Or you're susceptible to all of this tragedy and drama all the time. And it's like, you know what I mean? So hopefully people can get over themselves and accept that as well.
Trigger Mike with the $5 says people will choose to serve their ego before they serve their family or community as a whole. That's the problem.
Yeah, you read that already.
Yeah, I think so. As Ava tell us, Aisha's case is different because the guy was aware. As Ava the $5 says, that man was 28 miles away. Aisha person was CT to Arkansas. It's not the same scenario. Mike said men should know because he does. That is accountability. Sway with the $2 says, always got gas but no blankets. Huddle up. As Ava the $2 says, Will literally said others were aware of homeless. I thought he said that they didn't know. Yeah, man. I think, well, you know what? I think it's about perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. It's definitely a dope show. Interesting, diving on a topic. And I'm glad because I didn't have any order to which the clips I was going to show. But I'm glad that we saved this one for last because I think it was a good landing point to discuss just about ideology, man, and concepts and what's actually happening and at what rate, and what do we call out and how do we call it out, right? We also, I think we understand that tone, words, and delivery matters, and so the impact of what you say is largely connected to how you saying it, so shit like this, people need to hang, period. Hey, Trigger Mike, I think I'm about to get up out of here, kiddo. Any final thoughts? All
Nah, bro, go back and winterize that house. Didn't you just take all the shit off? I did.
I'll be leaving that shit up. Like it's still
Yeah,
wrapped
man.
outside, everything,
It was
bro.
80 last week. Now we gotta put all that stuff back, man.
Yeah, everybody's staying
Nah,
upstairs,
man.
bro.
It's always about the kids, bro. That's the point. It's always about the family. That is your number one purpose in life. You got no other purpose. You know what I mean? So that's all I got. Same message all the time.
Word. JT.
Definitely about the kids, but it's definitely in order for our kids to be able to be fruitful and be able to move around, we got to start building communities where our kids can be safe and we can look out for the youngins like it used to be. Now, we never get it back to how it was, but we have to get some order in here because right now, the largest casualties of this so-called war thing is the children. You heard the story that they would just gave you about the other mother, right? With the neglect in Pontiac. Bro, this is the thing. Over here in Michigan right now, we're being bombarded with all of these stories. Not only did you have that one, you had we had 4 stories. The other one was a mother that she deleted her child and then buried the child in a shallow grave behind and this just happened during all this other time too. Buried the child in a shallow grave in a house, and then she left and went out of town. They just found her. And she smothered her child. So I can give you all kind. And this is, and the craziest part though, Hamp, is it's kind of like in the Midwest and in the in the mid, it's story after story after story of that. And we got to bring some awareness or something, y'all. I don't know. I ain't got the answer. Like what my man would just ask, what is it right? There's no code to it. But what I do know is that this is what's happening. We've already said it years ago. There's going to be a bunch of people suffering. This is where we can see it. Unfortunately, there are a lot of children that are suffering along with it. Yeah. And we just got to continue the conversation, Hamp. We just got to keep continuing it, speak on it the best way we know how, and to speak on it the way that you set, the tone for us to do it. Because if we keep speaking on stuff with our emotions and attacking one another, it's always going to be circular. We got to get out of the circular conversations, y'all. And we just got to keep practicing on how to do that. And that I ended with that, y'all.
No doubt. That's for sure, man. Hank.
Man, once again, great conversation, Hamp. I appreciate you doing this and allowing us to come up here and share our thoughts and our experiences and our knowledge that we have on situations like this. Let me say it again. Black man, protect yourself at all times, man. But black man, not only that, protect yourself and your opportunities for being in your kid's life. You fight tooth and nail and take a motherfucker out by the goddamn knees if you need to in order to be in your kid's life. So we don't need to see shit like this. I don't want to ever hear about none of you motherfuckers online dealing with a situation like this, man. So brothers, man, do what you got to do, man. Sacrifice, get in there, go to court, get a lawyer, whatever it takes to push to get your rights and make sure you have your rights. Do what you got to do, fellas. Don't have this shit happen to your family. Right on, big brother. I appreciate you, brother Ham.
Definitely, man. Damn. Tiff.
You know me, I get emotional with children. And there are a million different things and a million different scenarios playing through my head. I think sometimes when things are very personable, you can kind of understand it. It's not excusable. I fundamentally feel like these kids were just failed. And I'm going to keep saying that we cannot afford to raise Black children in silos. If you were birth great parents, then you are at an advantage. But if you are a great parent, then there's a little friend that needs some attention. There's a cousin that needs some love, but we never were starved for affection because we were raised as a large family unit between my big mama, my big daddy. Then you had your aunts and uncles and all the cousins. If I do my father's side, my granny, my papa, my uncles. So this siloed parenting, which I had to participate in, was the first time, and it's hard as fuck. It's hard. You have to build tribe. You have to build community. I don't know where this woman went wrong. I can say I'm absolutely disgusted if she weaponized those children because that man moved on. At some point, women have got to be able to push forward. You have a child together, you can't control that man and you don't want him to control you. But the kids, like adults, have to be adults. And I'm just like, how did this many people fail these fucking kids? And where do we need to catch? I'm really glad that Isha gave information. I think it's just sad. It's sad as hell. And now I gotta go look. I've already pulled up the mom that slaughtered. Now I gotta go watch another woman that you didn't see your kids for 5 years. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I really don't. But if you have kids, be it male or female, take care of your kids or at least get them in a safe position. God, like, this is ridiculous from both sides. Both. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous with the families because you know you got a do nothing ass daughter or son. That baby is still fucking me. I'm disappointed in all Black people, all of us, because those kids were fucking failed. They were failed, and now they're dead. I don't have time for ginger wars, and I've said this over and over, and it's why I will not go back and forth with certain personalities. It's too much going on for us to be doing this stupid ass shit. 2 babies are dead.
I'm gonna say it's easy for me to be like, yo, fellas, don't smash all these chicks. Don't, protect your seed and all this other shit, right? Because I've been there. I was able to do it, right? And come out on the other side. But when you hear all these stories, man, and we have a constant issue with the conduct of our counterpart, it would behoove you to just find a woman that makes the most sense. So it's not about telling the younger brothers, don't do what I did, to try to be hypocritical. Just look at the information that you're being presented with. If you think that this is true, right? Do what Hank said, man. Protect your fucking self, bro. And I think you have to be selective. We can't tell y'all to be free and to wrap it up because the 90% of us are oops babies. Right? 90% of us weren't planned. How you think that happens? Right? Trigger Mike is a pop condom baby.
But it's not a lot. Nigga, no condom. Nigga, no condom, probably.
Hank is a pull-out baby. They ran a DNA test to see who JT belonged to. This is the shit that this is where we at, right?
Yo.
Y'all hear him saying that because he on the swim team.
So,
you are the father.
So, but you see, right? So we got to make sure we tailor the things we say and they have to reconcile.
Right.
Right. So we have to make sure when we talking to the young brothers, what we tell them has to reconcile. Wrap it up ain't enough. If we also going to say in another breath, the majority of women aren't the ones that you want to marry. A wife has always been hard to find. This is nothing new, right? It has always been difficult to find a woman that deserved to be a wife. It ain't got nothing to do with today's times. Biblically speaking, it's always been as such. Protect your fucking self. Keep your Lil Johnson in your pants, bro. because based on what we hearing and the potential capabilities, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. So I'm just talking to the men. I'm just talking to them. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard though. Real shit though. So shout out to all the oops babies and the condom pop babies. You know what I mean? DNA test babies. Salute to y'all. I was playing, sis wasn't. You see the results. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. I see y'all in the Discord. I think I'm gonna take a break tonight. I'm sick, bro.
Word.
So I see y'all soon, man. The Discord should be popping, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend.
Peace.
And we
Call
out.
me a pop condom, baby. I'm pissed.
I love you, Mike.